apply to many different protocols, and it works perfectly with the TCP/IP protocols that we use today. Also keep in mind that there are many different protocols that might operate at an individual layer of the OSI model. So as we step through an individual layer, keep in mind there might be tens or even hundreds of protocols that might exist and work at that particular layer.
Life insurance, priced for you and your budget, with help from your State Farm agent.
Contact State Farm agent Larry Lucero today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Get a quote today.
By understanding this OSI model, we can converse with other people in information technologies in a way that we would all understand. It doesn't matter if they're working inside of your own company or with a different organization. When you mention OSI Layer 7 or OSI Layer 4, everyone understands what that means and what effect it has on the overall operation of the network. If we start at the top of the OSI layer or OSI Layer 7 and work our way down to OSI Layer 1, we have Layer 7 being the application layer, Layer 6 is the presentation layer, Layer 5 is the session layer, Layer 4 is transport, Layer 3 is network, Layer 2 is the data link layer, and Layer 1 is the physical layer. There are many different mnemonics that people use.
I want to say the stars were the original 13 colonies.
Start at the top.
Is it the stripes?
Down, you can take the first letter of each one.
13 stars and stripes. I get it.
Have a
All
term
right.
such as all people
We're
see
doing this together.
Data processing. That's
I didn't even read
application,
the information on
presentation,
that.
session,
All right,
transport.
stars and stripes. Submit. See,
data
we're all
link,
doing it
and
together.
physical.
Even I'm getting mine done.
Let's start our conversation of the
Look at
OSI
that.
model at the bottom of the OSI model, or layer
Let me put
one.
it
Refer
on
to this as the
emoji in here for
physical
me.
layer because it's describing the
Whee!
physical signals that we send through the cable and fibers on our network. At this layer, we really don't have many protocols to speak of because we're really just talking about getting a signal from one part of the network to another. When we refer to a physical layer problem with the network, we are referring to the OSI Layer 1 physical layer. This means that we might have a bad cable, a bad fiber, there might be interference on a wireless network, and it may require us to do a series of tests to determine if we are really able to get a signal across this particular wire or this particular fiber so that we can keep this network running. A lot
Charles
of the
says, come on,
troubleshooting that
Sarge.
you do at Layer
Get
1
that right.
is running loopback tests,
I'm
testing
never
cables
saying
and fibers, and checking different adapter cards and other devices to make sure they're working properly on the network. One step up from the physical layer is Layer 2, the data link layer. This is the fundamental layer that's used to communicate between two devices on the network. We often refer to this as the MAC address layer because that is the data link control layer, or DLC layer, that is commonly associated with the network cards that are in our devices. And most of the time,
really? They
these
wanted
are
3?
Ethernet
Didn't they say
adapters
spelled
or
out?
wireless adapters, and we refer to
What's
that
that?
physical address on that
It
device
is legislative
as the data
executive,
link
but you just-
control
they just want
address,
you to
or
spell out
the
3.
MAC address. In this
That's
case, MAC
crazy.
address is not referring to an
else
operating
did that?
system, it's referring to the media access control address. So anytime you hear someone talk about a MAC address, they are referring to the hardware address.
Oh, and they
of
wanted me
that
to spell out
particular
for her.
adapter
Come
card.
on.
Since the network switches that we
Really?
use on our network determine how to forward
Who else had
traffic
the same
based
issue?
on the
Who else?
destination MAC
Was it just me?
address, this is a layer that we often
Just as he
refer
said,
to
yep,
as
it's
the
just-
switching
Yeah,
layer.
that's how
Anytime
follow the
you're referring
directions.
to a MAC address,
Darn it.
a problem with a switch being able to
Well,
operate,
learn from me.
or
Learn from
anything
me. Learn
else
from my
that may be
mistakes.
associated with this particular hardware address, we're referring to OSI Layer 2, the data link layer. The next
I
layer up
did
is OSI
read it
Layer 3,
in a hurry.
or the
I did
network
read it in a
layer.
hurry.
We often refer to this as the routing layer because this is the layer that routers use to determine how to forward traffic.
listen to
And they are specifically looking at the
Read
destination
it first,
IP
James.
address in
Pause
order
and go
to
back and
determine
read
what
it
the
again.
next
You'll
hop
see
might
something you
be
didn't
for
see.
traffic traversing the
I didn't
network.
pay attention
This
to
is
the whole
also
words.
the
Look
layer
at this
that we're
crap.
able to
That's what I
fragment
get.
these frames into multiple
Yep.
pieces, especially if
Craziness.
we're sending it across a network that may require smaller frames than what is on our local network. So we can cut those frames up into smaller pieces to be able to fit them through the network and then put those pieces back together on the other side.
Yeah, well, so we allotted
Anytime we're
a 40
referring to a
minutes for this, so
problem relating to
just do what you
IP
need to do for the
addressing,
next
subnet masks, anything related to
35
an IP
minutes.
address or anything
If anybody
about
pops
routing,
it in,
then we're
we'll tell them
probably
to do the
referring to
quiz.
layer 3, the network layer. Layer 4 is the transport layer, and as the name implies, we're referring to the ability to transport information from one device to another. You might also refer to this as the post office layer, because this is responsible for getting your letter or your information from one side of the network to the other. The protocols that are often used and operate at layer 4 of the OSI model is TCP, that stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and UDP, or User Datagram Protocol. These two protocols are commonly responsible for getting all of the information within our IP packets from one device to the other. In many cases, this involves taking a large amount of data, putting it into smaller pieces to be able to get it across the network, and then putting those pieces back together on the other side. Before we can send that information from one side of the network to the other, we may need to create a session so that a device is able to receive that data. Layer 5 is the session layer, and it provides communication management between point A and point B. Anything relating to the initiation of a session, stopping the session, or restarting the session can commonly be associated with that layer 5 session layer communication. If an application is using some type of control protocol or you're tunneling information within existing data, then you're probably using OSI layer 5. OSI layer 6 is responsible for putting all of this data into a format that we will eventually see with our human eyes. This refers to character encoding, application encryption, and decryption, and it's often combined and discussed in conjunction with the application layer at layer 7. Layer 6, or the presentation layer, is the layer that is commonly in operation just prior to us seeing this data on our screen.
And 5, 4, 3, 2.
You don't say the last one. It's okay.
Anaconda.
I don't want to wait, man.
Doug, what are you talking about?
Let's do it. Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait,
What?
This is going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids.
What does it cost to get this thing made?
$2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yes. We're gonna shoot it indie style. Run and gun.
We need a riverboat, a script, a snake handler, and a real snake.
Claire, you and I will star in it.
I love you, Derek.
Kenny, you shoot it.
Here we go.
Doug, you direct.
Action! Put your face right up next to the snake. It'll be okay.
You were there, my friend.
Cody.
And the top layer of the OSI model is OSI layer 7, or the application layer. This is the layer that we see on our screen. So anytime that we are interacting with an application, we are operating at layer 7 of the OSI model. Common applications that would operate at OSI layer 7 are HTTP and HTTPS, FTP, DNS, POP3, and thousands of other application protocols. Well, that's a broad overview of the OSI model, but how do we fit things in the real world into each of those layers? Let's start down at the bottom with layer 1, or the physical layer. When we refer to cables, fiber optic connections, the signal going across those connections, or a wireless network, then we're operating at OSI layer 1, or the physical layer. When we refer to OSI layer 2, or the data link layer, then we're talking about Ethernet frames, MAC addresses, or addresses referred to as extended unique identifiers, or EUI. There are EUI 48 addresses and EUI 64 addresses, for example. And as we described earlier, anytime we're referring to the switching process, we are referring to OSI layer 2. At OSI layer 3, or the network layer, we're referring to IP addresses. So anything that has an IP address or subnet mask, or referring to the way that routers forward traffic, all happen at OSI layer 3. If you're referring to a TCP port or a UDP port, then we're operating at OSI layer 4, which is the transport layer. At OSI layer 5, or the session layer, we're using control protocols to start and end different sessions, or we may be tunneling traffic using protocols that operate at OSI layer 5. We often associate the encryption of application data with OSI layer 6, or the presentation layer. So if you're communicating to a website and you're using SSL or TLS to be able to encrypt and decrypt that data, that process is occurring at OSI layer 6. And at OSI layer 7, or the application layer, is where you are interacting with the application itself. Anything that you're seeing on the screen, the application itself, or any messages from the application are often referred to as layer 7 information. If you wanted to drill down a little bit further into the OSI model, you might want to capture some data on your network and view that data inside of an application such as Wireshark. I have a Wireshark protocol decode on my screen where I've captured data on my network, and this Wireshark has 3 separate windows that is displaying different views of the same data. The top window is a frame-by-frame breakdown. For example, I have highlighted frame 88 on this top window. The middle window describes more detail of what different information is contained within that single frame. And on the bottom window, we have a hexadecimal and ASCII breakdown of the data itself. Let's focus our view on this middle window, which is a summary of this highlighted frame 88. You can see that there are 5 different lines of data inside of this single frame, where the protocol decode has separated out the individual protocols within the single Ethernet frame. Let's start with the one at the very top, which describes frame 88, which has 2005 bytes on the wire, and 2005 bytes were captured by Wireshark. If you wanted to associate that line with the OSI model, that would be best associated with layer 1, or the physical model. Next down is Ethernet 2, which has a source MAC address and a destination MAC address. And since we are describing MAC addresses, everything within that line of the Wireshark decode is associated with layer 2 of the OSI model, or the data link layer.
Getting everyone in your home on the same page about energy use is hard, so we're making it easier. Xcel Energy offers programs and services like a home energy assessment and smart thermostat rewards, plus rebates to help reduce the cost of energy upgrades in your home. We make energy decisions easier. Who gets to control the remote? That's up to you.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter, high-tech features from the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
The next line down describes the Internet Protocol, or IP. And as we described before, IP fits squarely in layer 3 of the OSI model, or the network layer. And in fact, there are individual IP addresses listed here for the source IP address and the destination IP address. And you can see there is a DNS resolution here that shows that the IP address of 72.14.247.19 is also associated with googlemail.l.google.com. As we move down this list, we're moving up the layers of the OSI model, and the next one is the Transmission Control Protocol, which means we're communicating via TCP for this Google Mail communication. Since TCP is in this list, we must be at OSI layer 4, or the transport layer, and indeed you can see TCP port numbers for the source and the destination of this traffic. Since the destination port is port 443, Wireshark has already filled in that we're communicating over an encrypted channel using HTTPS. And if we go one layer down into the secure socket layer, this effectively encapsulates the top 3 layers of the OSI model. So secure socket layer and everything underneath it are referring to layer 5, the session layer, layer 6, presentation layer, and layer 7, the application layer. Here's a summary of that protocol decode broken out into the different layers of the OSI model. We had electrical signals at the physical layer. Layer 2 at the data link layer had Ethernet frame information. Our IP addresses were at layer 3, or the network layer. Our TCP encapsulation with our TCP port numbers is at the transport layer. Our session layer linked the presentation information to the transport. Presentation layer was obviously performing that SSL or TLS encryption and decryption. And layer 7, or the application layer, is referring to that Google Mail front end and being able to send and receive emails using mail.google.com. Hopefully you're now able to see how this very broad description of an OSI model can be applied to practically any communication that's occurring over the network. And this allows us to talk with other IT professionals and communicate in a way where everyone understands exactly what we're referring to when we talk about a layer 1 physical problem or a layer 7 application problem. If you were to walk through a data center, you will see many of these racks all together with a lot of different equipment installed in each one of them. All of these devices work together to be able to take data from one part of the network and move it to another part of the network. Each of these devices is installed for a specific reason, and it's helpful if we understand why we installed that particular piece of equipment to begin with. Over time, we may be installing more of this existing equipment into our racks, or we may be installing new technology. So in this video, we'll look at different types of devices and how we might use them in our data center. Let's start with one of the most common devices that you'll find, which is a router. A router allows us to take data on one IP subnet and route that information to a different IP subnet. These may be subnets that are next to each other in the same data center, or these IP subnets may be located in different parts of the world. We refer to a router as an OSI layer 3 device. At the OSI layer 3 or network layer, we're referring to IP addresses, and IP addresses is exactly what's used by a router to be able to determine the next hop for this information. You may sometimes see this routing functionality also included inside of an existing switch. And we often refer to these as layer 3 switches, which of course is referring to that OSI layer 3 functionality. It's not that the switch itself is now operating at a different OSI layer, it's just within that same piece of equipment, we have both a layer 2 switch and a layer 3 router, so we've abbreviated that as a layer 3 switch.
Years of hard work. Decades of dedication.
These routers often connect many different types of networks.
Good
So we
morning,
may
Ms.
be
Martin.
connecting a local area network or a LAN to a wide area network or a WAN. These might also be copper-based
Oh, I didn't go around the
connections
room
or
today. Good morning,
fiber-based
Liz. Good morning,
connections.
Lane. Good morning,
So we
Mr.
may
T.
have
Morning.
routers
Be
with many
Weezy.
different
Morning,
connections
Turbo.
or
Morning,
interfaces
morning.
on them.
Mr.
And we're
C, good
connecting many
morning.
different diverse networks
What's up,
to
here?
all of those different interfaces.
Mr. Martin, we're working
Another
on
common
in
device
your
is a
announcements.
network switch. Switches operate at the MAC address
section.
layer to be able to forward
There is
traffic.
a quiz
We often
that needs
refer
to
to
be
that as an
completed
OSI
for
layer 2 or
Constitution
data link device.
Day.
These operate mostly in hardware. The hardware inside of these devices is referred to as
So let me show you on
ASIC,
screen
that
just
is
in
an
case you're doing
application-specific integrated circuit. There are many different functions and capabilities inside of these switches,
Here's the
especially
announcements
if you're
area.
using one designed for the enterprise. For example, many of these switches have the ability
Right
to
here.
include power
Just go into
on
here.
the same wires as your
And you'll see the
Ethernet
materials
connection,
about
and we
Constitution
refer to
Day.
that as power
And there's
over
a
Ethernet,
7-question
or
easy
PoE.
quiz
And
that
as
needs
we
to be done.
mentioned
Probably
before,
take
you
5
may hear
seconds.
folks refer to
But
this
here's
as
the
a
information
layer
about the
3
Constitution.
switch
It's
if the
interactive.
switch
Go to the
includes
website.
some type of
And
routing
we went over
functionality built into
Mount
the
Rushmore when
device
it's built,
itself.
who's on the face of Mount Rushmore.
Security on
So
our
you can go
networks
ahead
is
and do
also
that.
important.
But
That's
there's
why
the quiz.
probably
Please
are
use the
using a
email address
firewall
you
in
used
home,
when you signed
and
up
you
for
most certainly have a
class.
firewall in your office. A traditional firewall
Thank
allows
you.
you to filter traffic based on a TCP or UDP port number. But if you have a more modern firewall, you're probably using a next generation firewall, or NGFW, which is able to identify applications traversing your network and allow you to manage whether that application should be allowed or not allowed on your network. Most firewalls also have additional functionality. For example, it's common to find firewalls that will allow us to encrypt traffic traversing the network through a virtual private network, or VPN. It's very common to have a firewall at one remote site and a firewall at another remote site and be able to create an encrypted tunnel between those firewalls using this VPN functionality. And most firewalls can also operate as a layer 3 device, which means the firewalls themselves can act as a router. That's because they are often sitting right between the ingress and egress point of your network, where all the traffic on the inside of your network is going to the outside or internet connection, and your internet traffic is coming inbound to your local network. We rely on the firewall to be able to manage the communication between the inside and the outside of the network. To be able to perform this functionality, many firewalls also provide network address translation, or NAT, and because they are a router, it's very common to have dynamic routing protocols supported inside of the firewall as well. Many data centers might also have standalone IDS or IPS devices, although much of that functionality is also integrated into the more modern next-generation firewall. IDS refers to an intrusion detection system, and the IPS refers to an intrusion prevention system. Both of these work in similar ways. They're looking for attacks that are inbound to your network and are able to identify, alert, and in many cases prevent that attack from gaining access to your network. These are commonly known attack types. These might be exploits against operating systems or the applications that you're using, and they might take advantage of known vulnerabilities with those applications or systems by taking advantage of a buffer overflow, a cross-site scripting vulnerability, or other known vulnerabilities to those systems. If you're using an intrusion detection system, it's able to alarm or alert if it ever sees any of these inbound attacks. If you're using an intrusion prevention system, it's able to go a step further and block that particular attack before it gets inside of your network. Since an intrusion detection system is not able to block that traffic, it's very common to see an intrusion prevention system used on our enterprise networks. If you've ever used a website that may be accessed by millions of people every day, you may be wondering how that site is able to remain up and running without any type of downtime. In most cases, it's because that site is using a load balancer to be able to distribute that load across multiple physical servers. As the end user, you may have no idea that this load balancing is taking place, but if you were to look at the data center for this organization, you might find a large number of web servers or database servers in farms that can be used in conjunction with this load balancer to maintain uptime and availability. These load balancers are also very good at identifying any outages to these servers. So if one of the servers happens to fail due to a hardware error or some type of software problem, the load balancer can recognize the issue, take that server out of the rotation, and continue to provide access to these services using the remaining devices that are connected to the load balancer.
Our quantum fiber internet was a great deal too.
Switch to quantum fiber today.
From flight
I'm on my way.
to job site.
Here's a common design for a load balancer where users on the internet would be accessing a service at a location. To the end user's perspective, they're accessing a single server, but they're really accessing a load balancer that is distributing that load between multiple servers inside of that company's data center. These load balancers can also optimize the communication. For example, it may perform TCP offloading so that the communication to all of these servers on the inside of the network are occurring as quickly as possible. These load balancers can also act as an SSL offload, which means that they will provide the encryption and decryption capabilities instead of having the servers themselves manage that process. Data might also be cached on the load balancer, so requests made to the load balancer can be answered immediately instead of going all the way down to the server to provide that data. And load balancers are also very good at prioritizing different types of traffic over others. There might be certain web pages that have higher access than others, and you can commonly perform that prioritization using quality of service or QoS. Load balancers can also provide application-centric load balancing, where certain pages may be located on certain servers, and all of the requests to those pages would go exclusively to those individual servers. Many organizations have security concerns about individual users being able to directly communicate with a server or service that's on the internet. One of the ways that the organization can manage these connections is by putting a device in the middle of this conversation called a proxy. This proxy is responsible for taking the user's request, performing that request on their behalf, receiving the answer to that request, verifying that the answer doesn't contain some type of malicious software or malicious code, and then providing that answer to the end user. That is the purpose of a proxy, to sit in the middle of the communication and make that communication on the user's behalf. Since the proxy is sitting in the middle of the conversation, it's a perfect place to do caching, so the user can make a request to a web server. If that request has already been cached by the proxy server, the answer can go right back to the user without having to access the internet. We might also provide access control from the proxy server so that we can request a username and password from the user in order to gain access to the internet. From that point, we might want to filter URLs or perform some type of content scanning to make sure that the user is not receiving any type of malicious software. Some proxies require you to configure the operating system or the applications that you're using to identify the proxy and be able to use that to send and receive communication. But not all proxies work in that explicit manner. There are also transparent proxies that will work invisibly without making any changes to the operating system or the applications in use. It's very common to store documents and other files on centralized storage facilities inside of our data centers. One type of storage is referred to as a network attached storage, or NAS. We often refer to this network attached storage as providing file level access. That means that if we wanted to gain access to information within a file, we need to pull the entire file across the network into the memory of our system. And when we're writing information or changing information in that file, we will need to write the entire file back to the NAS. A more efficient way of communication might be through the use of a storage area network, or a SAN. This is very similar to reading and writing information from a local storage drive, where instead of copying the entire file to be able to change just a bit of information within it, we have block level access, which means that we can change just the blocks that have been modified. And when you have very large files, this can be a very efficient way to modify just a little bit of information within that very large document. Whether you're using a NAS or a SAN, you're probably transferring a lot of files to these systems. And for that reason, we want to be sure that we're using the most efficient method of communication. It's very common, for example, to put the NAS or the SAN on its own isolated network, and it's commonly a network that has very high bandwidths. If you're in your office and you look at the ceiling, you might see a device like this. This is an access point. This device allows us to communicate wirelessly from our device to the rest of the network. This is not the wireless router that you might be using at home, which is a router and a wireless access point and a switch in the same device. When you're in larger enterprise environments, you're usually using a device that is purpose-built for a single function. And having an access point means that we're using this for wireless communication and wireless communication only.
Yay!
On the other side of this wireless access point is
It's
very
an assignment
commonly
that we all
an
have to
internet
do.
connection. So this is
Quiz at
bridging
the end. I'll share
communication
my screen with you so
between
you
the
can see.
wireless network and the wired Ethernet network. That's why we refer
Yeah,
to
60
access
minutes
points
provided
as
to
an
work on
OSI layer 2 device or a data link layer device, because it's making that translation between the
So if you can see my screen
802.11
here,
wireless network
we
and
have
the
in the
802.3
announcements section,
Ethernet network.
you'll see a post about Constitution Day.
Oh, you the guy, go get go.
Okay, it's a small educational piece
Only took 2 minutes.
that we need to comply with
In most
for
businesses of any size, you probably have more
the
than one
school.
access point. That's because you probably have a very large building or series
Talks
of
about
buildings.
today being
and you need to be
Constitution
sure
Day.
that everyone
Gives
is
you
able
some
to
background
access
about
that
Mount
wireless
Rushmore
network
when it was
wherever
built, the
they
places
happen
that
to
you'll
be
see,
inside of these
and everything that
buildings.
went into
But this
building
means that we have to
Mount Rushmore.
manage many
You
different
click this link, it
wireless
takes you to
access
an
points
interactive
wherever
web
they
page where
might
you
be
can
in our local
read it there
network
too.
or in a remote site network. And we
Here
might
it
need
talks
to
about the
manage security
Constitution,
settings, access policies,
the
and
different
other
branches of the
configuration
government, powers of
parameters
the
within
president,
that access point.
Congress, and the
We
other
also have
branches.
users that may be very mobile,
And here
moving between
is the
different
quiz
parts
that
of the
needs to be
building or moving
completed.
from one
It's
building
like
to
7
the other,
questions.
and we need to make sure that they can
And that
seamlessly
will
roam
complete,
from one
letting
access
my
point to
CC
the other,
know
so that they are
we have
always connected to the
participation. Even
network.
I had to do it this morning,
Instead of
so I
connecting
submitted
to
mine.
each individual access point
So
to make these
use the
configuration
email
changes or manage
provided
this process,
for
we can have a
signing up
centralized
for school
management
here.
tool
Use that
that
email
allows
so they
us to
know.
manage all of our
And
access points from one
it's just
single
that, your name,
place.
and just
This
answer
is a
7 questions
wireless
on the
LAN
page.
controller.
There's a
It gives us
crossword
that
puzzle
single
if you
pane of glass so
if
that
you are
we
led
can
to do
manage
that.
the
It's a
entire
PDF. It's
infrastructure while we're sitting
kind of
in
hard to
one
do it
chair.
online, but
From
if
this
something you
single
want to do, go
device,
ahead and
we
do so.
can deploy new
But
access
if you can
points
drop an
with a
emoji
full
in the chat after you
configuration.
do it,
We might want to set
the
up
quiz takes like 3
performance or
minutes.
security
It's not even
monitoring
that
and be
much.
alerted
I'd
if we
appreciate
happen to
it.
see anything across any
Thank you.
of our access points. We can also take any changes that we need to make and deploy those automatically to all of our access points with one click of the mouse. This also allows us very commonly to create reports on how much our access points are being used and be able to understand if we need to update or change any of our access point locations. These are often proprietary systems, so if we have an access point from one particular manufacturer, then we're also using the wireless LAN controller that is also from that same manufacturer. If you were to somehow get inside of the networking cable and see what was going back and forth over that connection, you would see there was a lot of different activity going on across many, many different systems. All of these are designed to focus on specific functions. For example, we may need to get a piece of data from our network to a network that is on another part of the world. Or we might need to access a system that is already located somewhere else and provide technical support or be able to share a screen. There's also a need to have traffic management on our network so that certain applications have a higher priority than other applications. And lastly, we need to be sure that all of our systems are up and available, and it may take specialized protocols to make sure that that occurs every step along the way. One way to speed up the process of getting access to data is through the use of a CDN. This is a content delivery network. And as the name implies, it is designed to provide a way to get data very efficiently from one central point to an end user. These are often set up in geographical areas. So there might be a CDN server in North America, South America, Africa, Asia, other parts of the world, and you're able to cache information at each one of these points. It takes time to get data sent from one part of the world to the other, so if you can have all of your North America users access the North American CDN, it's much faster than having them all go out to a centralized server that might be located in Europe. So if you're watching this video on YouTube or on the Professor Messer website, you're using a CDN right now. It's a way for very small or very large sites to be able to distribute their data to users all over the world and make sure that that data is as accessible and efficient as possible.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing,
for those of you that work outside of your corporate facility or perhaps do a lot of work from home, then you're probably already familiar with a virtual private network or a VPN. This allows you to connect to a remote network while sending all of this data encrypted across the network. It's a very secure way to transfer data even across networks that would be inherently insecure, such as the public internet. VPNs often use a device called a concentrator or a head-end device to be the central connection point for all of the users who are accessing that VPN. This is often a purpose-built appliance that's designed to do high-speed encryption and decryption of network data in real time so that you can have many people being able to send secure data across the network, decrypt all of that data, send it to the inside of the network, and then reverse that process to get the response back to the user. This can be a standalone device, but very commonly we integrate this VPN concentrator function within a next-generation firewall itself. Because of the encryption and decryption process required to perform this VPN concentration, we usually will use a purpose-built appliance or piece of hardware to be able to do this. That provides very high throughput and can support hundreds or even thousands of users simultaneously. But if you have a smaller network, you may not need a purpose-built appliance, and there are many VPN concentrators that will run as software on an existing operating system. You may have to install a specialized piece of software to be able to use a manufacturer's VPN, although there is VPN software that does ship with Windows, Mac OS, and Linux operating systems so that you can connect to many different kinds of VPNs using that generic software. Not all applications are designed to run simultaneously on a network, and certainly some applications may have a higher priority to your organization than other applications. For example, there might be a real-time audio or video stream that has a higher priority than a file transfer. Because
No, the super chat and all that feature will be coming soon.
Prioritization to these applications. This is often done through a quality of service or QoS configuration. You might also refer to this as traffic shaping or packet shaping. This allows the administrator to control what type of applications can flow through their network, usually based on bandwidth usage or particular data rates. This might allow your real-time applications to have full control or access to the network and put a lower priority on other applications that may simply be transferring files.
Are you into IT or information technology? Is that something that that you're currently doing?
These devices might have a pre-built list of applications and might also allow you to add your own applications to the list. And at that point, you can decide what priority the applications might have relative to everything else that's running on the network. One of the challenges we often run into with technology is that it's very good at performing a task. And often it can perform these tasks over and over and over again without any type of human intervention. Unfortunately, this could also put a device into a state where it's
Is that pertaining to IT?
And never finds a way
Or is that just a random general
For that
question?
reason, we've often built in different functions with our protocols so that we can recognize when a task may be going on too long and simply remove that task from the network. One common way to provide this identification is through the use of a time to live, or TTL. A time to live is effectively some type of timer. This timer may be based on the time of day, or it may be based on the number of iterations that a particular task completes. Once that timer hits 0, we can then have that task stop what it's doing, or we can drop that task from the network. There are many different cases for a time to live.
So it depends on what you're studying in IT. This is not the general study of IT. It's particularly based on cybersecurity.
Another good example of a time to live might be to clear.
But Hinton, it's not someone that I knows entirely about, but it's not like the general subject that you're teaching in school. I'm basically covering the specifics of each certification.
Site is accessed, you would have to go all the way out to the site to be able to bring that information back.
So what I'm learning is particularly based for e-certification, A+, Net+, Security+,
Time to live to stop traffic
stuff like that.
around your network is through the use of a routing loop. This is a really good example of where you might
Yeah, I can see that.
router B thinks the next hop is router A.
But yeah, when you're going through just the courses and you don't really get all the history on a more broader platform as you would do in like just a regular school.
Where the route goes to 10.1.10.1, then it goes to 10.2.10.2, then back to 10.1.10.1, then back to 10.2.10.2, and so on. And this will continue all the way through until it reaches a time to live.
Staying connected matters.
Hey, mama. You remember when you taught me how to fish?
Yeah, British computer scientist.
If you're a bit of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
This is something that does occur occasionally because you might have many different routers, and those routers have many different routes. So it's very easy to make one single IP address mistake in a static route and create this routing loop on your network. For routing loops...
No, so I did not get to try out Skate.
Packet itself. This allows us to identify...
I appreciate you stopping by, King's Art.
In this example,
Some stuff I still have to Google. I'm not gonna know everything right away. But that's what the internet is there for. But I appreciate you stopping by. But Skate, I haven't tried out Skate yet. I've downloaded it, but I haven't gotten to play it yet. After I finished my day live, I did another live until after midnight, pretty much last night.
And over again. In IP, the time to
And
live
after that, I did some more studies, so I still haven't gotten to play it as yet.
Each time a router processes a packet, it decreases the time to live by 1. And when that value gets down to 0, it discards the packet, effectively ending the loop.
So you can start playing the multiplayer online right away.
For Windows is 128.
Or do you actually have to complete
Decreasing the time to live by
complete
1 each time
courses and challenges before you can get into that?
Decrease every time it goes through a looped connection, and when the time to live gets to 0, the router drops that particular packet. If we were to look at the frame of
I've checked out the demo. It looks really good. I like it.
And other fields within the IPv4 header. The one we're interested in is the one called time to live, and that's the one that the router will use to determine if it's gotten down to 0.
All right, everybody, let's take 10 minutes. Take your
Here's a
10
very
minute
simple
break.
protocol decode of
Then
an
get back
IP header.
and jump
You can see this is
into
frame 1.
day
We have
6.
the Ethernet information with the MAC addresses for
See
the
you in 10
source MAC
minutes.
address and the destination MAC address. And this is an IP version 4 header. You can see the source IP address and the destination IP address in the header itself. If we were to break this header open and look at those individual fields that we mentioned from that previous slide, you can see there is a differentiated services field, a total length field, an identification field, and right here is a time to live field. The time to live for this particular packet is 58 hops. So this packet would need to go through 58 more routers until this got down to 0, at which point it would be removed from the network. In most cases, our total number of hops between us and the destination that we're trying to visit somewhere on the internet is usually around 12 to 16 hops, sometimes more and sometimes less. But that's a relatively small number when you consider that the total default time to live on macOS or Linux is 64 hops, and the default on Windows is 128 hops. That gives us plenty of room to be able to get data from one side of the internet to the other and not have that information accidentally dropped by a router. Depending on the protocol you're using, time to live may have a different definition. With routers, time to live is associated with the number of hops. But in DNS, or the domain name system, the time to live is associated with the total number of seconds. Let's take a scenario where we're performing a DNS lookup, and you can do this yourself by using NSLookup or DIG, and you can resolve or look for the device www.professormesser.com, and your DNS server will return some type of IP address associated with the Professor Messer web server. Inside of that DNS resolution is information about time to live. This tells us how long we should cache this local entry on our system. So we want to cache it for a certain number of seconds. How many seconds? Well, we're going to cache it for the time to live seconds. The time to live is included with the configuration on a DNS server. And this is the output from the command dig www.professormesser.com. You can see that the answer section, where the DNS server is providing us information, says that the server www.professormesser.com has a time to live of 300. This is an internet address. The A is for address. And then we have 3 different IP addresses associated with my web server. This 300 value is the one telling our local machine, keep this IP address in your cache for 300 seconds. If you do the math, that is 5 minutes. Once that 5 minutes has elapsed, our local cache removes that particular resolution. And if you want to know the IP address for that same server, you would need to perform another DNS query to update your cache for another 5 minutes. This allows me, as the administrator of my web server, to be able to change the IP address in my DNS configuration, and I can feel relatively secure that most people will have an updated version of that IP address within 5 minutes. We use time to live for many other protocols as well, so make sure you look at the documentation for that protocol to understand exactly how we're measuring time to live for that particular protocol.
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest initiative of the quarter. I did everything right. I used AI blocks to list all the tasks, delegate them to the team, set up all the timelines, it even wrote perfect descriptions so everything was crystal clear. Clearly, you're a professional. Thank you. Suddenly, I get a message from leadership saying we need to finish the project a month before deadline. Happens every time. Good thing we have Monday.com. We just reshaped all the timeline.
I'm grabbing an energy drink.
Gave them some guest accounts. They had everything organized so we could just jump right in. We put up all the assets, waited for management to approve. Done. Everyone automatically got notified. We ended up reaching our goals 2 days before schedule and even under budget. We beat our projections for the quarter. Everyone cheered for us, and I ended up getting here. Wow, that's amazing. We use Monday.com. Work is just easier. Isn't that nice? That's really nice. It is nice. Enjoy the little things. Yeah. Create your own personal success story on the first work platform you'll love to. Monday.com.
Someone I can be totally open with, even if it means we remain perfect strangers. You know our rules. No names, no photos, just cars. Sorry.
I get it. I have no room to judge. The amount of men I've met, I didn't see their faces, I didn't know their names. I might as well have been in the witness protection program.
Is that your cyber brother? So imagine you can see him with your eyes. Incredible. Reach out and touch him, stop it. What was going on? I know he loves classic cars. He hates his corporate job. Where is nothing? He sounds like an 8-year-old with a subscription to Popular Mechanics. Seems our Oakland location is directly across the street from O'Malley's.
It's a one-off mom and pop shop. And I'm sure they have competitive pricing. Closer? Little hand-to-hand combat.
Here's another boy. I bet you thought you could just waltz in here and take over O'Malley's because a bunch of girls would know the first thing about fixing cars. Am I right?
That's not fair.
Job, you're money, being my professional. If you were a car, totaled.
We've all been owned by a heartless corporation.
Now let's bow our heads for prayer. Please give this family wisdom so that we may undermine and destroy our competition.
It's not just me versus him. It's his entire corporate army.
Sorry you're dealing with all that. Should we break the rules for just one drink?
We are going to meet. You're going on a date. It's not a date. Really, it's definitely a date. It's a date. Oh my god, it's a date. Yeah.
Cloud computing has undeniably changed the way we approach technology. With one click of a button, we can deploy an application and multiple services, all seemingly with unlimited resources. We're able to scale up and scale down these applications as we need, providing elasticity, especially in times when we have large demand, and scale it back down when that demand goes away. We also have applications that we can now scale up or scale down and access those applications from anywhere in the world. Cloud computing also uses multi-tenancy, where many different customers are using this same cloud infrastructure. This allows for efficiency in the use of technology and efficiency in how much it costs to use this technology. Not only do we have virtual servers that can live in that cloud computing infrastructure, we can also have virtual networks. Let's take the scenario where we might have 100 individual servers that are running in our data center. That's a relatively large farm of servers. We designed this infrastructure to have redundancy in the network. There are multiple servers, we've got load balancers and multiple firewalls, and we've designed it for uptime and availability. But now let's take this entire physical infrastructure and let's move this infrastructure to the cloud. We're going to migrate 100 physical servers to effectively one very large physical server. Inside that one very large physical server, we will run 100 virtual servers inside of it. Now that we've taken these 100 physical servers and migrated them to a cloud infrastructure, what do we do with our networking infrastructure? Not surprisingly, we will virtualize this network infrastructure as well. This was referred to as Network Function Virtualization, or NFV, where we can replace our routers and our switches and our other networking devices with virtual versions of those networking devices that are running in this virtualized environment. Although our firewall and our switches and our routers are no longer physical, they still have the same functionality. We can see those devices, our network interfaces, and everything about the network configuration all from our hypervisor. So we have the same functionality, it's just now in a virtual appliance. Just as we're able to push a button and deploy a new server, we can push a button and deploy a new firewall, or a new switch, or make a router configuration, all within this virtualized world. This gives us a lot of flexibility for deploying applications, designing the network connectivity for those applications, and connecting our different cloud infrastructures wherever they might be in the world. A common application instance inside of a cloud infrastructure might include a web server, a database server. There could be load balancers, virtual switches and routers, and virtual firewalls. All of these will run inside of a virtual private cloud, or a VPC. It's very common, especially in larger environments, that you would have separate VPCs for different application instances or different parts of the company. This allows you to keep
All right, we are back from break.
but still allow you
Rock
to
and
manage
roll
all
to
of
get
them
into
as
today's
individual
lesson.
virtual appliances. Although these
Again, for those that need to
VPCs may be
complete a
different
Constitution
applications,
Day
we
quiz, it
might
is
still
sitting
wanna
in
have
the
devices
announcements
within those
section.
separate VPCs be able
Learning
to
about the
communicate with each other.
Constitution
To
on
provide
today.
that communication,
We all had to
we
do it.
utilize
I had to
something
do
called
it.
a
Everybody has to do
transit
it.
gateway
100%
to be able to
participation.
connect
Quiz takes
all of
about
those
3
VPCs
minutes.
together.
Or
You can
I
think of
think
this
less than
transit
that.
gateway as a cloud
I
router
think we
that
knocked it out,
allows us
what,
to
less than
connect
60
and allow
seconds?
communication between all of our
7
different
questions?
VPCs.
Not bad at all.
If you need connectivity to
So
these
please, if you have
VPCs
not
from
done that,
outside, you
get
may need
that
to
submitted.
add additional security in the form of a VPN
What we're
connection.
going to go into
This allows someone
today
maybe at a remote
will
site to
be
be able to bring up
day
a
6.
VPN tunnel, connect to the transit
Day 6,
gateway,
and welcome to
effectively have
week
communication
6.
to all of
So
the
it's a
different
brand new week,
VPCs.
right?
It's
Tuesday
very
to
common
Tuesday
to
so far.
use a VPN at a remote
So
site or
at the
from
end
a
of today,
workstation to be able
it
to
is
gain
the
access
last day of
to
week
private
5 at 5
VPCs.
o'clock.
But there may be times
Tomorrow
when you
we'll
wanna make
start
your
anew
application
in the
instance
morning,
available
so
to
this
anyone
is
on
technically
the
the
internet.
last
In
day
that
of
scenario, you
week
might want to
5.
use a
So
VPC gateway,
good stuff.
what we refer to as an
And
internet
as always,
gateway,
keep track of
so
your
that
hours and
users
everything.
anywhere in the world will
But
have
nevertheless,
access to
if
your
you are looking at
applications.
getting
We might also want to have
something on
these
day
devices
6,
in each of our VPCs
let me
communicate
show it to
outbound
you.
over the
Let me
internet
show it to you.
under
X go
resources.
show it to
We
you.
would use a
This is what we got
VPC
going on.
NAT
Day 6,
gateway to
implementing
provide
network
this
services.
communication, and the NAT
Uh,
for
you have a
network
lab
address
and implementing
translation. Our
IPv4
VPCs
network
and the private
services.
networks that we're running
You have a
inside those
in
VPCs
Skillsoft,
can
which is Percipio, they're
translate to
technically
a
the same
public
thing.
IP address
We
to be
go
able
over
to
ports and
communicate out
protocols
over
in
the
there
internet.
today.
This
That's
security
worth 100
rule
points
so
for
that
you.
your
And then you
VPCs
have
can
practice
connect
exam
outbound
number
to
2
internet resources,
that will need to be
but you may
completed.
not
So if you're somewhere
necessarily
around day
allow
5,
inbound access
going into
from
day 6, you're
external
good.
devices.
And if
And
you're
it's not
getting
uncommon
ahead,
for many
it
organizations
continues
to
on the
use
network ports and
multiple cloud
protocols.
providers,
Talk
but
about
still
modern
require
networking
connectivity
environments, and
between
also
those
it gets
cloud
into
providers. We can provide that
disaster
connectivity
recovery.
through the use of a VPC gateway.
Or if there's something going on in your
Create a
network.
direct connection
Yes,
from
yes,
a VPC
yes,
on one cloud
yes.
provider
You have
to
to
a
learn to
VPC
respond, people. So it's going into disaster recovery, hot, cold, warm site, that type of stuff. All right, so we're just going to get into it on today. Slideshow, here we go. Who's excited about today? Who's excited? Let me see my excited folks raise their hand.
Security Plus,
Charles
yep.
like, not today, James. Not today. Is today Wednesday?
Wednesday it is, yep.
Dang. Time's super flying, ain't it? Can't believe it. No, it ain't. Is today Wednesday? It is? What the heck? It is week 6. It's the first day of week 6. What the heck I'm talking about? I'm thinking it's Tuesday. Welcome to week 6, people. It seems like these weeks be flying by. Golly. Jeez. Okay. So you know how we do it. We like to do a review, but I like to mix my reviews in what we're currently talking about. Y'all already peeped game. Y'all know how this I do it, right? We do a throwback question, try to bring it back. Bring that beat back. Okay. So today we're looking at
where
network
on the internet. We
implementation,
also have a
network
private
services.
subnet on this same cloud provider, where we have
If
a
we were to
private
look
version.
in these
Or if we have a different
domains, of
storage
course we
network,
know
which
domain 5 is
and a
giving you what?
different
What is it
cloud
talking about?
provider,
It's domain
that
5
cloud
talking
storage
about.
can easily connect to the public subnet over the existing internet and using a VPC internet gateway.
What y'all
But our
got?
private
What does the chat say? What does domain 5 primarily talk about? 28% of the exam. Troubleshooting. Martin's got it. Troubleshooting. Yep. Domain 1, we're looking at common network ports, protocol services, types of traffic, IPv4. Domain 3 hops back into IPv4 and IPv6 network services as well. And this is what we got for today. For the lesson, daily learning objectives, we'll have to compare and contrast transport protocols. What layer of the OSI model is that on, Pooh? Transport, what layer is that?
It's layer 4.
You are correct. Martin, 4. He's on fire. He's on fire this morning. Next, use command line tools to scan network ports. So we're back into dipping a little bit into Linux command line and back into Windows. We're going to talk about name resolution services and talking about configuring and troubleshooting DHCP and DANS services. You'll hear terms today like with DHCP, we're going to figure out how we're going to use a router to bridge DHCP services, which is pretty interesting. You learn about bridging. I mean, the concept is still the same. It's just stating, what if I don't want my router in particular to give out DHCP, but I got another server somewhere else on the internet? I'm trying to keep it separate from my router. So we're just forwarding the discovery packet somewhere else, so that server can hand out an IP address. That's basically what it's saying, right? So, we'll get into that. First order of business, transport and application layer protocols. So that would be everything between 4 and
7.
Layer. Ooh.
7.
Ooh. 7. Y'all know this stuff. Y'all ready for the exam tomorrow? Mike's like, oh, hold your horses, but no. Even Martin's like,
Yeah.
I believe in y'all. I told you I'm your cheerleader. So with the transport layer, it sits at layer 4. And you'll see something off to the side. It says multiplexed application data delivery. We'll get back to that in a second. And then we had 3, 2, and 1. 4 and 3 and 2 and yo, Uncle L, come and get some. Pray with my position. Method man. Oh, okay. I digress. Okay. So you have network layer, data link layer, physical. So those are for basic connectivity, addressing, and forwarding, as we can see. This is the responsibility, as we said, of the network. The network will take care of these here. Transport layer sits here, multiplexed. Now we learned yesterday, this is why this is good. Cool review. Mr. B Weezy, does your computer handle one job at a time and nothing else? Like every time you did? He's like, no, you're correct, sir.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
No.
Like right now, your computer is multitasking as we speak. Jesus is playing Call of Duty while he's looking at us. How would I know that? I don't know. Maybe I'm scanning packets. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mr. T, he's looking up the A-Team right now, watching it on Hulu. I don't know. He's watching us at the same time. He's multitasking, right? So with the transport layer, a couple of things is going to happen. When you request something, it's going to send it TCP or UDP. Now, as a review, a couple of y'all had just a little bit, you forgot the three-way handshake, right, for TCP. Someone on the Connect dropped that in the chat. Quickly talked about that yesterday as a recap. And I did the little dance too. It looks crazy. There you go. Sync, act, right? So it says a synchronization, acknowledgement, synchronization, acknowledgement coming from the server, and then acknowledgement from the client. Yeah, buddy. Then the data starts to be flowing. Another thing happens at the transport layer is you'll see those ports start to get opened, right? As a recap from yesterday, 0 to how many ports are available? 0 to how many?
I think it was, what was it, 31?
Those would be the well-known ports, Elaine.
Okay.
So you're, so 0 to 31.
Oh.
65,536. You're correct. Kevin and Mr. T.
That was
You're in the same boat. You got it. Now, there are some ports that are registered. Now, when we say registered ports, I could never get until somebody sat me down and explained it. This is James. Registered ports are ports that are used by companies that use those ports to specifically transfer data. And I was like, oh, that sounded cool in the way you say that. Can you run that back? Yes, sir. Registered ports are ports that are primarily used for companies that like to transmit data. I said, what are those companies? Well, we're talking Cisco SQL, or SQL databases, Xbox, right? Juniper Networks, right? Hewlett Packard, IBM, AT&T, right? They've registered these ports at this company, this organization. What is the organization that talks ports and protocols? Look at me, just slam me out with review questions as we go along. This organization is responsible for ports and protocols. It's called RFC 1816. Let me bring something up for you. And it was right in plain sight. Darn it, that's not a good one. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Well, on the CIDR, (1928) RFC 1928. That's what it looks like. Responsible for ports, IP addresses, things of that nature. We also know that the IEEE is responsible in there too. Correct. Yeah, 1918. There you go.
Yeah, 1918.
Way to go, Leah. Thanks for having my back. So, with that, at any time you want to read about that, you can go to RFC 1918 for ports, IP addresses, protocols, and you'll get that information. Now, if we're looking at session presentation apps, session presentation application, this is what's going on inside of your computer when it's bringing in the data, controlling the session, presentation layers coming up, and then it's being applied. It's bringing it up for you to see it on the screen, and then you are the unofficial layer 8. Okay, so when you sit down with your computer. But if we look at the transport layer ports and connections, we're seeing here a great example of a computer that's trying to talk here on port 8. All right. When it's talking about the transport layer ports, server 192.168.15254 opens TCP port 80 and 143 to run separate web and application services. So it's two things that this is running here. Goes over here. Now we're over here, 192.168. 1.1 runs the web services and email client application, pushes it down. Now the browser will open. And an ephemeral port, 47,747, is used to connect to the server port. Now, when we say register ports run from 1,024 to 9,000 something. Anything after that, those are ephemeral ports. These are ports that are being used by your computer to assign them to applications so they can be run. So when they come back into your computer, this is how they're separating your requests, all your requests that you're running. You get what I'm saying? So, for example, let's just get away from the slide for a second, and I'm looking at you. Let's do this. Elaine wants to check his email, but he wanted to watch me too at the same time on Zoom. His computer will assign him. He's got the IP address, but now he needs to open up a port in order to talk to the server. So the email client's going to open up 4700, right? That port's going to use that. 4701, he's using Zoom. Or it's going to get directed to 5061 for SIP, right? Which are those registered ports for specific things that need to be done. So that's how the computer knows how to return that data back to Elaine, because it uses that socket, that IP address and the socket on which the application is running on in order to return what he is requesting. It's basically separating jobs. That's all. It's like invoice numbers. They're all different, right? So if you use that analogy, like a job starts an invoice, it uses that same invoice number to return what he's looking for. Basically. Goes over here, combination of the source socket, remember, source socket, the IP address and the port. This is a socket, and it returns it on that connection. Server will reply on the ephemeral port, the port that his computer selected in order to request a job. And the second client therefore follows the naming convention with the sockets and the ports to return the information. That's what it's going on. So those are the different jobs that's being ran, and that's how it's being controlled and accounted for. It's all being separated. The Transmission Control Protocol, TCP, verified mail, helps computers send information. Either way, it's reliable. They're going to use headers to maintain the state of the information to make sure it's valid. Then you have the checksum at the end, which is going to verify that packets have been received and accounted for, and it's going to verify the information inside the packet. Now you'll see this. There's one question on the exam, and it talks about window size. Window size. Has anybody seen that before? In Skillsoft or Percipio, window size? Anybody seen that? Jesus says, yeah.
No.
Jesus, you remember what it was about? What was the window size talking about? He's going to type it. He's either going to type it or tell us once. Or he might be on the phone. All right. Window size is, let's say you order 3 boxes from Amazon. All right. Kevin gets a response after he orders 3 boxes. You have 3 boxes ready to go, ready to get transported. That is the window size. The preamble, before it's even segmented and sent out, is going to be sent to him to say, Kevin, we received your order. He sent the preamble. As soon as he hit order, the preamble went to Amazon. Yo, Kevin in the Bahamas is ordering some new flip-flops. All right? Plus some tanning oil and something else. So we need just 3 boxes he needs you to send. So then their computer is gathering all this information, and then now his computer, when it comes back, needs to accommodate 3 boxes to arrive at his house. As if it was Amazon. He's expecting 3 boxes. So to accommodate, he'll make room on his front porch for 3 boxes to arrive. So that's a window size. Okay? When we get further into Security Plus, you'll see that this can be manipulated. The window size can be manipulated, and you can trick your computer into accepting more or forcing it to accept more than what it was ready for. So that's how hackers can flood your computer with data, okay? Then you have flags, resubmit flags, things of that nature. If anything that's going wrong in here, these flags in here for the header will ask for the information to be resubmitted, right? Or reset the conversation or whatever you need to do. Then you have the data length box. Now, when we were talking about headers yesterday, what was the bit size? This is a trick question. Y'all know this, right?
Yeah.
That's for each octet for IPv4. But you know what, y'all? Let's keep on trying.
Okay,
Don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
So the total?
256. Mr. T, that is for, we use 256 for, what was it in subnetting? CIDR?
So the total?
But this is cool. This is why we're talking about it. When we're talking about headers, zero to 31, header size. When we're talking IP addresses to create CIDR, in header, we use the 0 as a number. It is a number. It counts as 1. That's how you get 0 to 31. IP addresses, we shift 1 because we can't use 0. Remember, 0 is a default address for everything.
Yeah.
We can't use that. So it's 1 to 32. It just shifts.
Okay.
I did that because you might see it again. It might try to throw you off somewhere.
Okay.
All right. All right, moving on to the next slide. TCP handshake, as we talked about yesterday. Hey, let's chat. Here's my number. Cool. You going to the club this weekend? Send hack. Yeah, I am. Let's get ready. I'm ready now. Cool. Let's acknowledge it. Let's get that connection. It's just a digital connection. Like Snoop. Digital connection. Right? So we're accounting for that in TCP. Yep. Got that phone number. Now listen. UDP is like a hand to the face. Like, yo, can I get that number? Yeah, you can't hear it. Oh, you just take it. I don't care if the digits are right. I'm walking away. Here you go. Here's my number. Right? Just flood your computer. Ghosted you. All right? So it's unverified mail, UDP. What is a company sacrificing? Oh, this is a really good knowledge question for all of y'all. Let's see. What is the benefit or two benefits of a company using UDP to give you what you want? Like X don't give it to you. What's the benefit for them? Dang it, Charles. There's one.
Unified protocol. Unified.
What's the other one? What's the benefit of a company using UDP over TCP? There's one. Speed. Correct, Kevin. No need for error correction. Mr. T, uninterrupted, connected. Yeah, UDP is one of them things where you could lose a connection real quick and you're streaming a movie, and then when the connection comes back, it saves the window size of all those packets. See how I did that?
So
it saves the window size of all those. It comes in, and then you go from freeze, put the gun down, to it. Freeze, put the gun down. Yeah, you have the right to remain so. Like all the packets catch up like real fast, right? UDP don't give a dang if you miss anything. You're right, it just keeps going. So that means it's called low overhead. It does not take additional bandwidth from the network to verify if you got it or not. because I really don't care if you get it all or not. I'm gonna give it my best to give it all to you.
So is it like?
But if you miss some packets in the middle, it's not my fault. So, UDP, you'll see this with media companies, streaming music,
So is it like?
right? Movies, right? Media storage servers are built like this. They'll sacrifice reliability for speed. Now, we've run NetStat before. Who hasn't run NetStat? We've run NetStat before.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's like with the view all connections.
So if you
and
run
their
NetStat command,
respective
you'll
ports.
view all the active connections and their respective ports. But I need somebody to run NetStat to verify, does it show what's running on those ports? What program? If you were to go into the command line, the terminal, and run NetStat -A.
Yeah, it shows the activities, right?
Look at me telling y'all the answers that's on the slide already.
Yeah,
So
it shows.
teacher laughing. It's like,
It shows the activities.
so if you ran -A,
Yeah, it shows the activities.
it shows all the connections. But if you run -B, it displays the application making the connection. It's the digital connection. I'm going on the road. Concert tickets will be $2. Digital connection. All right. So remember this for the exam when you're using NetStat. Now we'll say this for the exam, okay? All of these, you'll see NetStat, right? But you won't have an opportunity to use these. If you haven't noticed about a CompTIA command, they want to make sure you know what this is so you can run it. But when you start putting switches and stuff on the end, the test will not respond to you. Okay? I've done it before. I've sat down like, how come it's not doing it? Because all this is the premise of what they're looking at. When you put that in and hit enter, it's going to give you what you need to know on the exam. Because they don't have time for you to do -A, B, and all these other switches.
Yeah.
All right. Just drop in IP config. If the PBQ returns something to you, it's going to do it because now it assumes you know how to use IP config without all the switches on the end. Okay. So that's just a little tidbit that you'll see. Or have. Good job, everybody. Good job. DHCP. Let's talk about dynamic host configuration protocol. Now, if we want to look at, Elaine says, yes, it shows the activities. Yep, okay, thanks, Elaine. See, he ran it. Good man, good man. Dynamic host control configuration protocol sends traffic to you or assigned to your address via UDP. I'm not giving you extra bandwidth just to verify with TCP traffic that you got an IP address. That if you unplug your cable and plug it back in, you'll get a new one. Like, why am I going to do that to myself? You get what I'm saying? So yeah. The server saves bandwidth and overhead and just shoves you an address. Once you complete Dora, Dora, come here, Boots. What's in the backpack? Discover. Offer. Request. Acknowledgement. That's Dora. And we have it here. That's what's happening. Now, one of the troubleshooting processes that you'll see out in the real world, CompTIA wants you to run IP config, IP renew, all this other. In the real world, just unplug the cable and plug it back in. Because Dora starts all over again. I got bars. Did y'all hear that? Wait a minute. Let me repeat. Somebody write this down. Take this on the road. Out in the real world, see, I missed it. I missed my verse. Lyrics. Golly. Who remembered that? This is being recorded. I gotta get Josh to tell me what my bars was. All right.
So,
In the real world, we don't. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. I feel like Lil Weezy right now. Out in the real world, there you go. Just unplugging it. But it had a better ring to it, Mr. T, when I said it, because I rhymed. I got to keep a pen handy. All right. Next, the DHCP server configuration. Here, we're going to go in here and assign a static IP address. You configure with a range of IP addresses and subnet masks. You'll make the entry in. And here's the example right here. IP address pool, starting address, ending address. The lease time. Average lease time for an IPv4 address that comes generic. You have to change it now.
That's 7.
You can go into your router and change the lease time if you want.
Oh.
It's 1 to 2880 minutes. 7 days usually is the lease time on an IP address. At day 3, it'll start trying to renew itself. A signal goes to the DHCP server saying, hey, this address is up or down in the next couple of days. They'll retain it if it's still on. If it's off, it's just going to start all over. Every time you get a new IP address, it starts all over. The default, see what I told you? The default gateway and the primary DNS will be the same on SOHO routers and most small company routers, because the domain name service is the domain for you to get your IP address in order for you to have the gateway. That's why they share the same address. The higher you go in an enterprise company where they try to separate everything for security, that's when you'll start seeing the DNS being separate from the default gateway. Or if they use a proxy. Okay? Now, I want to let you know something. You can change this anytime you want on your home network. Did you know that? Yeah. If somebody wants to bring up their IPv4 NIC card, their settings. Okay, I got to stop sharing in order for me to get out of here. All right, here we go. Check this out. Y'all can follow along if you want. You know how we do it. Still, man, because I've lost my lyrics, my bars. It'll come back to me. So if you want to go to Device Manager, it's asked me for a password here. All right. We can go down. Boom. Network adapters. You have a personal area network, Ethernet connection, Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi right now, but for Ethernet, let's look at this one. I can right-click, put properties. Tells me my driver, details, any events that happen, resources. This is the memory range that it's using when it runs. This is the address range in memory that it goes to. And this is what they call an interruption request. It's number 29, where if different jobs are running in memory, the IRQ will come in. Now, back in the day when we had a conflict with memory, did you know we had to go in here manually and change that number? I know, right?
Yeah, that's...
So we had to manually, we got another program using -29, we got to change it. So we'll go into the IRQ settings and give it another number, and then the program will start running, right?
Oh.
Jeez, I sound like a dinosaur. Anyway, with general, you can go in here and change the settings. Here we go. Here's that nonsense. I got to put in my CC path. All right, here we go. And this is what we're looking at. So now we can go into advanced See that? First of all, we're going to go down here to TCP IPv. That's not it. 1, 2, 3. Where is my adapter? Let me go into here another one. It's not where it's at. Windows 11 moved it. View network connections. Let's go in this way. Right click. All right, here we go. So like I could go in here and hit configure on that connection. Where's my IP address? Oh, we're gonna get back to bridge in a second. It's just a digital connection. All right, here we go. Ooh. Go here to Internet Protocol version number 4. This is where you're gonna go. You have to click on that in order to get into properties, and bam, there we go. Just took me a second to get back, come before it did flip back to me. I was thinking about the bars that I lost. Okay. You might see this on a PBQ. Michael just got done last night configuring a computer. He was in there messing around. He forgot that he clicked use the following address, close the computer. So user comes in on Tuesday, does not have connectivity. Everybody else can connect. They can't. First place you want to go is to the IPv4. Well, you can do ipconfig first of all /all and see what comes up. It might have a 169 address. You can't get an address from the DHCP server because this was accidentally clicked. Hit OK. User or network administrator, all you do is hit obtain an IP address automatically, hit OK, computer should receive an IP address. Now, at any time, you see down here, obtain a DNS server automatically. This is where it would use the DNS server from the router. But if I have one that's preferred, I can go straight to Google every time, and I want to use their web server as a search area. So I can say, no, that's okay. I'll use the DNS server for Google. It's preferred to me, and then I'll get faster results. So you can actually bypass going through your router to have a domain name service that can give you what you want. Okay? Or you could put your gateway as one and then have an alternate. I could put it down here. I could put 8888 down here. Now, this is what you might see. X gon' give it to you. A lot of companies use Cloudflare, DNS search services. So if you're searching a lot, instead of using, you can go straight to Google DNS, Open DNS. And here's a DNS tool lookup. So if you have a domain name, you can look up your DNS. Well, it says it's invalid. Okay, so what about this? There you go. MX Toolbox. I think I've shown this to you before. You can look here, and that's the A record. If you see this again, see, there's a reason why we're going through this. Domain name service, if you see an A record, it belongs to the IPv4 address. If you see a quad A record, 4 A's, it will belong to IPv6. Okay? Here's the domain, tells you everything about it. Okay? DNS record has been published, it's been found, DNS check, it's good to go. And this will give you all the information about SMTP. You have to have a mail server on a domain, right? But let's recap. I start, Big Sugar is back. I'm Big Sugar. Big Sugar starts bigsugarrecords.com. If I want y'all to use my mail or create email from my domain, I want all of y'all to have michael.bigsugarrecords.com, right? Or michael@bigsugarrecords.com. So in order to do that, I have to make sure that I have a pointer record that points to the mail domain right here, the MX record, and that's where I recreate my mail extensions, right? And if I'm using mail, it'll use port 25 for email. SMTP, Simple Mail Transport Protocol. All right? Sender Policy Framework works with mail to ensure that the mail is coming in correctly. And then you'll have DMARC, domain keys, DMARC, which will make sure that mail is being received and sent. So SPF, like the suntan lotion, right? DKIM, domain keys for internet mail. These all work together. So you'll see this on the exam. This is targeted learning right now because we don't have time to get into it. SPF, let me just write it out for you here. Sender Policy Framework. Okay? And you have DKIM for domain keys. DMARC is comprised of SPF to make sure senders are sending the mail, verifying it, and domain keys for you to receive is making sure when it goes through the mail server that it's authorized. Both of those make up DMARC. Don't get it confused with the demarcation point in a building. This is the different DMARC for mail. It's spelled different. DMARC. Sender Policy Framework, and DKIM for domain keys for internet mail. With any DNS, you have your start of authority, just like your birth certificate for your domain. Get start of the authority record for the domain. That's the day it was born, and all of this stuff will go along with it. CNAME, the nickname of the IP addresses. You point it. Use the pointer record to point to the IP addresses. Okay? TCP if you're using that. HTTP coming in on 80, or you can redirect to 443 as secure. This is where you can turn off performing standard ICMP ping, where you can ping it or trace it, but you can go in there and turn that off. Remember that? You don't want them to respond to any ICMP request. So it'll come up as an asterisk because your domain is saying, talk to the hand. You're not figuring out who's up in here, baby. Hand to the face, hand to the face. Elaine says the abbreviations are so much. Yes, sir, they are. Yeah. When we started this class, I presented y'all with the green pill or the red pill. You chose. Neo.
Yeah.
So this is what we're saying. So this MX tool is very useful. Doink. Drop that in your toolbox. Get it? Dad joke. MX tool toolbox. MX mail. Ah, boy, I'm on a roll today. I'm Brian. Yeah. All right. Any questions about this? It also gives you a reputation score too. So if an organization is getting a lot of spam mail, it'll say if it's a good domain or a bad domain. See, I'm looking up mycomputercareer.edu. Let's see. There's the A record where it's pointing to the DNS. All right. They're using Cloudflare as a company to host. See that? They're using them for bulk data. Okay. Time to live, 5 minutes. A records, IPv4 addresses. Status, good to go. It's up. So a quick thing added, I'll tell you. Of course, we're not going to save this. Doink. And we'll just go ahead and get out of here. All right. All right, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take a break here. And then when we return, we'll get started on our coursework. Give you time for that. This morning we already took 2 hours. One was for Constitution Day. And if you didn't get Constitution Day quiz done, please get that done. Has everybody gotten that done?
Yep. It's complete.
All right. I appreciate y'all. Y'all make me look good. Period. Then when we get back, we'll just start hopping in and completing our coursework from 11 to 1. But at the end of these hours, each hour before we go to break, I'm gonna hit you with some questions. Fair?
Yeah.
All right, so we can get ready. At least for 5 minutes, I'll hit you with some questions. All right, see you when you get back. Top of the hour.
Allows message integrity, authentication, and encryption of the S&MP data.
Good luck, ready?
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
One of the things you'll find with the default use of S&MP is the management station is interactively making a query and then receiving a response for that query. So it's up to the management station to initiate that communication. But it would be nice if these devices could identify problems and proactively send that information down to the management station. We can do that by using a feature of S&MP called an S&MP trap. This allows these notifications to be sent directly from these devices using UDP port 162. Many organizations may have hundreds or thousands of devices on their network. It may be a challenge to be able to keep track of what devices are on the network, what users are connecting to those devices, and how the relationship might be between the user and the device. We're able to maintain a database of all of these devices and all of these users through a protocol named LDAP. LDAP stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, and it commonly uses TCP port 389. LDAP allows us to very easily query these databases and retrieve information that we may have stored. There's also a secure version of LDAP called LDAP Secure. It uses TCP port 636. LDAP uses a hierarchical structure to be able to lay out the network and the devices. This is a graphical view of an LDAP database. It starts with the root of the database, which is an organization. In this case, the organization is Messer Studios. We've also grouped together like devices into organizational units. there is a production OU, a support OU, and an engineering OU. Within those organizational units, there may be common named devices. For example, there may be users such as Jack and Daniel, or there may be a database or storage device named TechDocs. We're able to organize and access these devices through this structure, making it a very common and simplified way of gaining access to this data. Microsoft Windows has some very unique features when it comes to data transfer. Microsoft stores information on the network in a file share. You can also share printers through Microsoft's operating systems, and there is also authentication built into this entire process. To be able to provide all of this functionality, there is a specialized protocol named SMB, or Server Message Block, to be able to share files, share printers, or authenticate to the network. You might also see this referred to as CIFS, or the Common Internet File System. SMB is integrated into Windows itself. You don't need to add additional software. There's no additional FTP or SFTP process. Instead, built into the Windows Explorer or the File Explorer within Microsoft Windows is the SMB functionality that allows us to access file shares, print to remote printers, lock different files on the network, and provide processes for authentication and permissions for all of that data. Early versions of Microsoft Windows used the NetBIOS protocol to be able to facilitate this communication. But most modern versions of Microsoft Windows communicate directly across the network using IP, and TCP port 445 is the one that is usually associated with Server Message Block, or SMB. As a network professional, you'll find that you are constantly referring to logs that are being kept on your routers, your switches, your firewalls, your servers, and almost any other device that's connected to the network. One challenge is being able to consolidate all of these different log files to one single location, and there is a standardized protocol for transferring these log files called syslog. Syslog commonly uses UDP port 514 to be able to transfer this log data across the network. You'll often use syslog in conjunction with a security information and event manager, or a SIEM. This is a consolidation point where you can have all of your log files transferred into one single consolidated database. So if you're using syslog and transferring that over UDP port 514, then you're probably transferring it to a very large drive array or some other device where you can collect that log information over an extended period of time. We store a lot of very diverse information on our databases, but fortunately there is a very common form of storage and retrieval for those databases referred to as a structured query language, or SQL. Some people refer to this as SQL. This SQL database uses a standard language that you can use to be able to query and retrieve information from that database. Microsoft has its own form of SQL database called the Microsoft SQL Server, or MS-SQL. It stands for Microsoft Structured Query Language, very commonly uses TCP port 1433. There are other types of SQL databases you might find on your network, and they usually use different port numbers. So if you see TCP port 1433, then you're probably using a Microsoft SQL Server. Many of us start on the help desk to be able to provide support for our end users. And one way that we're able to view the remote desktop of those devices is through the use of RDP, or the Remote Desktop Protocol. RDP uses by default TCP port 3389 to be able to view that remote desktop. The Remote Desktop Protocol is commonly associated with a service that's running on a Windows device. But fortunately, there are many clients that can use RDP to connect to those Windows devices, so it's not unusual to find RDP clients for Windows, macOS, Linux, iPhone, Android, and many other operating systems. There are many different protocols used for voice over IP. One of the most popular is SIP. This is the Session Initiation Protocol, and it commonly uses TCP port 5060 and TCP port 5061. SIP is commonly used as the control protocol that we use when we pick up the phone, we dial the number, it initiates the phone call, and then when the phone call is over, it disconnects the session. You might also see SIP being used for extensions of voice over IP that provide video conferencing, instant messaging, and even file transfers. All of this takes place using SIP over TCP port 5060 and TCP port 5061.
Are you struggling in your calculus class? Do you have a hard time understanding your instructor? Do you wish there was a simpler way? I get it. It's frustrating. You go to class expecting answers only to walk away with more questions. And because your teacher and your textbooks skip those important in-between steps, you lose valuable study time, Googling homework problems, desperately searching for the things you're missing. You don't have time for that, and it doesn't have to be this way. Hi, I'm Jen, founder of Calc Workshop, and I've had thousands of students learn calculus over the past 15 years. I'm a certified calculus teacher, and I've taken my classroom online with a detailed step-by-step instructions, so you'll learn the how-to along with the ever-important why for all major concepts taught in a calculus class. And I'm so proud to help students like Scott, who likes how Calc Workshop walks through every step of the problem with a detailed explanation of how and why to get the result. And Jack, who enjoys that complex topics are explained in simple language anyone can understand. And Marinette, who likes the fact that everything I need is on one website and I can easily search topics I need to brush up on. So here's what you can expect. My course follows a standard curriculum where I go through concepts starting from the basics, so you never feel like you're missing something or you need to go look it up elsewhere. I use a step-by-step approach that's easy to understand using countless examples so you can solve and analyze any problem. Plus, my courses are available 24/7 online, and my video library contains over 450 lessons specifically designed to replace your in-class lectures. And you'll get access to all 12 courses, including algebra, geometry, pre-calculus, including trig and math analysis, calculus 1, 2, and 3, statistics and probability, discrete math, linear algebra, and differential equations. So you'll always be able to go back and brush up on topics you might have missed elsewhere. And with over 1,000 practice problems, you'll be able to confidently handle any quiz, homework, or test question thrown your way. So, if you're looking to gain a better understanding, prepare for an upcoming class, or you simply need a refresher, Calc Workshop has the step-by-step you need. With a 30-day money-back guarantee, why not give it a shot? Click here and join thousands of students saving their grade with Calc Workshop, and I'll see you on the inside. Zivo works 24/7 to kill 99.9% of bugs trapped.
There will be many times as a network professional when you'd like to know if a device is on the network and operating. And one protocol that can provide you with that is ICMP. This is the Internet Control Message Protocol. You can think of this as a way to check in with that device. Very similar to sending a text message to see if you get a response back from someone. ICMP is another protocol carried by IP, but it doesn't use TCP or UDP. Instead, ICMP is its own protocol. Although ICMP can be used for a number of administrative tasks, it's most commonly associated with a way to send a message to a device to see if it's alive and operating on the network and see if you can get a response back from that device. Whenever you use the ping command to ping an IP address on the network, it's using ICMP to provide that ping functionality. But ICMP can also provide you with information about other things that may be happening on the network. For example, if you're trying to access a network that is not accessible from your location, ICMP will give you a message that that network is not reachable. Or ICMP can tell you that the time to live that's inside of data that you've sent has expired and it's received an ICMP time exceeded message from that device. Another common protocol on our network is GRE, or the Generic Routing Encapsulation Protocol. If you're creating a tunnel between two endpoints, this is commonly done with VPNs, for example, you're creating this tunnel using GRE. This allows us to encapsulate information within an IP packet, send it across this GRE tunnel, and decapsulate it on the other side. This does not, however, provide encryption of this data. We'll need to provide additional VPN protocols to encrypt the data that we are encapsulating in a GRE tunnel. These VPN protocols are referred to as virtual private network protocols, and it's very common to use these VPN protocols to encrypt or protect any data being sent across one of those tunnels. It's often common to use a purpose-built appliance to provide this encryption and decryption process at the central point. We refer to this as a VPN concentrator. Sometimes this is a standalone unit. It's very often integrated into an existing firewall that's connected to the network. These concentrators are often hardware devices with specialized encryption hardware built into the device to add efficiency and throughput. But if you have a limited number of users, it's also possible to use your VPN concentrator as software in an operating system. This is a common site-to-site VPN configuration where a corporate network may be connected to a remote site over a public network such as the internet. We'll have VPN concentrators, which are usually firewalls or routers. Those are connecting these two sites together over the internet, but all of this traffic that's being sent across that public internet is being encrypted using this VPN technology. One of the popular protocols used to provide that level of encryption over those tunnels is IPsec. This stands for Internet Protocol Security. It's one of the most popular ways to encrypt data being sent across these VPNs. Not only does IPsec provide encryption for confidentiality, it can also provide digital signatures of every packet, which includes integrity and anti-replay functionality. This is also a very common protocol, and it can be used across many different manufacturers' devices. For example, you might have a firewall from one manufacturer on one side of a VPN tunnel, and a firewall from a completely different manufacturer on the other side of the VPN tunnel. Because IPsec is such a standard protocol, those two firewalls can easily connect to each other and transfer information over that IPsec tunnel. When you're using IPsec, there are commonly two primary protocols that are in use. One is the Authentication Header, or AH, and the other is the Encapsulation Security Payload, or ESP. In order for IPsec to be able to send this encrypted data across the network, we first need to create this tunnel. And we do this by performing a series of steps prior to sending any data. Those steps are referred to as the Internet Key Exchange, or IKE. Internet Key Exchange allows both sides of the conversation to agree on the encryption and decryption keys that will be used for the duration of that VPN tunnel. We refer to this agreement as a security association, or an SA. There are two phases to this key exchange process. The first phase commonly uses Diffie-Hellman to create a shared secret key for both sides of the conversation. This usually operates using UDP port 500, and we refer to this as ISACAMP. This is the Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol. In phase 2, we coordinate which ciphers should be used for the encryption and the key sizes that would be appropriate, and it negotiates both the inbound and outbound security association to be used for this IPsec tunnel. So visually with phase 1, we're building the ISACAMP tunnel over UDP port 500. In phase 2, we're including the encrypted data over the Encapsulation Security Payload, or ESP tunnel. This gives us the foundation we need to be able to send this encrypted data over the IPsec tunnel. If you're building your own IPsec tunnel, you may be asked whether you'd like to use transport mode or tunnel mode. Both of these work differently and will protect data in different ways. Let's take the original packet, which includes an IP header and some data within that IP packet. We would like to send that over an IPsec tunnel. If we use transport mode to send
Alright, we are back from break. Yeah.
an IPsec header.
Get started with some class work.
In the data.
Next couple
All of that
hours.
is going to be in the clear. Anything within the data portion of that IP packet will be encrypted, and then the IPsec trailer is put at the end of the packet. Notice that the original IP header is not encrypted when using transport mode. And if someone does capture this data, they'll be able to see the original IP header and be able to understand where this traffic is intended to go, even if they can't see the encrypted data within the packet. A much more secure method of using an IPsec tunnel is tunnel mode. In tunnel mode, the original IP header and data is all encrypted, and even if you capture this data, you'll never know what the original destination is for this data. Tunnel mode adds a new IP header, which includes the destination of the IPsec concentrator and includes the same IPsec headers and IPsec trailers that we saw in transport mode. It's probably not too surprising that most implementations of IPsec are going to use the tunnel mode to ensure the highest level of encryption of your original data. Earlier, we mentioned the two protocols that you commonly see associated with IPsec. One of those protocols is the authentication header, or AH. AH is used to validate the information that you're receiving over an IPsec tunnel. And if you're only using authentication header mode, you're sending all of this information over the network in the clear, but you're including some additional hashing to ensure the integrity of this data. However, in most cases, we want to be able to encrypt the data that we're sending over the IPsec tunnel, and for that reason, we'll use Encapsulation Security Payload, or ESP. This protocol is going to encrypt that original data and encrypt the trailer that we're associating with ESP, and then put around this packet a new IP header, an ESP header, and an integrity check value at the end of the packet. This is going to encrypt all of your original data, but also provide the authentication that you need to ensure that the data is received properly on the other side.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis take the headache out of IT security.
The upcoming season of Love Island USA. What do you see?
Let's take a look.
Yeah!
Yes!
Fuck something.
Oh my gosh, this is so hot.
Peacock's Love Island USA, streaming now only on Peacock.
A unicast is one of the more popular ways of sending information across the network. It is when one station sends information directly to another station. This is a one-to-one relationship, and nothing within that conversation is ever sent to anyone else on the network. If you need two devices to be able to send information to each other, and no other device on the network will be involved with that conversation, then you're probably using a unicast. So anytime you're connecting to a website, you're transferring files, or you're checking your email, it's probably all taking place with a unicast communication. This one-to-one relationship is also one of the disadvantages of unicast, especially if you need to send information to many people simultaneously. With unicast, you would have to build separate one-to-one communications with all of those individuals, and you would have to send separate data for each individual device. But for single communication between you and another device, whether you're using IPv4 or IPv6, you're probably going to use unicast. To be able to efficiently send data to multiple devices at the same time, then you'll probably want to use multicast. Unicast is a one-to-many of many communication, so when you send information out, it is sent to multiple recipients all simultaneously. These recipients are usually subscribing to your multicast feed. So if someone is trying to receive multimedia, they're receiving stock exchange information, or maybe a device is sending out routing updates, it can send those out via multicast addresses. Multicast is relatively specialized, and it requires that equipment understand and recognize how to deal with multicast communication. This is why we don't use multicast when we're sending information across to a different network or even within a very large network. But we do use multicast quite a bit with IPv4 and IPv6, and in the right environment, it can be a very efficient way to send and receive traffic. Multicast is used where one device needs to send to many of many devices. Anycast is used when one device needs to send to one of many devices. This is where a single destination IP address may be sent to one of many different devices that are on the network, and it's something that you'll commonly find with both IPv4 and IPv6. In this scenario, the devices that are receiving the Anycast communication are all configured in very similar ways. This allows the originating device to simply send data to the unicast address, and whatever device is closest is going to receive that traffic. A good use case for Anycast would be something like Anycast DNS. where a DNS query can be sent out on the network and the closest data center will be able to respond to that anycast DNS request. And if you want to send a frame to everyone who's on your network, then you'll want to send a broadcast. This is a one-to-all relationship where a single packet is sent out and everyone on the network receives that single packet. Fortunately, the scope of this is limited to your local broadcast domain, so there's no way to send a broadcast frame from your local network and somehow have that frame appear everywhere else on the internet. This is a type of communication that's best fit for something like routing updates or ARP requests. And although this is something that you will commonly find with IPv4, we decided with IPv6 to remove broadcast completely and go to a multicast form of communication instead.
Cybersecurity today is so messy and expensive. And why does it take so long? It really shouldn't be that. Get started with Solo, the studio where you can build any security app. Whether you're the security person or just the person tasked with security, tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack. You fit Solo to your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Solo.
Cole's mom, what do you think of this,
Check it.
shack?
Half shirt, half jacket. Best of both. Like brunch or sport or...
A centaur, a man caught between two worlds.
Oh, I got chills.
If you connect to a network at work or at home, then you're probably very familiar with wireless networks. You may have also noticed that no matter where you go with your wireless device and whatever network you connect to, you always seem to have the required connectivity. This is because there is an international standard for wireless network that's managed by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or the IEEE. The IEEE standard for wireless networks is in their standards committee for the 802 series, specifically 802.11. So anytime you hear anyone mention 802.11, they're referring to the standards associated with wireless networks. Another interesting characteristic of wireless networks is that they are constantly evolving and constantly changing. So you'll want to check in with the IEEE standards to see which type of wireless network you're using. There's another organization involved with wireless networking called the Wi-Fi Alliance. You'll notice there is a Wi-Fi trademark logo on every device that the Wi-Fi Alliance has tested. This ensures interoperability with these standards that are set by the IEEE. In the past, we used to refer to these wireless networks with their standards name. For example, 802.11b or 802.11ax. We've recently added additional names to these standards to make them a little easier to understand for everyone who's connecting to these wireless networks. For example, if you're using the 6th generation of Wi-Fi networks, then you're connecting to an 802.11ax network. But we also refer to this network as Wi-Fi 6. This chart shows a list of all of the major Wi-Fi standards listed by their 802.11 name. I've also included the new generational name for those standards, the frequencies they happen to use, and the maximum theoretical link rate for each of those standards. The first three of these standards, 802.11a, b, and g, are rarely used today, and we did not formally set a generation name to those, although you could colloquially refer to these as Wi-Fi 1, Wi-Fi 2, and Wi-Fi 3. The newer standards of Wi-Fi 4 through Wi-Fi 7 are covered through the standards of 802.11n through 802.11be. You'll also notice there's a difference on the type of frequencies that are used for each of these standards, and most of these refer to the 2.4 gigahertz, the 5 gigahertz, and the 6 gigahertz ranges. There are a number of differences on how these wireless standards can be implemented. There might be a different number of antennas or a different number of radios, and that accounts for the differences in the theoretical link rates that you see in this final column. Notice as we've introduced newer standards of wireless networks that we've also increased the overall link rate of those networks. Well, we use more than our local 802.11 networks for wireless networking. If you have a mobile phone or a mobile tablet, then you're probably using a wireless provider's network that uses 4G, LTE, or 5G technologies. LTE stands for long-term evolution. It is what we refer to as the 4G technology, and it was a conversion between different standards of GSM and CDMA into a single standard that every provider can use. These 4G networks supported download rates of approximately 150 megabits per second, and the improved version of LTE, which is LTE Advanced or LTE-A, supports download rates that double that to 300 megabits per second. A more modern version of mobile networking is the 5G networking that was introduced in 2020. This greatly improved the performance of wireless mobile networks, and with the right configuration, the goal will be to have 10 gigabits per second as the overall throughput. And in other implementations, you may see more reasonable speeds, such as 100 to 900 megabits per second. 5G has dramatically changed the way we look at mobile connectivity, especially since we're now able to get similar bandwidths over our mobile providers that we currently have with wired network providers in our own homes. This also means that we're able to greatly increase the size of our Internet of Things, or IoT footprint, because now bandwidth is no longer a constraint. This means we can transfer much more data over a shorter period of time. We can receive notifications much faster than we could in the past. And because we can transfer more data, we can process more of that data in the cloud. There may be times when an organization might have a remote location that is not accessible through any type of traditional internet connectivity. For that reason, we may want to use a non-terrestrial form of connectivity known as satellite networking. This means that we can add a satellite dish to a location and begin sending and receiving data from the satellite. This obviously adds additional cost and complexity, and the speeds of satellite networking, although reasonable, are not as fast as those we might have for traditional terrestrial-based networking. For example, satellite networking can commonly provide you with 100 megabits down and 5 megabits up. This means that if you have a remote site that has no other way to communicate, you can add a satellite dish to the roof and begin communicating directly to the internet. As you can imagine, there is a delay as information is sent into space and back down to Earth again. Traditional satellite networking provided 250 milliseconds up and 250 milliseconds down, so each conversation to and from the satellite took approximately half a second. Newer technologies such as Starlink advertises a 40 millisecond latency, and they're working to decrease that down to 20 milliseconds. Another challenge with satellite networking is that it requires a direct line of sight to the satellite that's in orbit above the Earth. This means if anything does get between the satellite receiver and the satellite, then we may have a decrease of performance or lose connectivity altogether. For example, if a thunderstorm was to come through, we would suffer through what we call rain fade, where we lose connectivity while that storm is going over. In those situations, it may be necessary to wait for the storm to blow through, or we may have other forms of connectivity that we might use when a storm is currently active.
Staying connected matters.
Hey, Mama. You remember when you taught me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all.
That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
There's a feeling you get when the monsters come.
If you've connected your computer to a wired network, then you're probably using Ethernet. Ethernet is the most popular networking standard in the world, and almost any device you use will be able to connect to an Ethernet network. There are also many different types of Ethernet. They vary in speed, the type of cabling we use, the connectors at the end of these cables, and the type of equipment that's required to connect all of these devices together. Our modern Ethernet networks have many different standards for both twisted pair copper cabling and for fiber optic connectivity. The reason we're able to connect any device in the world to any Ethernet network and be able to have this connectivity is because there is a single set of standards for all of these Ethernet networks. Those standards are created by the IEEE 802.3 committee. IEEE is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and they're responsible for designing and documenting the standards we use to connect all of these Ethernet networks together. For example, a very common Ethernet network would be 1000 base T. This is a gigabit Ethernet network that operates over twisted pair copper cabling and operates at a speed of 1 gigabit per second. A newer version of that standard is the 10G base T, or the 10 gigabit Ethernet network. This also uses twisted pair copper cabling and operates at a speed of 10 gigabits per second. There are also Ethernet networks that use fiber optics. An example of that would be 1000 base SX, which is a gigabit Ethernet network that uses fiber optics and operates at a speed of 1 gigabit per second. This is just a sample of a few of the more popular Ethernet standards, but there are many Ethernet standards to choose from using different types of media and supporting different speeds. The IEEE has told us that the names they use for these standards don't necessarily correlate back to the details of the standard, but there's usually some information that we can discern from the name itself. For example, if we look at a standard such as 1000 base T, we should be able to break that term apart and determine what type of media and technology is used as part of that standard. For example, the number that's used in the name of the standard is often related to the speed of the standard itself. For example, the 1000 base T, that 1000 refers to the 1000 megabits per second, or 1 gigabit per second overall speed. If this standard started with 10G, then it would be related to a 10 gigabit per second network. We often see the term base in the name of the standard, and that's referring to the term baseband, which means there is a single frequency that is used to be able to send this data over the network. This is in contrast to something like broadband, which uses many different frequencies to be able to communicate across that network. And very often you can determine what type of media is associated with that standard by looking at the additional letters at the end of the standard. For example, 1000 base T has a T at the end, and we can assume that that T means that this is twisted pair copper. If there was an F at the end, it's very possible that this particular standard would use fiber optics. There may be additional letters at the end of the standard. For example, if there is an SX at the end of the standard, it might be referring to a short wavelength light that is sent over that fiber optic connection. As mentioned previously, the IEEE tries to put the name and terms within the standard so that it would be recognizable, but that is not a requirement for the name of the standard itself. If you were interested in the details of what that standard supports, you would need to read the entire standard and not just look at the name of the standard.
At Capital One, we start with applied research, leveraging our data to build models and embed AI solutions throughout our business. That's how we stack. And that's technology at Capital One.
See it? Search it. Choose Chrome, the only browser with Google Lens.
Many of us are accustomed to using twisted pair copper, especially if we have networks that we use at home or even at our office. But you may occasionally have a need for fiber optic connectivity, and that fiber optic connectivity allows you to send traffic across the network using light. These are often used on very secure networks because it is very difficult to tap into a fiber optic connection without having some type of notification. This is very different than a copper-based network, which uses RF and is relatively easy to tap and gain information from. Fiber optics are also used over very long distances because the signal doesn't degrade as fast as a radio frequency might. So the same signal that we can send over 100 meters of a copper network might be able to be sent over kilometers if you were using fiber optics. And of course, light is not susceptible to any type of radio frequency interference. And if you're working in an environment where there is interference, you might want to use fiber optics to avoid any type of problem with your network. Just as there are many different standards and many different connectors for copper-based networks, there are also many different standards and connectors for fiber optic networks as well. So you'll want to check the configuration and documentation of your devices and make sure that the fiber optics that you're connecting are using the right type of fiber and the right type of connector. If we were to deconstruct a fiber optic cable, you would have something very similar to this. On one side of the cable is the light source. This might be an LED or a laser, and on the other side is the receiver. This LED is sending a light through this fiber optic. And that consists of a core that is very reflective, and you can see the light bouncing through this core as it receives on the other side. Around the core is a low reflective cladding, and the entire fiber optic run is protected with a buffer coating around the outside. Here's the connector that's at the end of a fiber optic cable. It has a protective ferrule around the outside of the fiber, and if you look very closely at the very middle of this connection, you can just barely make out the core of the fiber that's in the middle. I'll highlight it here so that you can really see where that happens to be. Let's remove that highlight. Now you can start to see that discoloration where the fiber is connected on the end of that cable. We will generally install one of two different types of fiber optic cables. One is a multi-mode fiber and the other is a single mode fiber. Multi-mode fiber is commonly used for relatively short range communication. This would be up to around 2 kilometers in distance. And often this uses an inexpensive light source such as a light emitting diode or an LED. The core of the fiber optic is relatively large, certainly larger than the wavelength of the light, and because of that, the light itself can use different modes to be able to transmit through that fiber, and you can see the different modes bouncing off the edges of the fiber optic cable itself. Because there are different modes that are being communicated through this fiber, we refer to that as multi-mode fiber. If we're communicating over a much longer distance, we may want to use single-mode fiber. Some standards of fiber-based Ethernet can communicate up to 100 kilometers without a need to regenerate the signal. Because we're going a longer distance, we may be using a very bright and intense LED, or we may be using laser to be able to extend this signal much further. A single-mode fiber also has a smaller core, which can only allow a single mode of light to propagate through the fiber.
Score up to 60% off at Michael's lowest prices of the season. Art supplies are on sale. All strung beads are on sale. Frames are on sale. All yarn is on sale. Shop Michael's lowest prices of the season in-store and online today.
Cabling is the foundation of everything we do in networking. Whether you're using a router, a switch, a wireless access point, or any other infrastructure device, cabling is going to be a critical part of that communication. Once the cabling is installed, it's very difficult to uninstall or remove that cabling and replace it with something else. So make sure you're using the right cabling for the right infrastructure. And even if your network happens to be mostly wireless, eventually that wireless connection will need to connect to a cable. So you need to make sure you have the right cables installed in the right place to be able to provide the best possible throughput of your network. One of the most common cable types is the twisted pair copper cable. This is something we use for practically all wired Ethernet connections, and it usually consists of multiple wires twisted together within a single sheath. You'll often see that the cables themselves are paired together. That's because there's often one type of signal on one of the wires and a reverse of that signal on the other wire. You may see this written as transmit plus or transmit minus, or receive plus and receive minus. The reason that we have the same signal being sent in different forms is so that we can recognize and correct if there happens to be any type of interference. This twist in these two wires means that at least one of these wires will always be moving away from interference. This allows us to compare these signals on the receiving end to determine what the actual signal should look like. Another interesting part is that the different cable pairs have different twist rates. So if you look very carefully at an individual cable, you'll notice that some pairs of cables are twisted much tighter than other pairs. One common misnomer that I often hear about cables is that a certain cable has a particular speed. But in reality, the cable doesn't have any speed at all. The copper is literally just sitting there in the cable. The cable itself is supporting a signal, and that signal is allowing us to send a certain amount of data over that particular type of connection. The specific Ethernet standard that you're sending over that wire determines just how much data you'll be able to move across that particular cable. If you're ever wondering what type of cable you should be using for the type of Ethernet network that you have, you should go back to the 802.3 standards. Those standards will specify the minimum cable type that's allowed for that particular standard, and it will specify the type of signal and the total throughput expected over that cable. To be able to easily determine the type of cable that's appropriate for a specific Ethernet standard, we've created a set of standards for the cables themselves. We refer to these standards as a category of cable. For example, you might find category 5, category 6, or category 7. If you check the Ethernet standard, it will specify the minimum category of cable that is required for that particular standard. For example, if you're using 1000 base T, you can look at the 1000 base T standards from the IEEE, and it will tell you that the minimum cable category for that specific Ethernet standard is a category 5 cable. If you install category 5 cable or anything above category 5, it will work properly with the 1000 base T standard. Although twisted pair wiring is very common for our local area networks, another type of Ethernet cable that's very often used is a coaxial cable. This describes a cable where two or more forms within that cable share a common axis. For example, you can see the single wire conductor that's in the middle of this coaxial cable. There's also an insulator, a shielding, and a jacket that are also sharing that same axis. One common type of coaxial cable, especially on our Ethernet and internet connections, is an RG6 cable. If you have a cable modem or you're bringing in a cable modem connection into your data center, it's probably being brought in on a coaxial cable. If we put two conductors inside of this cable type, then we have a twin-axial cable. We often refer to this as simply twin-ax. Twin-ax is a type of cable that you can commonly associate with 10 gigabit per second Ethernet. It's often installed as part of an SFP Plus interface. This allows for full duplex communication over a single cable, but it limits the amount of distance that you can send this signal to about 5 meters. This has a relatively low cost when associated with fiber optics, and very often it has a much lower latency when you compare it to using something like a twisted pair connection. If you're at work and you look at the ceiling, you may notice that you're not seeing the actual ceiling of that floor. Instead, you're seeing a drop ceiling and something like acoustic tiles that is sitting above the actual ceiling. There is a space between this drop ceiling and the actual ceiling, and we refer to that space as the plenum. Inside the plenum, we may have network cables, there might be heat sensors, you might have cables for power, and there may be other pieces of the infrastructure that run inside the plenum as well. In some environments, there may be a drop ceiling, and above the drop ceiling may be ductwork where all of the air supply happens to flow. You may have air supplied as part of a heating or cooling system in that ductwork, and there may be return air that's using additional ductwork to go back to that heating or cooling system. Since a plenum implies that there is a shared airspace in a configuration such as this where only ductwork is used to transfer the air, there would be no plenum. But if there's no ductwork and we share this same airspace with all of our networking cables, then we need to consider that we're using the proper type of network cables in that shared plenum. This would obviously be a concern in a fire, especially if we're using a network cable type that produces a large amount of smoke or perhaps even hazardous fumes if it was to catch on fire. If this was in a plenum, that smoke and those fumes would be distributed to everyone in the building. This means we need to make sure we're installing the correct type of cable if we happen to be installing this into a shared plenum. Ethernet cables have a jacket on the outside of the cable, and many of those Ethernet cables cables are manufactured with a polyvinyl chloride or PVC manufacturing. If you're putting this cable into a plenum, then you need a plenum rated cable, and that cable is usually manufactured with a fluorinated ethylene polymer, FEP, or a low smoke polyvinyl chloride, PVC. This plenum rated cable is designed to be much safer in a fire than one that is not designed for a plenum. One challenge when working with plenum rated cable is it may not be quite as flexible as non-plenum rated cable. So if you're going around a lot of twists and turns, it may be a bit more of a challenge to install that cable into the plenum. So if you're installing cable into a new building or you're replacing cable in an existing building, make sure you see where that cable is being run and you use the correct type of cable for that location.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis take the headache out of IT security.
Let's fuel up, Limu. Lots of people to tell about customizing and saving with Liberty Mutual. Those are mine.
Transceiver is a combination of two words, transmitter and receiver, and these are usually combined within the same piece of equipment or the same component. A transceiver allows for modularity. You may have a switch like this one. You can see there are a number of open interfaces in this switch. You slide in the transceiver that's appropriate for the media or the network type that you would like to use, and now that particular interface will operate with that particular configuration. So if you need a copper configuration for gigabit Ethernet, you slide in a copper gigabit Ethernet transceiver. Or if you need a fiber-based 10 gig connection, you slide in a 10 gig fiber transceiver. This means that you could have every interface on the switch have a different type of media depending on what transceiver you are planning to use. There are different types of transceivers, different form factors, and different transceivers depending on the media. For example, if you are using an Ethernet switch, you need an Ethernet transceiver. If you're using a fiber channel switch, then you will need a fiber channel transceiver. You can't use fiber channel transceivers in an Ethernet switch or vice versa. This means you get to decide what media type works best for your configuration. If you need copper connections, you can use a copper transceiver, and if you need fiber connections, you can use a fiber transceiver. And if you need to change those connections midway through your installation, you can remove the copper transceiver and replace it with a fiber transceiver. This type of modularity often comes at an additional cost, but it does provide you with a way to plug into whatever network type you might need. One common transceiver type is the SFP type. It stands for Small Form Factor Pluggable. For example, you can plug in a fiber SFP and connect your fiber connections to that particular transceiver. But if you needed copper, you could easily slide in a copper SFP and plug in your RJ45 connector. SFPs are commonly associated with gigabit Ethernet, so that's 1 gigabit per second. There is an enhanced version of SFP called Enhanced Small Form Factor Pluggable, or SFP+. They look identical in size to an SFP, but they support much higher speeds, up to 16 gigabits per second. So if you have a 10 gig connection, then you're probably using SFP+. When you're installing equipment into a rack that's in a data center, you have a limited amount of space available. First, the equipment is only 19 inches wide, and the total amount of space available in the rack is limited by the amount of space you have in the data center. So we want to be sure that we can put as much connectivity into a single space as possible. To that end, we've created the QSFP, or the Quad Small Form Factor Pluggable. This effectively allows you to have 4 times the amount of throughput into a space that's very similar to that of an SFP. For example, an SFP in this form would be a Quad Small Form Factor Pluggable, or QSFP, which consists of 4 channels of SFP. So if one SFP is a 1 gigabit per second connection, a quad SFP would be compatible with a 4 gigabit throughput. The same thing applies for the SFP+. There is a quad SFP+, that is a 4-channel SFP+. Since it's common to see a 10 gigabit connection on a single SFP+, a quad SFP+ can support 4 of those for a total throughput of 40 gigabits per second. This is where we start to see a benefit not only in the amount of space that we're using inside of these devices, but we can take a single fiber connection and effectively extend 4 separate links over that single fiber. There's cost benefit there for equipment and for the media itself. Although the names are very similar, the form factors are slightly different between an SFP and SFP Plus and a quad SFP or quad SFP Plus. On the left is an SFP or SFP Plus. Both the SFP and SFP Plus use the same form factor, although the transceivers are obviously very different. The quad SFP or quad SFP Plus also share the same form factor, but you can see it's slightly larger than the traditional SFP or SFP Plus. Although it is slightly larger than an SFP, it's not 4 times the size of an SFP, so we are getting an efficiency in space by using a quad SFP or quad SFP Plus.
Zebo works 24/7 to kill 99.9% of bugs trapped.
Alright, since we have week 1 in the books for network plus, is there anyone outside of Martin that wants to retest for 1201, 1202? You ready, Mike? Which one you want?
We also have other names that we associate with this connector. One is a square connector because
either one, whenever I can, when
you might
will
also
be
see this
possible.
referred to as a standard.
Well, I do not want you to test the week of the network plus test. So if you get a voucher within the week, within this week, between today and next Tuesday or
Once you
Wednesday.
have that connector in place, it's not going to accidentally slip out of that connection.
Okay, so next
You have to
Wednesday.
pull on
So you
the connector
want?
to unlock it, and then
Okay, I'll take a look at it. I'll
on that
issue.
interface. This is a
Which one
common
you feel more
connector
comfortable
type,
with?
and if you're plugging into a connection in a data center,
We'll
you're
do that
probably using some connections
All right,
that are
I'll send you a
identified as SC. The connectors themselves support individual fibers, but they're often combined together into a pair because one of these is commonly used for transmit and the other is commonly used for receive. Another common fiber connector is the LC or local connector. This is slightly smaller than an SC connector, and as you can see, it has a clip on the top to lock it in place once you put it into the interface. This also means that it won't accidentally get pulled out of an interface, and to remove it, you need to push down on the clip that will release the lock and allow you to easily remove it from the interface. Instead of local connector, you might also see this referred to as a lucent connector or a little connector. The LC connector can also be combined in a pair, looks like this, and you can plug both of them in simultaneously, and again, one is used for transmit and the other used for receive. Another fiber on our list is the ST connector that stands for straight tip. It uses a bayonet connector, so you push it into an interface, give it a slight twist, and it is locked in place. This will not easily get removed from the interface unless you reverse that twist, and then you can remove it from the interface. When you're working inside of a rack and there's a large number of cables and fiber, it can be very easy to accidentally dislodge one of those connections. That's why we have all of these different locking mechanisms for these different interface types. Here's a closer view of the ST connector. There is a protective ferrule around the fiber, which you can barely see in this picture, and you can easily see the bayonet connector where you would plug it in and twist it in place so that it is locked into that interface. One of the challenges with the connector types that we've seen so far is that those fiber connections take up a lot of real estate. It would be a lot more efficient if we could put more fiber into a smaller connection, and there is a connector type for that called the MPO, which is multi-fiber push-on. Inside the MPO are 12 individual fibers that are contained in that single cable connection. This also has a lock in place that's very similar to the SC connector, where you would push it in place and you would have to pull it out slightly to unlock it from the interface. You might also see this connector referred to as an MTP. That name is provided by Corning, and they refer to this as an MTP MPO.
All right, Michael, just sent you the voucher
Here's a
in
side
private
view
chat.
of the connector.
You can get it
It has
scheduled
this
and tell
lock
me what day
on
and time.
top, and the individual fibers are these smaller dots you can barely see in this picture.
Thank you, sir.
If we it straight on with some light being sent through the fiber, you can see that all 12 of those fibers are much easier to see on the MPO connector.
Looks like Jack just realized some people mix and match their gain sense. So he gave it a shot too. Is he the laundromat cool dude now? Mix, match, more happy with gain.
One common copper connector we use on our networks today is an RJ11. That stands for Register Jack Type 11. It is a 6-position connector, but we only use 2 conductors inside of this connector. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as a 6P2C, or 6-position 2-conductor. We commonly associate an RJ11 connector with an analog telephone, but you'll also see RJ11 used for DSL connections, since those use exactly the same wires as a telephone connection. Here's a better view of the RJ11 connector, and you can see the 6 positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are clearly marked, but you notice that there are the 2 conductors in the middle that are used for RJ11. If you're using an Ethernet connection, then you're using an RJ45 connector. And this stands for Register Jack Type 45. It is an 8-position connector with 8 conductors inside. So we're using all of the conductors available on an RJ45 connection. This is slightly larger than an RJ11 connector, and it's what you would use if you're plugging in an Ethernet connection. Here's a device that has both RJ11 and RJ45 connectors on it. You can see this is a DSL connection that uses the RJ11, and these LAN connections or Ethernet connections are using the RJ45. You can see that they're very similar in shape, although the RJ11 is slightly smaller than the larger and wider RJ45. If you're using a cable modem connection, then you're probably bringing coax connections and plugging it into a cable modem. And the connector that you're probably using is the F connector. The F connector is a standard connection type. It usually has threads inside that allow you to fasten it very securely to the connector. And if you are using a cable modem, this is probably the connection type that you're using from the cable television infrastructure. This is also referred to as a DOCSIS connector that stands for Data over Cable Service Interface Specification. The connection that brings the signal is this single copper connection on the inside of the cable. This is what you would plug in and screw into a cable modem using that F connector connected to the coaxial cable. Another common connector used for coax is a BNC connector. This is a bayonet connector, that's what the B stands for, where you push it into the connector and twist it slightly to lock it in place.
All right, everybody, as
NC
promised,
in the BNC connector stands
we'll do 10
for
minutes of
Neil
questions
Consulman.
before our
This
break
stands
at the
for
top.
Paul Neal from Bell Labs and Carl
In 3
Consulman from
minutes.
Amphenol. They both were involved in creating this standard for a BNC connection. If you're bringing in a WAN connection or any other type of coax, it's very possible you might use a BNC connection to lock this in place. That is one of the benefits of using BNC, is that you're able to push the connector in and twist it, and it's not going to easily remove itself from that connection. You would need to untwist before removing that from the interface. Here's a close-up view of the BNC interfaces on a device. You can see where you would plug in the BNC connector, you twist that connector slightly, and it's locked in place onto that device.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
Spending time with the ones you love is priceless. That's why Kroger Delivery, proudly serving King Soopers, makes grocery shopping effortless. Get $20 off your first order. We'll deliver your groceries in our refrigerated trucks and bring them to your door. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Networks can connect to each other in many different ways, and in this video we're going to look at a number of different network topologies and how those different network topologies can be deployed in an enterprise network. This can be very useful during the planning process where you're designing the network. It's also useful during the troubleshooting process, so that you can tell how different networks are connected to other networks. This is also useful during the troubleshooting process so that you can visually see how one network might connect to and send data to another network. Let's start this conversation with one of the most popular network topologies in use. That would be a star network. Sometimes you may hear this referred to as a hub and spoke network. This is what we use in most large networks to connect devices together. There is a central device that is used as the central networking component, and then everyone on the network is all connecting to that same central device. A good example of a star network or a hub and spoke network is one that we have with switched Ethernet. Our Ethernet switch sits in the middle of the network, and all of the other devices connect to that same Ethernet switch. If each of these spokes around the network would like to communicate with each other, they all must communicate through this central hub. A mesh network design is if one location or device connects to another location or device over more than one network connection. This means that we can have one link.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Rapid fire for 10 minutes.
Or may follow an alternate path to be able to get
I know
to that
Charles is
location.
warming up to Mr.
One
Miyagi.
reason we design-
Look at this. Oh my God. All right, so the key to this is what we're going to do is let's try something a little different because this is how we were retaining it. I'm not looking for, when you type, spew whatever answers that you need to spew what you think it is, because when you see the answer, you'll reflect and be like, oh, I forgot that piece. Oh, I forgot that piece.
Yeah.
But try to draw it from memory. So what we'll do, we'll see a statement like physical layer. The response would be what you think you know about the physical layer. So don't do one answers and, one word answers and stuff. Kind of really put like quick thought into it real quick, one sentence, what you think it is. Is that cool?
Yep.
All right, here we go. And go. Physical layer. Type what you can in the chat. I'll try to allow like a 1 minute response for these because I'm asking you to type some stuff. So. Physical layers where it reacts. Happens, it's just Wi-Fi. Okay. Probably give you another 30 seconds. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, Ethernet and at that layer. Okay. Can be wired, wireless. Transmission bits over network. Okay. Everybody locked in? This layer is responsible for switches, some bits. All right, here we go. Let's do a reveal. Receives frames coming from another computer and data and sends them via the local media copper wire. So again, it receives frames either coming in and or it takes the frame that's going out and gets it ready to send going out. So when somebody put from switches, this layer is responsible from switches. I'm assuming you meant the switch layer. It brings it down, right?
Yeah.
Ready for transmit over the physical layer. So you got it right. So you use copper wires, fiber optic, router switches along that. See, there you go. Good job. What do you think you know about the data link layer?
Data link number 2. Error control.
Data link. creates frames and adds the physical address. Kevin says. What is it responsible for? Responsible for access control, flow control. Data error and correction, or data error control and correction. There is error correction there at that layer. Layer 2 creates the fans, receives the data from network and passes to physical, vice versa, flow control. Also error control uses STL, HTSL, slip, PP, point-to-point, link aggregation protocol. Okay, getting some good stuff here. Hot data transfer and error correction, transferring switches and deals with frames. Okay. All right, good. All right, here we go. Receives the packets and adds physical addressing. I saw somebody say it, sends it to the physical, Mr. T, and vice versa. Addressing by adding sender and receiver MAC. I saw MAC address in here somewhere. To each data packet, this information forms a unit called a frame. So these are the two sublayers that you'll see. MAC, physical addressing, logical topology, method of transmission of media, and link local connection service, and then you start your synchronization. Now, somebody had data or error. Now, this layer can notice errors. Layer 4 can notice errors, but layer 4 does data error. It finds it and it corrects it before transmission. Data link, the data link layer does find or notice errors as well, though. All right, so yeah, good job. Network layer. What do you think you know about the network layer? In your own words, what's going on? Kevin says packet addressing. Address conversion is well, probably because you're thinking of the router that sits there, right? IP. Data routing, packet forwarding, okay, path. Router lives, addressing occurs, routing path of packets, data transfers, okay. I can notice y'all are more comfortable with that layer than layer 2. Source to destination. All right, so we got some answers locked in. Let's see what we got. You're correct. Everybody said either routing, IP, addresses, or packets. So good job. Yes, you're correct too. So when you're talking about source to destination, the packets, the header has to have that stuff in there too, to make sure it addresses to the proper in item endpoint. All right. You'll primarily see these 4 layers being talked about in 7, so that's why I want to go over these.
Yeah, transport.
The functions, transport layer, functions defined in the layer provide for the reliable transmission of data segments as well as disassembly and assembly of data before and after transmission. So as it comes in, I clicked that by accident, so we're just gonna go over the transport layer. It segments data to be sent or it reassembles. So it disassembles and reassembles when it comes back in. Okay, so it makes room for that. All right. Let's move on to, tell me about a router. Tell me everything you know about a router. Routes internet traffic from private to public and back. Love it, love it. What else you got? Mr. Martin, B. Weezy, what you got? Mr. T, what you got? Little Lane, what you got? Michael, he's sitting there typing too. Michael says enables a CPU connectivity to the outside world. CPU. What's also being used? CPU calculates. Oh, yeah. Martin, concentrate on your final. Let's see. So the CPU mathematically processes information. What intelligent device that can track MAC addresses, route traffic, private? Yes. Okay. Man, client computer. Okay, gotcha, Mike. You're right. It is a central point that sends IP and MAC. Okay, so y'all are talking ARP, because if it's an all-in-one, it does do ARP. Because and if you have an all-in-one like you have at home, it reads the CAM table and the IPI table, resolves the IP to the MAC. Yep, you're right. So here we go. That's what we're looking at. So I said forwards data packets between computer networks. Everything y'all said was right. If you put all those answers together, you pretty much gave me a well-rounded view of a router. I like the way somebody takes the private side, connects it to the public in order to route private IP addresses out on the network and vice versa when it comes back. Good stuff. All right, and I think we have time for, let's do one more. Here we go. Yeah, tell me about a switch. Not a layer 3 switch. Not a layer 3 switch. Tell me about a switch. Layer 2 switch. Layer 3 switches are all in one. Controls and routes MAC, IP and MAC. But I need to know about a layer 2. Switches handle traffic within a LAN. Good start. Also a smart system that can identify MAC. Good. Yep. Good point. Charles says communicates to sort MAC addresses. And I'm assuming you mean the CAN table, knowing where it lives at. Yep, I got you. Through the ports, right? Connects multiple devices then on the LAN. Correct about that. And when Brian says multiple devices, I'm thinking laptop, desktop, printer, right? All these different things that could be used. All right, let's see what we got. Yep, computer network device that connects network segments right here coming in and out of these ports. I can put an individual computer or endpoint on these hosts, on these ports, or I can configure the interface to support a whole LAN with the starting IP address and end IP address. Net ID and broadcast ID, everything in between will sit on this port. Right? So I can put a whole LAN off of here if I wanted to. Good job, y'all. Woo! See? Y'all know more than what you thought you did, didn't you? Mm-hmm. Lee was like, no, not really. She's shaking her head like that. All right. Go ahead and hit up a break. Oh, wait a minute. Kevin added, allow for east, west, and north, south. You're correct on that one, too. Yep. We saw the tree topology. So go ahead and hit up a break. I will see you in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. What I'm sharing with you on the screen are your hours as of 6 p.m. yesterday. 6 p.m. yesterday. So we're on day 6 over here. This is where we should be at by the end of the day at 6 p.m. Above this, but this is the ideal place you want to be. So at 6 p.m. today, this is where you either here or you're above here. If you're below 80, there's a problem. So if you want to know where you're at today, if you were in class all day today, all you do is add 8 hours there and you're fine. You'll find out where you're going to be at 5 p.m. 6 p.m. I'm thinking about on campus. I'm sorry. All right. Make sure everybody has a chance to gander at that. Good stuff. Sounds like everybody had a chance to look at it.
Yep.
I done did gander. We always, let me tell you something, we always rely on Charles with the light comedy. Keep it coming. Gives us a laugh. And then Mr. T slides some stuff in too. You gotta watch out for him.
Network this way is so that if one link in the map use one of the other links to complete that communication. We might also perform load balancing over these links where half of the data is sent over one connection and the other half of the data is sent over a different connection. Although we can certainly design mesh networks for local area networks, we often see them deployed in wide area networks so that we can maintain connectivity to a remote site regardless of what network connection might be available. If you were to look at a large enterprise network, you would notice there are a number of different architectures all being used in different parts of the network. And when we combine all of those together, we've created a hybrid network. One part of the network might be a star network, another part of the network may be point-to-point, and a third part of the network might be a mesh network. Once we combine all of these together, we've created a hybrid architecture. Many data centers take advantage of a spine and leaf architecture. This is where you would have individual switches at the top that are the spine of the network. There would be switches in the middle that are leaf networks, and then you would have different devices connect to the leaf. You'll notice that the spine network is connected to all of the leaves, and the leaves are connected to each of the spines. However, those leaf switches do not connect directly to each other, and the spine switches also do not connect directly to each other. This works very well for an architecture we use in many data centers known as top-of-rack switching. In top-of-rack switching, every rack has a leaf switch at the top of every physical rack. We would then connect all of the physical devices in that rack to the leaf switch that is at the top of that rack. This keeps your cabling very simple because all of your cabling is self-contained within that same rack. There is redundancy because you have this rack connected to multiple spines. This also increases the overall performance of the network because we're no more than one switch away from any other device in the data center. If your data center only has a handful of racks, this may be a relatively inexpensive way to connect all of these devices together. But when you have tens or hundreds or even thousands of racks in a data center, you would need a separate switch for every rack, and of course, the cost of that will increase for each rack you have in the network. When looking around the network, you may find some wide area network connections that are point-to-point, and as the name implies, there is a single point connected to a single point. This was a very common design on older wide area networks where you would use something like a T1 or a T3 connection. We refer to those as point-to-point T1 or point-to-point T3. We might also use this design in local area networks. If you work on a campus, you can connect one building to another over two connections, and the connection between those two buildings would be a point-to-point connection.
I would describe Underline as fast, affordable, and incredibly fast, very reliable, zero lag.
That's kind of fast.
Consistent, fast, simple. No-brainer.
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me. In a relationship.
If you're sexually active and unvaccinated, it could still be you.
I'm too old.
If you're under 45, you're not. For most people, HPV clears on its own, but for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers.
Wow. Gardasil 9 is a vaccine given to adults through age 45 that can help protect against certain HPV-related cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers, and genital warts.
Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone. It doesn't treat cancer or HPV infection. These diseases may have many causes.
Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Routine cervical cancer screenings are still needed. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you're allergic to the vaccine, its ingredients, or yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be.
The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen.
Help protect yourself against certain HPV-related cancers. Talk to a doctor or pharmacist today.
Many enterprise networks take advantage of a three-tiered architecture. This is a very common design, and you'll find many organizations use a three-tiered network design for their network. This starts with the core of the network, and this is where we might have the central point for all of our resources. So our servers, our applications, our databases, and other critical points are going to be contained within the core of the network. The second tier in a three-tiered
Survey should
architecture
be
is the
between day
distribution
7 or
layer.
day 10, and it's at the end of those days in the module. So I think it's at 7 or 10. Or, excuse me, we're in a 3-week course, right? So it's somewhere around day 10, because the last day is day 15 for us, right? So somewhere between day 10 and day 15.
These are switches that are usually located very close to the user, usually on the same floor of a building, for example, and that access layer allows us to connect to the distribution, which then connects to the core of the network. This three-tiered architecture is very common to what we might see in a large city. The downtown area of the city is the core of the city, and all of the major resources for that city may be located in a very small geographical area in the center or core of that location. To be able to get to downtown, we need some type of distribution method. For example, we need some type of highway that might connect our homes to the downtown area. And our homes are usually connected to these larger highways through access roads. This allows us to use
Oh, they won't let you do it till the 23rd?
Yep. But when we need to get to the core downtown,
Guess we gotta wait till then.
use those distribution highways. Here's what this three-tiered architecture looks like in a network diagram. The core
All right, I'm about to dip out for a meeting. As always, I can still see chat with you guys. I'm just gonna be on another conference call.
The core to the access
If I do
switches,
not return
and
by
at the
1,
very
y'all know the
bottom,
deal. Go
access
ahead and clock
layer
out
is
for
the
lunch.
one that
See you
all
when
of
you
the
get back.
users are connected to.
But if you have any
Notice there
questions,
are
just
multiple
text.
links
I can
between
still
the
see it,
access and
but
the
and I'll try to
distribution,
respond
and
as quick as I
occasionally you
can.
might even find multiple links between the distribution and the core. So if one component happens to fail, we can always use other parts of the network to complete that communication path. This is often combined with multiple buildings. So here on a single campus, we have two separate buildings. All the users are connected on each floor of the building to an access switch. Each access switch in the building is usually connected to one or more distribution switches, and those distribution switches are connected to the core of the network, which may be located in a central data center. If you're a smaller organization, there may not be a need for a much larger three-tiered architecture. Instead, you might want to use a collapsed core architecture. This is a two-tier architecture that combines the core and distribution layer into a single collapsed core. You can see the access layer is still exactly the same as it was before. This allows for a more simplified design and hopefully a much easier design when you're troubleshooting. This is also a lot less expensive to implement because you have less devices that you have to purchase and install onto the network. However, as you can tell by this diagram, there's not a lot of options for redundancy, so this may not be quite as resilient if you happen to lose any of these individual components. When you're describing the flow of traffic within a data center, it's important to know where the traffic originates and what the destination is for that traffic. One way to describe traffic flow is an east-west traffic flow. This means that the origination and destination for this data flow is all within the same data center. This also means that we probably have very good response times from one device to another since they're all located on the same local network. If the traffic flow is one that is leaving the data center or is coming into the data center from an external source, you would refer to that as north-south traffic. This would probably have a bit of a different security posture than something that is east-west traffic because we really don't know where this traffic is going once it leaves the data center, and any inbound traffic could be coming from potentially anywhere. Here's a better view of this traffic type. If data is coming into the network from the internet or we're sending information out to the internet, we refer to that as north-south traffic. Any traffic that is inside this local data center, for example, if we have a file server that is sending information to an image server, all of that traffic is staying within the data center and would be considered east-west traffic.
Building your cybersecurity stack isn't rocket science. Simply create your own security apps with Sola. Get answers to the security questions you really care about and act on them instantly. Set up custom alerts, build workflows, or create dashboards. And guess what? No code needed. Don't want to DIY that ish? Sola's app gallery has plug-and-play apps ready for you to use. And with Sola AI, you get your own super talented security wingman. It can do all the work for you. Whether you just need to tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack, Sola's there for your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Sola.
Hi, Millie. Hi, Mrs. Manchester. Oh, please call me Nina. Come on in.
So why do you want this job?
I just really enjoy being housemaid. For my family, of course.
You know this is a live-in position, right?
Ta-da! This is your room.
What do you think?
It's perfect.
Okay, good.
So, would you like the grand tour?
See what you're getting yourself into?
The job is mostly cleaning, organizing,
Some light cooking?
Hello?
Millie's gonna be living with us.
You're gonna live with us.
Andrew, I told you that.
She'd be part of the family. I want you to feel safe here.
I do.
To your door. You're a lifesaver. I don't know what I'd do without you. Ellie.
next part of this course, we're going to talk a lot about IP subnetting. And a big part of subnetting is the ability to convert between decimal and binary. So I thought it would be useful in this video if we step through the fundamentals of performing binary calculations. Binary, of course, is a type of numbering that uses two different numbers, either a 0 or a 1. This means that there are only two possible options when doing mathematics in binary. The answer is either going to include a 0 or it's going to include a 1. Each one of these zeros or ones is referred to as a bit. And when we combine 8 of these bits together, we have a byte. Occasionally you will see a byte referred to as an octet to be sure that everyone understands that this is an 8-bit byte. In this video, we're going to perform a lot of calculations between binary and decimal. So what we need to create is a conversion chart to convert between binary and decimal. We'll create this chart by starting on the right side, and we'll simply put the number 1. Then we're going to double that number and put it to the left. So doubling 1 makes the number 2. If we double the number 2, we have the number 4. 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. 16 times 2 is 32, and so on. This is the conversion chart that we will use for almost all of our decimal to binary conversions. We created this chart with 8 individual places, but you can keep moving to the left with this chart. You can go past 128, we'll double it to 256, we'll double that to 512, and so on. You can keep continuing this process so that if you have a very large binary number, you can still perform the same type of conversion back to decimal. Let's now use this chart to answer this question. What is the binary 0000 0010 in decimal? First, let's write down this value in decimal. So it's 0000 0010. And of course, we want to know what the decimal equivalent is of that binary value. We'll then layer on top of this our conversion chart. So of course, we start on the right side with a 1, then 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and 128. Now we have everything we need to perform this binary calculation. In each of these places where we have a binary 0, we're going to bring that 0 down to the bottom line. In every place where we have a binary of 1, we're going to take the number just above that and bring it down onto the bottom line. We're then going to add all of these numbers together in the bottom line. So 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 2 plus 0 equals 2 in decimal. So the answer to this question of converting binary 0000 0010 is the same as 2 decimal. Let's do another one. What is the binary 1000 0010 in decimal? We will write down our binary value, and then we'll layer on top of that our conversion chart. Every place there is a 0, we're going to pull that down and put a 0. And every place there is a 1, we're going to pull down the number just above that 1. And you can see we only have 2 binary 1s in this number, and that's associated with the 2 and associated with the 128. So we'll bring down the 128, we'll bring down the 2, we add those together, and we've got 130 in decimal. So the binary value 10000010 is the same as 130 in decimal.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis take the headache out of IT security.
I've definitely been laughed at, mocked. People are like, that's a scam.
Generally, ranchers are one of the more skeptical groups.
You start actually questioning yourself, is this really legitimate?
I was cautiously pessimistic about it at first.
But then you start reading and you start educating yourself with trusted sources.
With crypto, you can have instantaneous transactions. You can transact 24 hours a day.
It gives me so much more autonomy over my own finances. Less fees, more transparency.
It's sustainable, it is equitable, and it's fast.
You can interact directly on the blockchain, exchange items of value much more easily.
It offers you access 24 hours a day.
It's my money, I have access to it, and I can do whatever I want with it. Whether that's invest, pay somebody, or just use it as retirement. And this technology really can be used for good.
And finally, finally, let's do one more binary to decimal conversion. This binary value is 1111, 1111. We'll bring down that binary value and we'll layer on top of that our conversion chart. And because each one of these spaces has a 1, we're going to bring down all of the numbers of our conversion. And if we were to count 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, you would have the value of 255 decimal. So the conversion of 1111, 1111 in binary is the same as 255 in decimal. Now let's do the same conversion, but in reverse. Let's take a decimal number and convert it to binary. This question asks, what is the decimal 154 in binary? It's the same process. We're going to bring down our binary number, but of course we don't know what that binary number is yet, so we'll put some place marks here, and then we'll layer on top of this our conversion chart. Now we need to determine which one of these binary values will be a 0 and which one will be a 1 to make up 154 decimal. And there's only one combination of zeros and ones in this chart that would equal that decimal value. We'll start on the right side where we have our 128 column, and we'll ask ourselves, is 128 less than or equal to 154? This is obviously less than 154, so we'll put a 1 in that column, and we'll bring down the 128. Now let's look at our next column of 64, and we'll combine that next column with the numbers that we've currently brought down previously. In this case, the number 128. So 128 plus 64 is 192. And we have to ask ourselves, is 192 less than or equal to 154? In this case, 192 is more than 154, so the answer is no, and we'll put a 0 in that column. Now we move to the next column, which is our 32. We'll add 32 plus anything that we brought down. That would be 128 plus 32, which equals 160. Is 160 less than or equal to 154? It is not, so we'll bring down a 0 in that column. We'll continue with this process by looking at the fourth column, which is 16. We'll add that to anything that we brought down. So 128 plus 16 is 144. Is 144 less than or equal to 154? It is, so we'll put a 1 in that column and bring down the 16. Our next column is the 8, so we'll add 8 to anything that we previously brought down. So 128 plus 16 plus 8 is 152. Is 152 less than or equal to 154? It is, so we'll put a 1 in that column and bring down the number 8. Our next column is the number 4. We will add 4 to everything that we brought down into that bottom row. So that all adds up to 156. And is 156 less than or equal to 154? It is not, so we'll put a 0 in the 4 column. The next column is the number 2. We'll add the number 2 to everything that we brought down so far. And if we add all of those up, it would be 154. Is 154 less than or equal to 154? It's obviously equal to 154, so we'll put a 1 in that column and bring down the number 2. And obviously we've hit the number 154, so we know that the number 1 on the last column will not be added to this final value. And if we add up everything in that last row, we see it does equal 154. And now all we have to do is look at the middle row to determine what the binary value of this is, and it would be 1001, 1010. If we look at 154 decimal, we know that that is exactly the same as 1001, 1010 in binary. With these 8 individual bits, we can convert any number between 0 and 255. So take any number you would like, put it into this particular format, and see if you can perform the conversion between binary and decimal. As you're increasing the number of bits in a binary value, you're increasing the total possible number of decimal results. For example, if you have 2 bits, there are only 4 possible outcomes: 00, 01, 10, and 11. And if you were to perform that conversion between binary and decimal, that's the same as 0, 1, 2, and 3. If you have 3 bits, then you can have 8 possible outcomes. If you use 4 individual bits, you have up to 16 different options. 5 bits moves you up to 32, 6 would be 64. 7 bits is 128 possible options, and if you were to increase the number of bits into 9 bits, 10 bits, 11 bits, and so on, you would also increase the total decimal number. You can see that this value is listed in this chart, and notice that I've also added the powers of 2 on top of this. This is effectively what we've been doing the whole time. 2 to the 0 power is 1, 2 to the first power is 2, 2 to the second power is 4, 2 to the third power is 8, and so on. So as we increase this powers of 2, we are also increasing the total decimal value.
Oh, Capital One? My team's transformed this AI model, built using contextual data, helps personalize your experience in real time. That's how we stack. That's technology of Capital One.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality and savings that add up, King Supers shoppers never compromise. King Supers, fresh for everyone.
If you've done anything with networking, then you've probably run into an IP version 4 address. In this video, let's look at the different configuration options for IP version 4. The IP address is the unique identifier that every device on the network must have if it wants to communicate using that IP protocol. An IP address is a series of 4 numbers separated by a period. This would be something like 192.168.1.165. To be able to properly communicate on the network, every device needs to have its own unique IP address. The IP address is combined with another value referred to as the subnet mask. The subnet mask is also a 4-octet value, for example, 255.255.255.0. The subnet mask is used in conjunction with the IP address to determine what IP subnet this particular device is on. This isn't something that's usually transmitted across the network. It's instead used by your local device to make a determination of what devices are local on this IP subnet and what IP addresses may be outside of this local IP subnet. This becomes especially important when you need to send traffic outside of your local subnet, and you do that through the use of a default gateway. The default gateway is the IP address of a device that's on your local subnet that allows you to communicate outside of this subnet. For example, if we have an IP address of 192.168.1.165 and a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0, a common default gateway could be 192.168.1.1. This is an IP address that is configured and assigned to the router on your local subnet by your network administrator, and it must be an IP address that is on your local network. There are also other IP addresses you should be familiar with. One of these is a loopback address. This is a way to define your local device without having to know a specific IP address. Every device on the network has a loopback address, and it's a number that is between 127.0.0.1 through 127.255.255.254. So if you wanted to ping your local device, you could ping 127.0.0.1, and hopefully your local device would be able to respond to you. This is often used to confirm that your local IP stack is working properly, and it would then be able to communicate to other devices. We also have a range of IP addresses that we've set aside as reserved addresses. This is a range of IP addresses that should never be assigned to other devices. They're used for future use or for testing in the future. This range of reserved addresses is 240.0.0.1 through 254.255.255.254. Anything that is a Class E address is also a reserved address. We'll talk about classes of addresses in just a moment. And another address type you might run into is one that is not real. It's a virtual IP address, or a VIP. Virtual IP addresses are not associated with a physical Ethernet adapter. Instead, VIPs are addresses that you would assign to the internals of the device so that you can always reference that device using that virtual IP address. For example, you might assign a VIP to a virtual machine, or the VIP may be part of an internal address that you're associating with a particular router. The IP protocol and IP version 4 operate at OSI layer 3. great. So anytime you're working with an IP address, you're working at that network layer of the OSI model. Let's break apart an IP version 4 address and really see what it's made of. Let's take the address 192.168.1.131. We refer to these 4 values as octets. That's because they consist of 8 individual bits. And you can see the representation of that same IP address broken out into those 4 groups of 8 bits. Sometimes you'll see these 8 bits broken out and described as 1 byte, or sometimes 1 octet. So if you were to count up all of these bits, there are 32 total bits in an IP version 4 address, and that is the same as 4 bytes or 4 octets. Since each one of these individual groups inside of IP version 4 consists of 8 bits, the maximum value that you would ever have in decimal for any of these groups would be a maximum of 255. In the early days of networking, we had to manually configure the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway all in a manual way. We had to visit that device, change a configuration file, and then that device would be able to communicate on the network. If anything changed with our network configuration, or we needed to change the IP address of that device, we had to revisit the device and manually make those changes. Today, of course, we can plug in any of our devices and it automatically receives an IP address. The way that we are able to receive this automated IP addressing is through a protocol known as DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. When we plug into a wired Ethernet network or a wireless network, and we're automatically able to communicate out to the internet, it's because we've received all of our IP configuration settings via DHCP. But if you've ever connected to a network that does not have a DHCP server, you may notice that you're still assigned an automatic address. But this address is not quite as capable as a DHCP address. Instead, it's what we call a link local address because it can only communicate to other devices that are on your local subnet, and we cannot route that traffic outside of your local subnet. For example, if you're assigned a link local address, you can't communicate to the internet because that's outside of your local subnet. In IP version 4, this linked local address is assigned through a process known as Automatic Private IP Addressing, or APIPA. This range of IP addresses automatically assigned through APIPA is 169.254.0.1 through 169.254.255.254. There are also reserved sections of that range. The first and last 256 addresses are reserved and they're not assigned to end stations. So if you receive an APIPA address on your device, it's between 169.254.1.0 or 169.254.254.255. Just as DHCP works automatically to assign your address, APIPA also has an automated process to assign this address. It uses ARP to confirm that no one else on your local network has that linked local address. And if nothing responds to that address resolution protocol query, then it will assign a random number between that functional block.
Cybersecurity today is so messy and expensive. And why does it take so long? It really shouldn't be that. Get started with Solo, the studio where you can build any security app. Whether you're the security person or just the person tasked with security, tie together some loose ends or build up your security stack. You fit Solo to your needs. It's simple, quick, and free. Get security done with Solo.
Wow. Every time.
Yeah, every time.
I know that all.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts feeling.
One of the challenges with IPv4 is that there are far more devices in the world than there are IP version 4 addresses. And in recent years, we've used up all of the available blocks of IP version 4 addresses. There are no other IP version 4 addresses that can be assigned in these blocks, so we need to find other ways to be able to communicate via IP version 4. One way that we've been able to extend the functionality of IP version 4 is to create an assignment of IP address ranges that can only be used on the inside of a network. We refer to these as a private IP address range, and anything that is a private IP address cannot be routed on the public internet. Fortunately, these are very large ranges, and we're able to use those ranges on the inside of our corporate networks. If you were to look at the IP address that's assigned to your device right now, it's likely that it's a private IP address. So if your device is currently using a private IP address and you're watching this video on the internet, how are you able to communicate on the internet with an address that is not able to be routed across the internet? We're able to do that through a functionality called network address translation. This allows us to convert a private IP address into a public IP address and use that public IP address to communicate on the public network. We'll learn more about network address translation as we go through this training course. If you want to learn more about private IP addresses, you may want to reference a request for comment, or RFC. RFC 1918 is the standard that defines these ranges of private IP addresses and how they can be used on our networks. If we were to look into the details of RFC 1918, you would see 3 different ranges have been set aside for private IP addressing. These 3 ranges are 10.0.0.0 through 10.255.255.255. And if you were to count up all of the possible addresses in that range, it would be over 16 million addresses. We often refer to this as a single Class A block of addresses, and we often write it as 10.0.0.0/8. If you were to write out the subnet mask of that /8 address, it's 255.0.0.0. This means the host size of this particular IP address range is 24 bits in length. Another range is 172.16.0.0 through 172.31.255.255. This gives us a total of just over 1 million addresses that we can assign in 16 contiguous Class B address ranges. If we were to write this out in CIDR block notation, it would be 172.16.0.0/12. The decimal subnet mask for a /12 network is 255.240.0.0, which means our host ID size is 20 bits in length. And the last range is 192.168.0.0 through 192.168.255.255. This allows us to assign over 65,000 addresses as part of 256 contiguous Class C address ranges. The CIDR block notation for this would be 192.168.0.0/16, and that /16 subnet mask is the same as 255.255.0.0. Half of this address is assigned for hosts, so your host ID size is 16 bits in length. As we step through the next series of videos, you'll learn more about CIDR block notation, the different classes of IP addresses, and other details that you see associated with these private address ranges.
Contact local agent Tom Calvin for an auto quote today.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
When you start working with IP version 4, one of the things you'll hear about are classes of IP addresses. And in casual conversation, we might even refer to an address as a Class A address, a Class B address, or a Class C address. This was a method of describing an IP address as it related to its subnet mask. Anything that is a Class A address has 8 bits assigned for the network address and 24 bits that are associated with the host address. This means that the subnet mask for a Class A address would be 255.0.0.0. A Class B address default subnet mask is 255.255.0.0, and the default subnet mask for a Class C address is 255.255.255.0. This style of class-based subnetting is one that we have not used since 1993, but we still refer to some of these addresses in a very colloquial sense. And although you may hear someone refer to an address as a Class A address or a Class C address, in reality, we no longer use a class-based form of subnet masking. So if we don't use classes, why are we doing a video on class-based networking? That's because these classes do act as a starting point when we begin any type of subnetting on our networks. If you're going to subnet a network, it's important to know where to begin the subnetting process. This class-based system is the starting point. These Class A, Class B, and Class C addresses have an obvious demarcation between the network part of the address and the host part of the address. With Class A, that line is drawn after the first 8 bits. In a Class B address, that line is after the first 16 bits. And in a Class C address, that line is after the first 24 bits. Here's a table that defines the different subnet classes for Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D, and the reserved Class E. And you can see if you look on the right side, the default subnet masks are the ones we just saw, where Class A has a default mask of 255.0.0.0, Class B is 255.255.0.0, and Class C is 255.255.255.0. The way that you can look at an IP address and tell immediately what class that IP address is associated with is the very first octet of the address. If the decimal octet is between 0 and 127,
We'll go to lunch here in about 4 minutes.
Of that IP address, it's a Class A address. If the first number of the IP address is between 128 and 191, that's a Class B address. And if the first number is between 192 and 223, that is a Class C address. If you were to look at that address in binary, if the first bit was 0, it's a Class A address. If the first bits are 10, it's a Class B address. And if the first 3 bits are 110, it's a Class C address. Class D addresses are used for a multicast communication, and therefore they are not assigned to an individual device. But there is a range for Class D addresses, and that is between 224 and 239, or the first 4 bits of a Class D address are 1110. And there is a range of IP addresses that are not used for any purpose. This is a reserved range. We refer to this as the Class E range, between 240 and 255, or the first 4 bits of 1111. So based on that chart and those ranges of IP addresses, let's see what class a particular IP address would be part of. Let's start with the IP address of 17.22.90.7. To be able to determine the class, we need to look at the first octet, which in this case is the number 17. And if you refer back to that chart, the number 17 is in a Class A address. Let's do another one. IP address is 220.10.77.40. If we look at that first octet, it is 220, and 220 is in the C class. The next IP address is 165.245.0.1. We need to look at that first octet. In this case, that's 165, and 165 is in the range of a Class B address. Next on our list is 128.90.10.2. That first number is 128, which means that is also a Class B address. The IP address of 191.77.24.250 has the first octet as 191, and if we refer to our chart, 191 is in the range of a Class B address. And lastly, 192.1.12.5, we're looking at that first octet of 192, which falls in the range of a Class C address. When you start calculating an IP subnet, there are 4 different values that are very important to know. The first is the IP address associated with the network address. This is the one that defines all of the other devices on this particular subnet. To calculate a network address, you set all of the host bits of that address to 0 and then determine what the decimal representation of that might be. The second important piece of information you need for an IP subnet is the first usable host address on that subnet. This is always going to be 1 number higher than this previously defined network address. You also need to know the network broadcast address. This is the last IP address of this particular network address. To be able to calculate the network broadcast address, you would set all of your host bits to 1, which is the same as 255 decimal, and perform the conversion between the binary and the decimal. And just as you need to know the first usable host address on the network, you also need to know the last usable host address. And to calculate that, you look at the network broadcast address, and it's one number fewer than the broadcast address. So let's calculate those 4 important subnet values. And let's start with the IP address of 10.74.222.11. If we look at our chart, we know that this starts with the number 10, therefore this must be a Class A address. And the default subnet mask for a Class A address is 255.0.0.0. Since we're using this Class A subnet mask, we know that everything that's on the left side of our bar, or this first octet, is going to be our network address.
All right, so a minute before lunch, so I just wanted to remind you all of this. There is the Network Plus CompTIA study guide that I sent you. So at the end of each chapter, there is sort of like a quiz you can take for yourself. And it gives you examples inside that electronic book that I sent you for N10009. Talks about Pareto tunneling, 6 to 4 and 4 to 6. Identifying IP addresses, walks you through an exercise. Then it gives you a summary of what you need to remember. And like a written lab, meaning you sit down and try to answer these questions, and then it gives you the answers at the end. So it's sort of like a quiz you can give yourself too. And we'll go over some of these too, just to see what you come up with. All right. But remember, you have that book at your disposal. Who does not have it? When I dropped it in the chat. It's the same electronic book, but you can't download the one for class. You don't have it? Okay, Kevin, I'll drop it back in the chat for you. All right.
Time's boosted for makeup stains.
Enjoy your lunch, but I'll get this book in you right now.
Brighter and fresher.
We first need to calculate the network address, and to do that, we set all the host bits to 0. This means that everything in that second column will be 0, and the network address, therefore, will be 10.0.0.0. The first host address is one more than the network address, so our first host address would be 10.0.0.1. To calculate the broadcast address for the subnet, we set all the host bits to 1, which means that the broadcast address is 10.255.255.255. And as you recall, to calculate the last usable address on this subnet, we need to subtract 1 from the broadcast address. So the last usable address on this network is 10.255.255.254. With these 4 values, you'll be able to determine the network address. You'll know if an IP address happens to be one of the usable addresses within that range, and you'll know what the last or broadcast address is for that entire network. Let's do another one. In this case, the IP address is 172.16.88.200. If we look at that first octet, we can see that that is a Class B address, which means the default subnet mask for this network is 255.255.0.0. This means that we would draw our line right in the middle between the first 16 bits and the last 16 bits. So everything on the left side is associated with the network address, and everything on the right side is associated with the host address. Now let's perform those exact same calculations. We want to determine what the network address is, so we will set all host bits to 0. This means that the network address for this particular subnet is 172.16.0.0. To be able to calculate the first host address, we need to add 1 to that value, or 172.16.0.1. To calculate the broadcast address, we set all host bits to 1, which means the broadcast address for this subnet is 172.16.255.255. And to define the last usable host address on this network, we subtract 1 from the broadcast address, which means the last usable address is 172.16.255.254. Let's see if we've figured out this process and step through another IP address, in this case, 192.168.4.77. Looking at this first octet of 192, that fits into the range of a Class C address, which means the default subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. If we were to draw our line, the network side of the address is the first 3 octets, and the host side is the last octet. Let's put that into our chart. So our first three octets, 192.168.4 is the network side, and .77 is the host side. To be able to calculate the network address, we set all host bits to 0, so the network address for this particular subnet is 192.168.4.0. If we add 1 to that address, we get our first host address of 192.168.4.1. To be able to calculate the broadcast address, we set all host bits to 1, which means the broadcast address is 192.168.4.255. And if we subtract 1 from that broadcast address, we get the last host address. That would be 192.168.4.254. Although we no longer use class-based subnetting, we can still use this same process when we look at anything that may be class or non-class based. And as we go through our additional subnetting videos, you'll notice that this same process is used over and over again, regardless of the IP address and the subnet mask.
Grammarly doesn't just help you with polishing your emails, it also lessens the mental load of replying to emails. When you start replying to an email, click this button to tag in Grammarly. You get a quick summary of the original email, and suggested prompts based on what you see. Click on a prompt, and Grammarly drafts a relevant reply for you in seconds. Use more suggested prompts to fine-tune the reply, and click here to insert it into the body of your email. Make any manual changes you want, and then send it off. And just like that, you're on your way to clearing out your inbox. Download Grammarly for free and see it for yourself.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in. With healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts feeling.
In a previous video, we talked about class-based subnetting and how IP addresses can be assigned a Class A, Class B, or Class C address. But since 1993, we've not used class-based subnetting. Instead, we use classless subnetting. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as classless interdomain routing, or CIDR. This classless addressing means that we can assign a subnet mask that doesn't fall into those same Class A, Class B, or Class C arrangements. And instead of referring to the subnet mask in its decimal form, we can simply refer to it as the number of bits. That number of bits is referred to as a CIDR block notation. For example, a decimal subnet mask of 255.0.0.0 is the same as a /8 CIDR block notation because it has 8 individual bits as part of the subnet mask. So it would be very common to see an IP address written as 192.168.1.44/24. Everything with the /24 is referring to the number of bits in a subnet mask, and a /24 mask would be the same as 255.255.255.0. When you're configuring a device, you're often giving an IP address, a subnet mask, a default gateway, and very often a series of DNS servers. Most of the time, an operating system is expecting you to put the subnet mask in as a decimal mask. So for example, in Windows, you may put the IP address and then you might add in the decimal version of the subnet mask. But if you're using a router or a switch, it may be expecting the CIDR block notation for those masks. So instead of using 255.0.0.0, you would simply input /8. Make sure you check the documentation of the device you're using to see what notation it prefers for the subnet mask. As you've probably seen in our previous examples of subnet masks, the mask consists of a series of ones followed by zeros. So the ones are going to left, the zeros are going to the right. For example, here is a subnet mask. You can see the contiguous set of ones on the left and the zeros that are on the right. In this example, you can see 3 separate octets that are set. So there are 24 ones in this particular mask, and there are 8 zeros at the end. If we were to write this out in decimals, it would be 255.255.255.0. And if you were to write this out in cyber representation, the ones that are associated with the subnet mask, because there are 4. So the cyber representation is /4. The subnet mask is obviously used to separate the network part of the address from the host part of the address. So for this particular subnet mask, the network address Let's convert a binary subnet mask to one that is the cider block location. And we'll take this subnet mask that we have on the screen that has all ones in the first 2 octets and all zeros in the last 2 octets. If we were to count the number of ones in this subnet mask, we have 8 in the first octet, 8 in the second octet, none in the third, and none in the fourth. That means the total number of ones in the subnet mask would be 16, so the cider block location would be /16. This means that the first 16 bits of the subnet mask are associated with the network, and the last 16 bits are associated with the host ID. Let's do another one. In this example, the first 3 octets are 1s, but the last octet has 1s and 6 zeros. So let's count the number of 1s in this subnet mask. There are 8 in the first octet, 8 in the second octet, 8 in the third octet, and 2 that are in the fourth octet. If we count all of those together, we have 26. So the cider block notation of this subnet mask would be /26. This /26 means that the first 26 bits of this address are the network part of the address, and the last 6 bits are reserved for the host ID. And here's one more. In this subnet mask, we have the first octet of all 1s. The second octet has 4 1s and 4 zeros, and then the third and fourth octets are all 0. Since we are counting number of 1s, we have 8 in the first octet and 4 in the second octet. And if you count those together, the subnet mask in cider notation would be a /12. That means that the first 12 bits are for the network ID, and the last 20 bits would be for the host ID. We looked at the subnet mask in binary, and we've calculated the cider block notation, but we often refer to the subnet mask as a decimal value. If we were to convert these binary subnet masks into a decimal value, there are only a certain number of these that you would run into. For example, all zeros would obviously be a decimal 0, but anything that starts with a binary of 1 and the rest zeros would be a decimal of 128. If there are 2 1s, it's 192. 3 would be 224, and so on. This means that you could create a chart that shows all 8 of the bits within a single octet and what the decimal equivalent would be. We can now use that chart to calculate the cider block notation and what the decimal representation of that subnet mask would be. So let's look at a subnet mask of all 1s in the first octet. There are 4 1s in the second octet, and the rest of this would be all zeros. If you refer to our chart, you can see that all 1s is 255, 4 1s and 4 zeros would be 240, and then of course all zeros would be 0. And if we recount the number of 1s, we know that correlates back to a /12. So a /12 cider notation is the same thing as 255.240.0.0 in decimal notation. And of course, since there are 12 1s, the network section is 12 bits in length, which leaves the remaining 20 bits available for the host ID. Let's look at a subnet mask we've not seen yet. This one is all 1s in the first octet, all 1s in the second octet. There are 3 1s in the third octet, and of course the rest of this is zeros. If we look at our chart, we can see that of course all 1s is 255, and in the octet that has 3 of these 1s, we refer to the chart, that is the same as 224 in decimal. And obviously all zeros in binary is the same as 0 decimal. If we then count the number of 1s in all of these octets, they all add up to 19, so your cider block notation would be /19, which corresponds back to the decimal representation of 255.255.224.0. This of course means that the network part of this address is 19 bits in length, and the host section is 13 bits in length. Of course, we could do this in reverse as well. Let's say that we have a subnet mask that's been given to us as a /26 in cider block notation. If we were to write this out in binary, that means that we would have all ones in the first 3 octets and 2 ones in the last octet. And if we would refer back to our chart, all ones would obviously be 255, and the last octet that has 2 ones relates back to a 192 in decimal. So a /26, where your network ID is 26 bits in length and the host ID is 6 bits in length, is the same as a /26 in cider block notation or 255.255.255.192 in decimal. Let's do another one where we've been given a /20 in cider block notation. That means there are 20 ones in this particular subnet mask. So your first 2 octets are all 1. The third octet is 4 1, 0, and of course the last octet will be all 0. If we refer to our chart, we know that the decimal version of that binary subnet mask will be 255.255.240.0, which is the same as a /20 cider block notation. That means the network part of this address is 20 bits in length, which leaves us 12 bits available for host IP addresses.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Take the headache out of IT security.
Get fresh groceries delivered to your door with Kroger Delivery proudly serving King Soopers.
In this video, we're going to look at a detailed calculation of subnets and hosts using IP version 4. If you stumbled across this video, I highly recommend you go back and look at our video on binary math, classical subnetting, and IPv4 subnet masks. As we've been going through these subnetting videos, you may be asking yourself, why do we have to go through this process of calculating IP addresses, their mask, looking at default gateways, and understanding what the first and last available IP address might be? Well, that's because it would be functionally impossible to have one device that would know where every other device in the world might be. Instead, we create smaller networks and we build routers that are able to get information between all of these smaller networks. This allows us to communicate to anywhere in the world without knowing exactly where that destination location might be. We simply send out the packet, and the routers every step of the way allow us to get that information to the final destination. Well, this means that we need to create these smaller networks, and we do this by using a process known as VLSN, or Variable Length Subnet Masks. As the name implies, these subnet masks are not like the class-based networks that we looked at earlier, which have a very fixed number of bits in the subnet mask. Instead, we can create a subnet mask that has a different number of bits on every network, therefore creating a variable length of a subnet mask. This means you, as the network administrator, can build a network that is exactly the right size with the right number of networks and the right number of hosts. And you have complete control over what the subnet mask might be for that network. This is a lot like cutting a pizza into smaller pieces. How many pieces do you need of a pizza? Should the pizza be cut in 2 pieces? Should it be 4? Should it be 8? Or should it be even more than that? If we apply this to IP, we can look at a Class A network, which has 10.0.0.0 and a subnet mask with a /8. But if we wanted to cut that pizza into smaller pieces, we might have a subnet mask of a /24 or even a /26. Since we're using a different number of bits than 8 in the subnet mask, we're using a variable length subnet mask that we can define to be whatever we want. Let's perform some of this variable length subnet masking, but let's first look at the default subnet mask for a Class A address. This would be 10.0.0.0. The default is Class A, since that starts with the number 10. And the default subnet mask for that would be 255.0.0.0. This would be the default subnet mask. All we did was have classful addressing. If you were to look at this classful address in binary, the first 8 bits would be 1, and the remaining bits would be 0. In decimal, that means it would be 255.0.0.0, And if you were to use the CIDR block notation, this would be a /8 subnet. This means that the network bits would be those first 8 bits of the address, and the host bits would be the last 24 bits of the address. Since this is a /8 subnet mask, we are drawing our line after those first 8 bits of the subnet mask. But in reality, of course, we can pick a different number of subnet bits. We just need to decide what works best for our network. For example, let's draw our line right after the 3rd octet. This means that we still have our default first 8 bits as part of that class A address, but we're going to borrow the middle 16 bits as what we call our subnet bits. This means those subnet bits would now be turned into 1, and the host section of the IP address would shrink down to 8 bits. This means that the decimal subnet mask would be 255.255.255.0, and the CIDR block notation for this new subnet mask would be /24. We've been doing a lot of these calculations in binary, and then we've been converting that binary back to decimal. That process tends to take time, and one of the faster ways to perform these calculations is to look at a list of the powers of 2. For example, you can look at 2 to the first power is 2, 2 to the second power is 4, 2 to the third power is 8, and so on. If you want to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts, you can calculate the number of subnets as 2 to the number of subnet bits, and the number of hosts per subnet will be 2 to the number of host bits minus 2. That subtraction for the 2 means that we're subtracting the number that we would use for our network address and the number that we would use for our broadcast address. Everything in the middle would be our host addresses. So let's now use this chart with our powers of 2 to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts per subnet. Let's take the IP address of 10.1.1.0/24. If we perform our calculation in binary, we would write out all 24 of those bits as 1s, and the last 8 bits would be 0. The default for a class A address, such as this one, though, would normally have our network address as the first 8 bits. But we are moving that line another 16 bits over so that we are borrowing an additional 16 bits for the subnet. That leaves us with 8 bits left over for the host. If we were to calculate the number of subnets using these powers of 2, we would take 2 to the number of subnet bits. And since we have 16 subnet bits, 2 to the power of 16 is 65,536. If we were to calculate number of hosts per subnet, it's 2 to the number of host bits minus 2. We have 8 host bits, which means 2 to the 8 minus 2, 256 minus 2, or 254. So for this IP address of 10.1.1.0/24, we can have a maximum number of subnets of 65,536, and on each of those subnets, we can have a maximum of 254 devices. Let's calculate another one. We'll look at an IP address of 192.168.11.0/26. Write out that /26. You can see there are 26 ones. That leaves us with 2 ones in the last octet, and we have 6 zeros left over at the end. If we calculate the class of this address, we look at the first octet, which is 192, which means this is a Class C address. That means it has a total number of 24 bits as the network address by default. But we borrowed a couple of extra bits into the last octet, so there are 2 additional bits available that we will call our subnet bits. And then, of course, we have the last 6 bits available as the host bits. Let's perform our calculation again. To calculate the number of subnets, we use 2 to the number of subnet bits. We have 2 bits left over as the subnet bits. 2 to the second power is 4. To calculate the host per subnet, we have 6 bits, so we take 2 to the 6th power and subtract 2 from there. That means we have 64 minus 2, or 62. So for this IP address of 192.168.11.0/26, we can create a total of 4 subnets, and on each of those subnets, we can have a total of 62 devices. This same process works with any type of subnet mask. Let's take, for example, 172.16.55.0/21. If we looked at this in binary, we would have 21 ones, which means we have 8 first octet, 8 in the second octet, and 5 ones in the third octet. Everything else, of course, would be zeros. And if we look at this IP address, it starts with 172, which by default would be a Class B address. So by default, the first 16 bits would be your network address. We added some additional bits, in this case, 5 additional bits to be our subnet bits, and then everything left would be our 11 host bits. Performing our calculation again, we have 5 subnet bits, so to calculate the number of subnets, it's 2 to the 5th power, or 32. We have 11 host bits left over, so if we calculate that as 2 to the 11th power minus 2, that would be the same as 2048 minus 2, or a total of 2046 devices. So for this IP address of 172.16.55.0/21, we can have a total of 32 subnets, and on each of those subnets, we can have a maximum of 2046 devices. If you use this powers of 2 to perform these calculations, it can be a very quick way to determine what the number of subnets might be and what the host per subnet might be. But there are some shortcuts available that might get you to these values much faster, and in the next couple of videos, we'll give you some different options for calculating this process using those shortcuts.
Is your team spending more time on timesheets than their actual work? Deltek Replicon simplifies time tracking by automatically capturing and verifying employee hours from the tools your team already uses. Try it today for free at replicon.com.
Dally Rinse and Refresh. Finds odor in just one wash. Guaranteed. My wash smells so clean. Dally Rinse and Refresh. It's a dream.
If you've been with us with the videos just prior to this one, then you've learned a lot about subnetting, masks, CIDR block notation, and other important fundamentals when it comes to subnetting via IP version 4. All of that work has brought us to this point where we can start to answer questions like this one. Here's a network layout, and it says, here's your IP address assignment. We've been given the IP address of 192.168.1.0/24. And this says we need an IP addressing scheme with more than one network address that can support 40 devices per subnet. That is the optimal number we're looking for, and we need to determine how to subnet this network address to be able to get 40 devices per subnet. Now you could of course write out all of the possibilities in decimal and binary and be able to calculate what the differences are with the number of networks and the number of hosts per network. For example, if you look at the default subnet mask that we were given, which is 255.255.255.0, you can see this is the binary representation of that subnet mask and the CIDR notation, which is a /24. That gives us one single network with 254 hosts per network. If we borrow 1 bit from the host side, so that we are 255.255.255.128 as our subnet mask, or a /25, we would be able to create 2 networks with 126 hosts per network. We are getting closer to that number of 40. Let's keep going by borrowing another bit so that our subnet mask is 255.255.255.192, or a /26. This allows us to have 4 networks with a total of 62 hosts on each of those subnets. This is certainly getting close to 40, but let's go one more step to see if we're getting even closer to that 40 value. The next step would be to borrow 1 more bit from the host side, so now we're borrowing 3 subnet bits, which means our subnet mask is 255.255.255.224, or a /27. If we subnet in this way, we can have a maximum of 8 networks, but it would only allow for 30 hosts per network. This means that the optimal subnet mask, if we're looking for a total of 40 devices per subnet, would be the next one up, or the /26, which would give us 4 networks and a maximum of 62 hosts per network. Now we can certainly speed this process along by performing a calculation based on powers of 2. Let's look to see how we might do that. We have a starting IP address of 192.168.1.0 and a subnet mask of 255.255.255.192. And based on this information, we can show the network address and the subnet mask in binary. And you'll notice in the subnet mask, we have the default number of bits for that address, plus the 2 extra bits that we borrowed from the host side. Visually, you can see where the 24 subnet bits might be, the 2 extra bits we borrowed for the subnet, and the 6 bits that are left over on the host side. If we were to now calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts per subnets using this powers of 2 formula, we would take 2 to the second power, because the second power would be 2 bits, and that would be a total of 4 networks. We would determine the number of hosts per subnet by taking those 6 host bits that are left over at the end and calculating 2 to the 6th power minus 2, which would be 64 minus 2, or a total of 62 hosts per subnet. This is a relatively straightforward way to calculate the number of subnets and the number of hosts per subnet, but it requires you to perform a binary conversion and then count the number of bits to be able to calculate what that total might be at the end. There are some shortcuts that we can use, and in this video, we're going to look at a shortcut that uses the magic number method. These calculations are intended to give us 4 separate pieces of information. First, we need the network address or subnet ID. This would be the first address in the subnet. We also need a broadcast address. This is the last address in the subnet. We need the first available host address. This is an address that we can assign to a device on this subnet. And then we need the last available host address. We need to be able to calculate these as quickly as possible. Now, obviously, we could calculate this by converting everything to binary, looking at the subnet bits, and then calculating for every possible scenario what this particular network address might be and the subnet mask for each one of these. And for this particular IP address, where we determined there were 4 separate subnets, these are all the calculations that we would need to do to be able to calculate all of that information for all 4 of those subnets. You can see looking at this screen that there are a lot of separate binary to decimal conversions you'd have to do just to calculate those specific details for all 4 of those subnets. We can simplify this process by using the magic number shortcut. This allows us to perform subnet calculations very quickly, and very often we can do all of these calculations in our head. There's still a little bit of math involved with the magic number method, but it's limited to powers of 2 and some very simple addition and subtraction. You could even create a few charts that might help you with the process, but once you get accustomed to using this method, you'll find that you memorize very easily what's in the charts. You may not have to write them down at all during your exam. One chart that might help you is a chart that easily converts between a CIDR block notation and the decimal subnet mask notation. You can see an example of this might be to use a /9 is 255.128.0.0, /10 is 255.192.0.0, and so on. You will notice that there are some patterns after a while. For example, a /9 has the 128 as the number that is a bit different than a 0 or a 255, and a /17 also has a 128. So we could write this chart in a simplified form that shows a /9, a /17, and a /25 use the 128 as the decimal value. In the magic number method, we have a number of different tasks that we perform based on the octet that we're working with. So we might want to modify this CIDR to decimal chart to have something that's a little bit different. For example, if you wanted to see the CIDR notation for interesting octet 2, you can see it ranges from a /9 through /16. The CIDR block notation for interesting octet 3 would be /17 through /24, and the CIDR block notation for interesting octet 4 ranges from /25 to /30. You notice that we don't use /31 by default because it doesn't leave any room for any hosts on the subnet, and we don't use a /32 because that leaves 0 bits available for any host. For each of these columns with the CIDR block notation, you'll notice there is a magic number, and in a moment we'll learn how to use that magic number value. We can also put in this chart the subnet mask for an interesting octet, and you can see those mask values are also listed as well, starting at 128 and working all the way up to 255.
FAIR has helped us grow our business by finding really beautiful complementary items that go along with our product selection. We look for things that fit the vibe. FAIR helps us experiment in our shop with less risk.
When I think about how I divide my time, it's very carefully. I'm Alex Diaz. I'm a professional marketer in Seattle. Thinking about communication can be exhausting. Sometimes you find yourself hitting a wall. And I love AI Compose because you write your intention and automatically this paragraph comes out that you can play with. It is honestly like magic. Grammarly will give you confidence that whatever message you're trying to send comes across as you intend. Download Grammarly for free.
Optionally, you could also create a host range chart where you can take an address block and then separate out what the differences are for that particular block. For example, an address block of 128 splits the network into two different pieces, 0 through 127 and 128 through 255. An address block of 64 hosts per block would be 0 through 63, 64 through 127, and so on. And you can continue this process with a host block of 32 hosts, 16 hosts, 8 hosts, and so on. So let's see how the magic number method works. It's a series of steps, and once you go through these a couple of times, they become very second nature. The first step is to convert the subnet mask to decimal if it's not in decimal already. From there, we need to identify the interesting octet. We'll talk about the interesting octet in just a moment. We then need to calculate the magic number, which is 256 minus the value of the interesting octet. We could then calculate the host range based on that, identify the network address, which would be the first address in that range, and then identify the broadcast address, which would be the last address in that range. So now let's take an IP version 4 subnetting problem and answer this problem using the magic number method. We'll start with this IP address of 165.245.77.14, and we've been given a subnet mask of 255.255.240.0. Our first step would be to put the subnet mask into the chart. You can see that it's already in decimal form, so we simply need to copy it over with 255.255.240.0. We can then also fill in the IP address that we've been given, which is 165.245.77.14. From here, we can start to make some decisions about what to put into this chart. For example, if the mask is 255, you simply copy the IP address down. So in this case, the mask is 255 in the first octet, so we're going to copy that down, which means our subnet ID will be copied down with the same number that's in the IP address row. Let's perform that same task again with the second octet. It is also 255, so we're going to copy that through. This 245 then will be brought down into the subnet ID row. We no longer have any octets with the 255, so our next step will be to look at any octets where the mask is 0. And if the mask is 0, we bring that 0 down to the subnet ID row. In this case, our last octet does have a 0, so we're going to copy that 0 all the way down and put it into the subnet ID row in the last octet. In our example, the subnet mask in the third octet is a 240. That is obviously not 0 and not 255, so that octet is our interesting octet. Now that we know the interesting octet, we can use that to calculate the subnet ID value for that particular octet. To be able to do that, we need to subtract the interesting octet subnet mask from 256. In our interesting octet, the subnet mask is 240. So if we subtract 240 from 256, we have the value of 16. This means our magic number is 16, and there would be 16 hosts available on that particular subnet. If we put our chart at the bottom that shows the 16 different hosts that you would have and the delineation between each one of those subnets, you can see that we have a range between 0 and 15, 16 through 31, 32 through 47, and so on. Now, if we look at the IP address, we can see the IP address is 77. And if we look on our chart, we can fit the 77 IP address in the range between 64 and 79. Since we're trying to determine the subnet ID, we take the very first number in that particular range, which would be 64, and we add that 64 into that subnet ID in our interesting octet. So for the IP address 165.245.77.14 that has a subnet mask of 255.255.240.0, the subnet ID is 165.245.64.0. Of course, not only do we need to know the subnet ID, but we also need to know the broadcast address. To calculate the broadcast address using the magic number method, it's a very similar process. We use the same chart with the same subnet mask and the subnet ID, but at the very bottom, we have broadcast address instead of subnet ID. The rules for determining the broadcast address are very similar to the rules we used for the subnet ID. If the subnet mask is 255, we copy the subnet ID all the way down into the broadcast address row. We have two of our octets that show a 255, so we'll do this for the first and the second octet. Here's where the rules are a little bit different when calculating the broadcast address versus calculating the subnet ID. If the mask is 0, we're going to write into that column a 255. And of course, if the subnet mask octet doesn't contain a 0 and it doesn't contain a 255, then that octet is our interesting octet.
With King Soopers same-day pickup and delivery, it's easy to shop the same in-store prices and have your groceries brought right to you, so you never compromise on what matters most. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
New Swiffer Mop Deluxe with the new locking head. Getting into tight spaces is simple.
This will obviously be the same interesting octet when we're calculating the broadcast address as it was when we were calculating the subnet ID. To calculate the magic number, we perform the same process that we did earlier. We take 256, we subtract from that the value that's in that interesting octet mask, leaving us with a magic number of 16. To calculate the broadcast address for that interesting octet, we take the subnet ID and we add the magic number and subtract 1. So in this example, we use 64 because that is the number in our subnet ID. We add 16, which is our magic number. We subtract 1, and that leaves us with 79. So in this example, the broadcast address is 165.245.79.255. Now that we know the subnet ID and we know the broadcast address, calculating the first available IP address and the last available IP address is relatively straightforward. To calculate the first host, we're going to take the subnet ID and add 1. So the first address on the subnet is 165.245.64.1. To find the last usable address on this subnet, we take the broadcast address and subtract 1. So the last usable address on this subnet is 165.245.79.254. And that is the magic number process. Without doing any type of conversion between binary and decimal, we were able to calculate the subnet ID, the broadcast address, the first available IP address, and the last available IP address. Let's see how well we can use this magic number method with another example. We'll use the IP address of 10.180.122.244, the mask is 255.248.0.0. We will first fill in our chart, so we'll put our subnet mask in that mask row, and we'll put our IP address in the IP address row. We'll now look at our subnet mask, and everywhere there's a 255, we'll use that to copy down the IP address. So in this case, in the first octet, we'll copy down that value of 10. Every place there is a 0, we're going to copy down the 0 and put that into the subnet ID row, and the third and the fourth octets both have a 0. Since we don't have a 0 or a 255 in this second octet, that means that this octet is our interesting octet. To calculate the magic number, we use 256, subtract the value that we have in that subnet mask range, which means we use 256 minus 248. So in this example, our magic number is 8. This means that each subnet has a total of 8 IP addresses that can be assigned, including our subnet ID and our broadcast ID. And we put the chart at the bottom that separates this into those multiples of 8. Now we need to find the IP address that is the starting for this particular block. If we look at our interesting octet, we know that the IP address is 180. So if we look at our chart, we can find that 180, which is in the block starting with 176. Since that starts with 176, we can simply fill that in, which means the subnet ID for this example will be 10.176.0.0. Now we need to find the broadcast address for this example. We'll use a similar process we did before, where if we had a 255 in the list, we're going to copy and bring down that subnet ID. So the first octet will simply copy down the number 10. Anywhere that we have a 0, we're going to copy down and put a 255. We have zeros in both our third octet and our fourth octet. As we already know, the second octet is our interesting octet. So we're going to perform our calculation taking 256, subtracting 248 from that, meaning our magic number is 8. This is obviously the same magic number we calculated earlier. To calculate the broadcast address, we need to take the subnet ID, add the magic number, and subtract 1. So the example here would be 176 plus 8, since that's our magic number, and if we subtract 1, that leaves us with a number of 183. We'll add this to our broadcast address range, which means the broadcast address for this example is 10.183.255.225. Now that we've calculated the subnet ID and the broadcast address, it's relatively easy to determine the first host ID because we take the subnet ID and add 1. So the first available host on the subnet is 10.176.0.1. To determine the last address, we take the broadcast address and subtract 1. So in this case, it would be 10.183.255.254. Hopefully now you can see that the magic number method is a bit faster than going through the steps of converting to binary and then back to decimal again. But there are some ways to make this process even more efficient.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Each Apple product, like the iPhone, is thoughtfully designed by skilled designers. The titanium Apple Card is no different. It's laser edged, has no numbers, and it earns you daily cash on everything you buy, including 3% back on everything at Apple. Apply for Apple Card on your iPhone in minutes. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card is issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
If you've already created a chart that shows all of the possibilities of an interesting octet cider block notation and has the magic number predefined along with the subnet mask for the interesting octet, you can perform this entire process in one single chart. Let's take the example of 172.16.242.133/27. If we look at our predefined chart, we know that /27 falls into the cider block notation for interesting octet 4. This means that octet 4 will have a decimal value up to 24. So if we wanted to write out the entire subnet mask, it would be 255.255.255.224 because 224 is in that interesting octet number 4. The process for calculating the magic number is exactly the same as it was before. We take 256, we subtract that subnet mask in the interesting octet, which in this case is 224, which means our magic number is 32. There are 32 available addresses on each subnet of this particular IP address and subnet mask combination. Here's our chart, which is written out with 32 numbers in each of the sections. And if we look at our IP address that has a 133, we can move forward where the 133 would be, and it is in the block that starts with a 128. Since we know it starts with a 128, that means that we can now change our fourth interesting octet to be that value as the subnet ID. So the subnet ID in this example would be 172.16.242.128. If you recall from our earlier calculations, to be able to calculate the broadcast information, we need to take the subnet ID value of the interesting octet, add that to the magic number, and subtract 1. So we'll take 128, we'll add 32 to make 160, we'll subtract 1, and that makes 159. So the broadcast address on this subnet is 172.16.242.159. Now that we know the subnet ID and the broadcast, we can calculate the first available IP address and the last available IP address. We add 1 to the subnet ID to determine the first IP. So the first IP would be 172.16.242.129. If we subtract 1 from the broadcast address, we would get 172.16.242.158. So there is the faster way to be able to calculate our subnet ID, our broadcast address, the first IP address, and the last IP address using the previous videos. We've gone through the process of manually converting an IP address and subnet mask to binary, performing the proper calculations, and converting it back to decimal. We also looked at a shortcut called the magic number method that allows us to very quickly calculate the same information without performing that binary to decimal conversion. This shortcut is the 7-second subnetting shortcut, and this is the process that I use in calculating subnetting on an exam. This is a process very similar in structure to the magic number method, and indeed most of the shortcuts you find will have some variation of this within them. The part that's very different to the 7-second subnetting is that there is no math involved. You don't have to perform any calculations to determine a magic number, and everything you need will be predefined in the chart that we create at the very beginning. You'll find that the only math you end up doing is adding and subtracting the value of 1 to be able to calculate the first IP address and the last IP address. This is one of many available shortcuts to help you with the subnetting process. I highly recommend you look at a number of different ones to find one that works for you. This 7-second subnetting process works equally well whether you are online taking this exam and using the online whiteboard, or if you have a physical whiteboard in front of you at a testing center. The process of calculating the subnet is really about splitting the network into smaller pieces. You may start with a network that has 256 total hosts available, or you might break it up into smaller subnets such as a .128, you might have 2 different subnets, a .192, which separates it into 4 different subnets, a .224 separates it into 8 individual subnets, and so on. The core to the 7-second subnetting process is creating this chart. We will start with a chart that defines the subnet masks. This allows us to very quickly determine what the decimal mask might be if we're given a cider block notation and vice versa. You can see this is very similar to the chart you would create with the magic number method. We're simply performing the same math on the 7-second subnetting. We also have a networks column. We calculate that by starting with the number 2 and doubling it all the way up until 256. And then you have an addresses column, which starts with 128, and you would divide by 2 all the way down until you get to the number 1. And to help with the conversion between the cider block notation and the decimal mask, we have a subnet mask in decimal column that we'll add in as well. Once you've created this chart, you have everything you need to be able to calculate everything necessary for subnet without having to perform any type of additional math. If you're like me and you have problems determining what the start of a subnet might be on a subnet that has 16 hosts or 32 hosts, you may want to write out those subnet boundaries into a separate chart so you can very quickly find what those might be during the process of performing your calculations. For example, a network that has 128 hosts per network would have host boundaries at 0 and 128. The network that has 64 IP addresses per subnet has network boundaries at 0, 64, 128, and 192. And you can calculate similar boundaries for networks with 32 IP addresses, 16, 8, and 4. The 7-second subnetting process is a 4-step process. The first step is to convert the IP address and the subnet mask to decimal. This is necessary if you're provided the subnet mask in cider block notation, but fortunately we have a chart that can very quickly translate between cider block notation and decimal. The second step is to determine the subnet address. This is something you may be able to do in your head, or if you're like me, you've written out that second chart that shows you where the delineations are for each individual subnet. That same chart shows us what the broadcast address might be, because we can simply look at the last address in that particular range. And from there, it's very easy to determine what the first and last usable IP addresses might be by adding 1 to our subnet address and subtracting 1 from our broadcast address. Let's use this process to subnet 165.245.12.88/24. This /24 needs to be converted from the cider block notation into decimal notation. You may be able to do this one in your head very easily, but you can also reference your chart by finding the /24. You can see that our chart shows the /24 as part of that third octet, and it shows that that third octet will have a mask of 255. Everything after that will have a mask of 0. So performing that calculation means that our subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Now we need to calculate the network or subnet address. If the mask is 255, we need to bring that address down. And if the mask is 0, we're going to simply bring down 0. So if the mask is 255, we bring down the address. And you can see in the first, second, and third octets, the mask is 255. So we'll bring down the 165, 245, and 12. And if the mask is 0, we bring down a 0. So in this example, our network address is 165.245.12.0. To calculate the broadcast address, we look at the subnet mask again, and if it's 255, we bring down the address number. If the mask is 0, we use 255. In this example, the first, second, and third octets all have 255, so we will bring down our address numbers as 165.245.12. And if the mask is 0, we bring down 255. So in this case, the last octet does have a mask of 0, and we'll put a 255 in that last octet for the broadcast address. Now that we have our network address and our broadcast address, it's relatively easy to calculate the first available IP address and the last available IP address. To calculate the first IP, we take the network address and we add 1. So that would be 165.245.12.1. And the last IP would be the broadcast address minus 1. So that would be 165.245.12.254. There is the 7-second subnetting process using our chart and using those simple rules to be able to define the network address, the broadcast address, the first available IP, and the last available IP. Let's do another example that doesn't fall on those simple 8-bit ranges of the subnet mask. We're going to use the same IP address, but with a different subnet mask. In this case, it will be 165.245.12.88/26. The first step will be to take the /26 signer block notation and convert that mask to decimal. If we look at our chart, we can find the /26. We can see that it is the 1, 2, 3, 4th octet. And in that 4th octet, we want to put a 192 decimal. That means that our subnet mask is 255.255.255.192, which is the conversion from the /26. If we look at our chart where it has the /26 or the 192, you can see the number of addresses is 64. And since our IP address has an 88, we can look at the different blocks in those 64 ranges to determine where the 88 might be. In this case, it's in the range that starts with the block of 64. We'll follow the same rules we had before. If the mask is 255, we're going to bring down that address. And if the mask is 0, we're going to bring down a 0. In this example, we have 3 masks that are 255, so we'll simply bring down the address values for each of those octets. In this last octet, the mask is 192. If we refer to our chart, we can see that we have that range of 64 addresses. We look at our IP address of 88 and determine in which one.
I appreciate you stopping by. I stepped away for a minute, but yeah, I remembered you was here on one of my other stream as well. I appreciate you stopping by. You're always welcome to leave a comment or like the video.
In this particular case, our subnet mask does not have any zeros, so we need to refer to our chart. Again, we know that this is the range with 64 addresses per subnet, and we know the .88 fits into that second block. We know looking at the chart that the next block starts with a 128, which means that the broadcast address must be the one prior to that number, so that would be 127. So the broadcast address is 165.245.12.127. And of course, to calculate the first usable IP address, we add 1 to our network address. So our first IP is 165.245.12.65. The last IP address is determined by taking the broadcast address and subtracting 1. So that would be 165.245.12.126. We can perform this same shortcut with any IP address and subnet range. Let's take the example of 165.245.12.88/20. If we look at this address, we take the /20 and convert it to a decimal subnet mask. We can determine this by finding the /20 in our chart. It is in the third octet. That third octet will be a 240. So everything to the left of that will be 255s, and everything to the right will be zeros. So our subnet mask of /20 is the same as a 255.255.240.0. You also notice in this chart that the number of addresses in each of the subnets will be 16 addresses. And if we look at our chart, we know that we have an address that has 165.245.12.88. So we need to determine where the .12 might be in our list. That .12 fits between the 0 and 16. So it's this very first subnet that we're going to look at in this particular range. Let's calculate our network address. If the mask is 255, we bring down the address, and if the mask is 0, we use 0. In this case, we have a 255 in the first two octets and a 0 in the last octet, so we simply bring down each one of those. Since we're looking at the range that has the .12, and we know that there are 16 hosts on each of these subnets, and that .12 is in that range between 0 and 16, and the first number being 0 means that that is our network address, and so we'll bring that down as our third octet. This means that our network address is 165.245.0.0. To calculate the broadcast address, we look at every place there's a 255, and we bring down that address, so that would be our first two octets. And if there is a 0 as part of the subnet mask, we use 255, and we'll bring down that 255 for the fourth octet. Since we have a 240 as the subnet mask in that third octet, we need
See these. What is that?
what number we would bring.
I'm not sure what you're referring to particularly.
Each of those blocks, we know that the next subnet will start with a 16, so one number prior to that 16.
All right, what's going on, y'all? Welcome back from lunch.
Broadcast address for this subnet is 165.245.15.255.
Oh, okay, Michael. Let me take a look. See if I can help you out.
Okay.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I appreciate you stopping by, man. Yeah, stop by, leave a comment anytime. You know, I get, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping by. Give the video a like. Just let me know whenever you stop by. Leave a comment in any one of my videos. I appreciate you stopping by.
Is the number of addresses, and you can see in this particular example, there are 32 addresses per subnet.
All right.
Since that /11 is in the second octet.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so this afternoon we're going to continue
of 32 IP
with
addresses.
our
So if we were to look at our
discussion.
count of these 32 address blocks,
DNS
we know
is,
that 172 fits in this range between 160
name
and
resolution,
191. So to calculate
things
the
of that
network
nature.
address, if the mask is 255, we're going to bring down
Where we left off
that
at
block. And if it's 0,
on
we're
day
going to bring down
6, we were talking
And
about
since this block starts with a 160,
IPv4, IPv6.
To
So we
calculate
bring that
broadcast address, if the mask is 255, we bring down the address, and if the
All right.
mask is 0, we use
So with
mod.
this,
means in the
we
first octet,
have,
we'll simply bring down the 18, and in the
let's
third
consider
and
this.
fourth octets, where the mask is 0, we'll write
When
mod.
you
In this third
have
octet,
two
we'll go back to our
networks,
chart. We know that
either if it runs on a IPv4 or IPv6, there will be instances where, let's say, self-addressing will happen. Okay? We already covered what will happen with the PIPA, and that is the applied addressing scheme that computers will already adopt if they cannot get an address from the DHCP server. Since there is a network in place and they are on a network, computers now have to self-assign addresses in order for them to still have ARP to happen, to match their physical address to an IP address, because they are still on a network and still need to have routable information, regardless if it's on the private side or not. They still need the IP address that they have on the private side to get pushed out. Okay? But in this instance, what's going to happen, if the DHCP server for people can't assign an address, the prefix 169 will be assigned to a computer, as in the example. So automatic private IP addressing, PIPA, devices self-assign an IP address when the DHCP server is unavailable. It's only for network use, right? Because it's a private addressing scheme. It assigns itself an address between 169.254.0.1 and 169.254, so the two prefixes are right for the first two octets. And the range for the third and fourth are 0 to 254, and then for the last octet, 1 to 255, so that's the range. As we were talking yesterday, I think me and Charles were talking, you notice no addresses go past 255, right? No usable addresses, right? So it's always going to be between 0 and 255. Elaine says, so that will be the default or designated defaulted address, yes, for a network.
Okay.
Yep. So everything can still communicate. Now, here's the deciding factor. Say like, all right, y'all will understand this when I say it. We had an issue where at finance, remember I told you a story about the print servers went down because they found out there was a vulnerability. So they took the printer service, the printer server offline.
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
How often does the people kick in? Redundancy for IPs? Right, it's a default redundancy for IPs, so you can still share things on an internal network. You can still share items on an internal network. And this is how it would go. Let's say my computer received an address, showed up at work in the morning, yeah, booted up, yeah. I get an address of 192.168.0.1. Life's good. Until there's a power outage. Pew, there's a hiccup in the power. I was on the internet. Okay? And I was in the middle of printing something. I got the file. I saved it as a PDF. But when I went to print, the power went out. I'm like, oh, snap. For whatever reason, I'm making this up. But here's the delimiting factor. For whatever reason, I can't get another address real quick. ITs must need to do something. They didn't reboot the server that fast. So what happens now, all the computers in finance, it's 50 computers. Now they all gave themselves a PIPA addresses. They all started with 169. Okay? Y'all follow me so far? So 192 went away. They said, nope, you get 169. And we're all still connected on the LAN. That's the important part that y'all need to visualize. We are still a LAN. We are still all connected. But now the problem is I can't get to the freaking printer because it routes out through a print server to come back to print to the printer. Okay? This is a real issue. The network operating center said until further notice, nobody can print through the print server on a network. Everybody's going crazy. I need to print. The colonel's like, James, I got to print this document for a meeting. I said, sir, I got you. He's like, what do you mean we can't print? This is where you are just an IT getting by or you're IT. There's a difference. There was a whole bunch of IT sitting around doing this, making their money on the base. They blamed it, right? I'm like, yo, I want my customer to be satisfied. Walked into the storeroom, okay? Got an old printer that still had toner in it, brought it in, and did a ad hoc connection directly to my PC. Ad hoc connection straight to my PC. installed all the drivers. I put my phone on Wi-Fi, connected my computer to the Wi-Fi, downloaded all the drivers, got it installed, put the computer back on the network with the RJ45 jack wired. When it finalized, I said, share. And it says, who do you want to share this printer with? I said, I'm going to share with everybody I just put Nellis. So anybody that wanted to print could find my computer by a specific name on the network. Now, I worked around the whole situation. So I have a question for you. Don't computers work off IP addresses to print and MAC addresses, right?
Yes.
Didn't I fulfill the printer working with my IP address as a direct connection on my laptop?
Yes.
Did I share it so everybody can access it on the network?
Yes.
We still had network connectivity even though we had a 169 address.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't go to the internet, that's all. 2, once I share it, it's open to everybody. Just gave everybody the name. Mm-hmm. Life continued and people were printing. And people are like, how did you do that? I'm like, dude, that's IT 101. It's an ad hoc connection. It's a direct connection, like a work group, and you just shared a printer. Now, what's the one thing I couldn't do? After I got it all set up and the end of the day for me came, what if somebody was working late? There's one thing I could not do while this printer was directly connected to my computer, and I shared it to everybody. Correct, Mr. T. Correct, Aaliyah. I cannot restart it, and I cannot turn my computer off because my computer is helping to allow a directly connected printer. Does that make sense? So know that if you ever run into a situation out there in the wild, no matter if you have an IPv6 self-assigned address and a people-assigned address, you can still make it work. You're correct. Yep, it's like it was piggybacking on the network. My computer was now the host to allow another device to be shared. So it worked through my device. Yep, it's local area network. You're correct. So do the research. Just don't be one to say, oh, I can't do it. Well, you got to just look into it, okay? Bars. I got bars. Be the one say, where's my... Don't be the one to say can't do it.
Yeah, I remember. I remember you on one of my other streams. I had stepped away for a minute.
It's my beat maker. All right. So, yeah, look into it for a little bit. Next, you'll have this thing called, so IPv4 can create their own addresses for everything on the network. Dope. So it's going to be instances where IPv6 has auto configuration. All right.
So yes, I stream daily.
Local addresses, Slack.
On Saturdays and Sunday, I still try to do a stream, but I'll mainly be doing a game streaming. But throughout the weekdays, now I'm streaming from
Tuesday. We were talking about
10 a.m. my time. So 10 a.m. in the morning up until like
it takes
7.
a lot to configure, but once you got it set up, it runs seamlessly. So this is what ISPs are using, IPv6.
So I'm playing a multitude of games.
So
a lot on the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation 5, Gran Turismo.
And here's the kicker.
Mario games, The Legend of Zelda.
This is how they know what's going on, and they can just give themselves addresses.
I'm not sure if you've already checked out my gaming channel, but you can see all the games that I'm currently playing on there.
128-bit address. Okay? First 64 bits.
Oh, I currently live in the U.S.
Of an IPv6 address is the network.
So my time now is
64 bits
14 minutes after 3.
Identifier.
So you can do the conversion.
First 64 bits is the network. The last 64 bits will be the host identifier, and all this is in hexadecimal. Remember we brought up the hexadecimal chart? Yep. A through
Yes, when just let me know when you're
yeah, A through F 0 through 9.
let me know when
That's
you're stopping by. On this channel, I stream most of this kind of content, but on my gaming channel,
is in play, you have to go in and configure.
I'll also put up a schedule there. I think I've already put one on there in the community section, but I'll go back and check
push
today.
the buttons to allow this to happen. Now what happens, depending on what network they're all share or what network they're on,
I try to make it at least around 7 or 8 p.m. in my time, so it'll be a good time for all the subscribers as well.
And then they're good to go. They're on your network. So I have a question for now. In order for this to work, we learned this in 1201. Here you go, Michael. Here you go, Martin, for 1201. What must
I'll type it and put it in the chat. I'll type it in there now.
Be able to do in order for, what's the term where two addresses can be held by a NIC card in order to do this? Specific term. Two IP addresses can be held by a network interface card in order to flip back and forth. Because some network interface cards can only do IPv4 from back in the day. But now you can do two. What is the name? What is the proper name for that on a NIC card? The term used. I give you the first letter of both words.
So it's called Trent Arch Network.
The first one is D. The second word starts with an S. Still not ringing a bell? Okay, first word is dual. Second word, stack. Your NIC card, dual, stacked. It can hold a 4 and a 6. A 4 and a 6, okay? So that'll help you out. So your card has to be able to do this, or the device that you're working with, in order to put it in. Now you have two flavors of IPv6 addressing. The first one is called what they call stateless. Again, computers give themselves IP addresses, self-configuration, good to go. So stateless, SL, stateless, address auto configuration. So stateless, whoops, wrong one. The L, that's where they get this from. Stateless auto configuration. All right, no DHCP. No. The second flavor you have is stateful auto configuration, but you are in control, like Janet Jackson. Control, dun, 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 dun. Control, good, backside. There you go. All right. So here with the DHCP, you are in control. You want the DHCP to still give out addresses, but this is version 6. You still have two sides of this. The first part of the IPv6 will be, I'm getting pretty good at writing with this mouse. Network ID, and then the UID, the unique identifier for the computer, which is the host number pretty much. So 64 and 64 brings you to 128 address. Is there a possibility that IPv6 could give out this same? Oh, listen, we got a question. Elaine says, so does that mean all the configuration has to be done by the user, at least initially? Yes. If you're doing these self-assigned addresses and all the devices, yes.
Okay.
Especially when you're going point to point, router to router, hop to hop, right?
Yeah.
You got to configure those interfaces, okay? And you can give out a static IPv6 address. It won't be dynamic, so you can do that too.
Okay.
So stateless, no DHCP. Stateful, you have a DHCP. Now, sometimes, is it possible for the same IPv6 addresses to live or be created? Is it possible? Who thinks so?
Yes, I think so.
You're correct. It is possible. It is very possible. That's why you have this term called dad. Dad's gonna make sure he ain't got 2 kids with the same name running around out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Irwin? Not Irwin. See, Irwin? I got 2 Irwins in the same house though. It's a term called dad. Who could look this stuff? Who knows what dad means? Somebody put dad and then space IPv6. Whoever gets there first, there you go. Duplicate address detection. So, make sure all his kids have a different name, just to make sure. Now, as far as IPv6 let's set the expectation for the exam. You do not need to configure an IPv6 address. No. You do need to know some addresses.
Oh yes,
and those are just going back to.
I have live videos going on the game channel, so so the subscribers and anyone can go and watch their favorite games at any time. At least those for now. I'll put some more later, but I have it like that, so you can go there and watch live gaming.
FE80 address.
Apart from the other video games that I have.
Let me give you a hint. It's similar to this.
Oh yes, I've been really
for IPv4.
Really trying to build it for a long time. Leave a comment and a like in any one of the games that you like, or any games that you
link local,
or any games that you'd like to see me play.
Is that correct? All right. What if you see this? As a prefix on an IPv6. They'll all be Fs. FFF, 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 FFF. It's similar to it being 255.255.255.255. Similar to that. So basically it's the broadcast address. Remember, so here's the cool thing about IPv6.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
The subnet mask and the host, they're all in the same 128 bits. It's all the same. So when it's broadcasting the subnet mask and the host ID at the same time. That's why it's FFFFFFFF. In IPv6, in 4, we have to separate it. That's why you'll see it like this. In IPv6, you'll see like that. They're both in the same thing. So IPv4 is, yes, I messed up and put 225 at the end of that, but it's 255.255.255. Default address is 0, where IPv6, the network ID and the host number are all in the same 128 bits.
I appreciate it. If you look in the community section, I think the last time I put a time schedule there.
Yeah,
if it's not updated, I'll update it later. So you can
When we're
So
thinking about Slack,
you
here's
can
the
tune
function
in when
advantages and limitations.
when I'm
For
live
functions,
streaming
link local address configuration.
on there
so you
as
have to go to
well.
that port or that interface and configure.
Leave a comment and let me know
EUI
what kind of game
interface
that
identifier.
that
We
you'd
already
like
talked
to
about EUI.
see
That's
me
the
play.
unique identifier that would be given to the Slack. And then you have dad, which makes sure he doesn't have two kids out there with the same name on the same network. Then the advantage is simplified in configuration. No need for a central server for Slack. Limitations: does not provide DNS server addresses. Limited adoption in certain environments. Certain environments that will use this is big data companies and servers companies. DHCP request and response. So you'll ask for an address, they'll just give it to you. There's no DORA, just, hey, here, I need one, boom, there you go. Address assignment and management, lease time and renewal is what you'll be managing. Advantages: centrally located, but extensive network configuration. Extensive. For IPv6 version 6, you'll usually see this, you'll see this on the exam. If you see DHCP v6, they're talking about Slack, DAD, right? This is what they're talking about right here. All right. If it's version 4 addressing, you'll just simply see that. If it's talking about IPv4. The limitations: requires dedicated server setup, and this is more complicated than Slack. 2 questions for you. Network admin wants to automate the process of assigning IP addresses to devices without the need for manual configurations or without the need of DHCP v6 servers. Which one are you picking?
One sounds like Slack.
Charles says 2. Without the need of DHCP servers.
Sounds like 1. Sounds like 1.
You're correct, it's Slack. We just had a lesson on it. That's the good way to look at it. Yep. Way to go. You run the command ipconfig on your laptop, and you see you have been assigned an address of 169. I need to stop right there. You got a 16. There you go. Thank you very much. 169. That's the people. Okay, so let's continue the conversation. The conversation is talking about DHCP, right? So here's a quiz for you. If I throw anything at you, let's say it's a leading question. Somewhere in the first part of the question, it just says DHCP. Am I talking about IPv4 or IPv6? 4, correct.
4.
If you see anywhere preceding the question and it says DHCP v6, where's your mind going? 6. Slack. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And DAD, duplicate address detection. That's where your mind should be going. Then you read the rest of the question. Then you read it again, like me reading.
Okay, awesome. So thanks for giving me that update as well.
Okay. Read the question again to make sure that there is. I know, Brian. I don't know, man. I wasn't here this morning. All right. So make sure you see. That's why we have Constitution Day, to remind us how to read the dang national ensign. All right. So, quiz question for the family at barbecues. So that's what we're looking at. So if we're talking about self-addressing
On
DHCP
any
to
one
the
of
person, just a
the
regular
on
DHCP.
on any
People
one of
wanna
the
connect.
videos, you can go and
They
let me
wanna
know
get
what
an
you
IP
think of it
address.
or what
Discover
games
offer
you'd like to see
request,
me playing, and
acknowledgement.
I'll respond to it. Or if it's a game that I
You can even
don't
add
have,
a
I'll try to get
DHCP
it as
central.
well.
Where's your DHCP at? Where's y'all DHCP at? Where does it live at? Inside the router. Where does y'all firewall live at? First responder coming into your house. Where's the initial firewall? Bingo. Right there. There's another firewall that you have to go through. Where is it? Gotcha. Deer in the headlights, look. First firewall protects the initial connection that's inside your router to your house. What are you on right now? Second firewall protects what you're working on right now. What's the name of that firewall? There you go. Windows Defender. So right now you have 2 firewalls that you have to negotiate through to get outside. And for people to bring stuff back, they have to go through your router firewall.
Have a good night. And I'll see you in the I'll see you in the stream.
All right.
I appreciate you stopping by.
So now here we go. What if I wanted to use Mr. Martin's router somewhere on the internet to give out IP addresses for my router? For my home network. Is that possible? It is. So I could go inside my router and say, I want Mr. Martin's router to give me addresses. Let's say he's in our domain and we own that piece of equipment. And right now he's in Italy. Way to go, Martin. You got a raise. He's in Italy right now working. We call him and say, hey, Mr. Martin, we want to use that router over there for the company to give out IP addresses in the United States. He's like, word up, word. I go inside my router, I click this button called DHCP Relay. Then I assign it an IP address pointing to Mr. Martin's router. Comes out of my house, goes straight to his router, bypasses my DHCP. We said, nope, we ain't using this one. We're using Mr. Martin's. Boop, points that way around the world. Goes inside his DHCP, then configured. Door goes out, gives me an address, life goes on. A lot of companies do this in the background because they try to throw off nefariousness, okay? They don't want an on-prem DHCP. It might go through a proxy server or somewhere else to help mask these addresses so you can't find your way home too easy. Does that make sense? And that DHCP is a server. It is a server strictly built to give out IP addresses. Okay, so we can turn on DHCP Relay Agent, acts as a network bridge. So we're bridging my router to Mr. Martin's, and we're bridging those two in order for my request to go straight to his end item. Elaine says, is that VM's encapsulation? I wouldn't say encapsulation, but VMs can do that in the cloud situation. So you can create a DHCP server in the cloud and then point everybody else's router from different organizations. Let's say in the Valley, I'm the main Bank of America in the Valley. I got 4 branches, north, south, east, west. Even the main branch has to go to the cloud to get IP addresses. So that server gets IP addresses for everybody. They all have to go there, and then they'll hand out all the addresses. Does each branch still have a main router with internet? Yes. They have to. Yes, they do. We just point those routers as a bridge situation to get to the cloud to get a DHCP address. It's pretty much port forwarding. That's all it is. Okay. We're bridging. Okay. All right. So we bypass the immediate device on-prem and point it somewhere else to get an address and bring it back to you. That's all we're doing. Okay. Yeah. Bridging the gap. Okay. Centrally located. The DHCP relay agent acts as a network bridge, receives the broadcast message, and forwards it to the DHCP server itself. enables clients to obtain an address from the remote server that's off-prem on a different network. See right here? This is me down over here trying to get that address. It used to be I can just on premises, go through here, DHCP servers in here, then it just shoots me back an address. But no, times have changed. Martin is locking down the neighborhood. He's like, no, we're using the central one. So you have to put this router in bridge mode, shoots me straight across to another network, interface to interface, and as it comes out, fulfills the request, and then sends it back. He could be in Italy. I don't know, Italy. He could be in Italy. Okay? But I'm still gonna get it in some nanoseconds. I don't know the difference at all. Okay? So, IP helpers, network, Cisco network device feature. So Cisco created this, forwards DHCP and other broadcast traffic across different subnets. So IP helper will be able to forward DHCP request messages and other broadcasts. This IP helper is the term. This will assist with that. And it translates broadcast to unicast to cross subnet boundaries. Okay? Sends DHCP requests from clients to server in a different subnet. Now, this is pretty cool. This is pretty much like IT security. I don't want to tell you too much because we're not there yet and I don't want to confuse you. But this is what you got. When you're looking at this, when it talks about IP helper, they have their own subnet. When I work with Azure, I love Azure Cloud for Microsoft. There's this thing on there that you have to log in with, and it's called Bastion. I know y'all. I'm getting better at this. Thanks for taking. We're all looking at the screen together. I think I'm doing pretty good. What you think? What you think, Liam? Man, I'm gonna be a pro about it. I'm gonna be spelling out the app with a mouse, and y'all be like, "What? How did he do that?" 12 weeks of work. It's right. It's illegible. It's legible. I'm getting better. All right. What happens is, if I want to go through a cloud resource, Bastion will allow me, and it's that bridge that allows me to access all of my devices in here securely. Let me tell you how it works. It's sort of like RDP, right? Remote Desktop Protocol or Quick Assist. Don't you got to put in this code, right, to allow?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, but this is the way it works. In order to use Bastion, it says, okay, we're gonna connect to your cloud resource, but this is what we're gonna do. So let me come down here. This is me down here. This is my lappy tappy. I want to get to the cloud resource, but I gotta go through Bastion, right? So let's say mine is 192.168. Oh Lord. I'm off the reservation now. Okay, anyway. And we all know that my subnet's 255.255.255. Whatever, right? So when I hook here, Bastion, this is how sneaky Bastion is. So it won't sacrifice the identity of the cloud. Bastion will give itself its own subnet and IP address. It'll say 192.16.0. And it'll give itself a subnet of like /23. Isn't that sneaky? And then it'll connect here, and this could be a totally different IP address and subnet. I'm making this up, okay? I'm just doing it for clarity. And for whatever subnet, this is over here. So it goes here. Bastion has assumed a /23 But here's the sticky part about it. This rotates constantly. It's a security feature. Yeah. Bastion, since it has /23 all to itself, how many devices can be on the /23?
That would be what?
Me and Charles did this yesterday. /23. How many devices can you have on there?
Yeah, at least
512. So it'll give itself the network ID of the first address. It'll give itself the broadcast address of the very last address available. And Bastion is so sneaky, it'll rotate the addresses while you're on the network. It'll keep changing its host ID. It's the only thing on the whole /23. It's got 506 addresses or 508 addresses to constantly roam through at any given time. It'll just keep switching. Ain't that dope?
Yeah.
Am I the only one who thinks that's dope? It's amazing.
Good, yeah.
So that's what's going on here. So it'll translate any broadcast. It's the translator between you and your cloud resource up here. Right? It gives itself its own subnet and changes it at its address. Wow. Y'all gonna be geeking out with me here in a minute. Y'all gonna be like, ooh, that was cool. Yeah. All right, 2 questions for you. Which of the following is used to proxy client requests from IP configurations across different network segments? Proxies. Proxies requests from different networks allows you to cross different net. We just got done talking about it. It's the translator, allows you to cross different net. Bingo. DHCP relay. All 3 of y'all got it. A network technician just finished configuring a new interface on a router, but the client workstations do not receive the address. What could be the problem? Which of the following should be added or changed? Just finished configuring the interface on a router, but the client workstations do not receive the addressing information from the new interface. Y'all are correct. 4, IP helper needs to be used. IP helper. Okay, shifting gears here. Domain name servers. A couple of things it's going to do. You're working with host names, local identifiers assigned by the administrator, human friendly. And basically what I'm saying in big words is this. DNSs hold the records of websites and domains. That's it. That's why I say domain name service. .com, .edu, Big Sugar Records, .online. Okay? New album coming soon. All right? So we create a domain. We create a living being, as we say, Neo, a digital footprint on the World Wide Web. Okay? So it needs a name. That name for us to read it is BigSugarRecords.online. The name for the computer to read it could be 8.8.8.8. That's computer reading binary, right? And if we break it down even more, that's 0.0.0.11, whatever that is, in 32 characters, right? Binary. So we have the human readable form, BigSugarRecords.online, and the computer readable form that reads behind the scenes, that's a 32-bit address or a 128-bit address, and even break it down even further, ones and zeros, wherever it gets turned on and gets turned off for that name. Everybody following me? With the DNS, here's the cool thing about it. And let's just speak web terms, because this will make more sense. A DNS is the website. Okay, it's where it's living at. You can host a website for your company or a domain on a server at your job, but then you gotta hire a web developer. You need somebody to update the website, all that, right? Control bandwidth, load balancer, all that good stuff. Or I can go out to the internet and find somewhere that'll help me create my website in AI and host it at the same time. What are some places on the internet that I can get these two services and pay for it every month? What are some places on the internet that will do this for me so I don't have to, and I can even hire somebody there. GoDaddy, yep.
I think Wix.
Wix, yep. This is an old one. One-on-one. They're primarily in the EU or something like that. They were real big in like the early 2000s. But there's tons of them. So I can go there, pay for a domain name, and set it up. Now, when I go in there and pay for the domain name, there's a whole bunch of things that I need to check. And we went over them this morning when we gave the overview of the DNS records and MX tools. You remember that?
Yep.
First thing I'm gonna put in, and this checks the box right here. If there's a problem with my website, people need to know who they need to call. If Elaine's my web administrator, his information is gonna go into the DNS record to call. He's the representative for the company, so they're gonna call him. We talked about the human-friendly names. That comes the www or the fully qualified domain name. The unique on the local network. So now you have to configure a LAN or a segmented LAN that the DNS needs to sit on so everybody can access it. And then you have to put some identifiers, region, redundancy, what region goes over to what's the primary zone, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much backing up all the domain records just in case the main one goes down. It's got to be copying over to another zone in order for it to switch over. So the internal customer and the external customer doesn't notice the hiccup. It's a backup. Let's just speak plain terms. It's a backup, okay? That auto switch is if there's a problem, okay? And then Elaine, they're gonna call him, hey man, your server went down, what's going on? Hey, we're fixing it, right? But it's backed up somewhere, it's redirecting traffic. Now, again, we talked about the identifiers, the hierarchical structure. Now we need to figure out what server it's gonna be put on for the hierarchical order.com, a .edu server on the internet, a .whatever, right? There's so many out there. So your name will reside, depending on the naming convention of your website, the .whatever, it'll be indexed on that server. Let's put it this way. You'll never see a .edu domain on a .com server.
No.
It's not indexed properly. They try to keep everything on one.
Yeah.
The same. This also avoids duplicates and is registered with the registrar on the internet. It's indexed so it can be found, okay? So this is what we're looking at. BigSugarRecords.online. When you try to find me, this is how it starts out. You go through your root. You start out with your root domain. It goes here when you're doing a search. Root domain goes down and says, okay, where is it? Here's the original. Here's the OGs of websites. This is how it all started out. There were .coms first, then .orgs, then .gov. And then from here, passes through. Then it goes down to these other ones. .com servers, right? So for instance, let's just change it just because we had the slide here in front of us. BigSugar.org, right? It comes here, then it goes down to the .org servers and finds out where I reside at. And if I can't find it there, then it'll go to the helper, help.comptia.org or help.whatever, and try to find me. So this is how it's being indexed in hierarchical order. Okay? Now you might see this thing. Anybody ever heard this term 515 support? You've seen it a lot. You haven't seen it a lot? When you start doing like these hacking things, like once you learn what you need to learn now and you start venturing down your different ways on the internet, OWASP, you'll hear this term called 515 support, which is support for web. Anything web. Okay, they help find web pages, fix links, indexing, all of the stuff. So 515, right? So this is your root domain, top level domain, then domain, and then you can have a subdomain that belongs to the web page. So here's the original page, here's the home page, but they have a page called help. You click on that page, it sends you to the help to find out what you need. So that is a subdomain. Okay. If I had NIST.gov, I could have a subdomain saying NISTsupporters.gov. That's a subdomain. The pages just keep going. They just keep going. It doesn't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Right? You just keep making them searchable as long as they're indexed on the internet. When you have name resolution and you need to find out, this is a nice fancy slide, but this can get kind of confusing. Let's just get to it. This is what you need to do. There's two commands that you need to put. What's the one for Linux to find out who a DNS belongs to?
I think it's IS. Was it IS or?
Dig.
Oh, dig.
Way to go, picking that up, Aaliyah. Dig. All right. What is the command for Windows?
Oh, that's
to find out the info on a DNS. NS lookup. Dang, y'all, Martin, whoosh. Both of y'all were neck and neck on that one. It is NS name server lookup, name server lookup, name service lookup, right? So those are the two. It'll give you the MX record, like I showed you, or the DNS record. For resource records, this is what you'll find inside of the DNS, the name server, then you'll have single zone, namespace, may host records for multiple domains. You can link multiple domains in there in the zone. You can have a couple of more resource records, your TXT records, your text record, your start of authority record, your A record belongs to IPv4. Your quad A record belongs to IPv6. Your MX record that points to your mail server, right? You have all your canonical name, your C name, all this different stuff. Okay? They'll help you resolve queries and stuff. These are all the things that make up a DNS. Oh, I forgot pointer. Right? The pointer records used for reverse DNS lookup. Your reverse DNS lookup that you just did right now was dig in NS lookup. Those are reverse lookups. Okay? Dig 8.8.8.8. NS lookup 8.8.8.8. That is a reverse lookup. You're trying to figure out, okay, where does this number belong to? And then it'll bring you everything, brings up everything about that. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that if you create a website today, you want to make sure you have some kind of anonymity. Just like we hide private to public addresses and stuff, you want a barrier in between. If you ever start a website, especially with me being a private investigator, and you don't hide your home address and all that, that's all public record on the internet. Remember I told you a story how I found a guy and served him papers for the court in Atlanta? He was a business owner. He's like, how the heck did you? He was ducking service for like 2 years. But me going to school for web design, I'm like, oh, let me look up in here. Boom, right then and there, found his home address. He's like, and I told him, yeah, you really need to be more careful. So it reveals, it's like public record and everybody knows where you live at. So make sure you hide that. You have different servers, primary domain name servers, secondary, and cached only. Now, for primary, the primary could be sitting on a DNS server on the West Coast. Your secondary server could auto save on the East Coast. Primary zone number 1, secondary zone will provide redundancy, load balancing for queries. This is for Google, different places that get heavy loads of requests. We divide that traffic. But in the event the primary goes down, the secondary is still standing, the load balancer will divert everything to the secondary because all information from the primary is being copied to the secondary at all times. Then you have cached only. Cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. I see Kevin, he's like, Wu-Tang. So a cached resolution speeds up the response time to handle repetitive queries. Michael asked about this when we were looking at Wireshark. Quick. Google has invented Quick in order to help resolve this because they want to speed up your requests. So they'll use cached requests to speed up. And they're typically UDP requests. All right. So enterprise organizations will use primarily this. If Kevin just visited google.com this morning and I got to work 2 hours later, they're going to use the request page that was cached by Kevin's request. You get what I'm saying? And then it'll get loaded. Now, what's the problem with that, though? What if I'm an organization and I just cached pages all day to save time? Where's the vulnerability in that? How can it be exploited? I know, right? You gotta think about it. So I'm caching a page that used to be up to date. So if any changes to that page happened in the past 24 hours and I'm caching pages for 60 days, I got all the old, outdated data for a website. I could take advantage of that. I could exploit that. Yep, security. Yep, bingo. Now you guys are cooking. We're introducing stuff that we're going to see in Sec Plus. Yep. Old certs, all that stuff can be exploited. So again, you can have an external DNS. You can pay somebody to host it and do all this stuff for you. You can have it on-prem and you have a dedicated IT people just to basically maintain your website and host it, which could be a pain. Here's the threats. Here's the security, though. The threat, you got DNS spoofing and poisoning. I can assume the ID of your website or a client that accesses your website and try to exploit it. The solution is domain name server security. You have to add this feature on DNS security. Remember I told about hiding your real address? Paying a proxy to receive paperwork on your behalf? That's DNS security. You're paying for that. It goes to some office somewhere that has nothing to do with your office and they accept the papers for you and then they call you. Hey, Elaine, I got some mail for you from Google. Oh, what's it about? Oh, it's a subpoena. Oh, okay, thanks. Right. Eavesdropping and interception attacks. The eavesdropping part is Wireshark. A scanning, Burp Suite, right? Burp Suite is good for web. and interception attacks, DNS over TLS, DOT. Interception attacks and tampering, and then tunneling, DNS tunneling and advanced threats. They can get through you. You need an advanced firewall to look inside these packets to make sure nothing's getting hidden to infiltrate your DNS records. If you take over somebody's DNS for a whole company, you got them. You got them right here. You got them. Can you imagine stealing or gaining access, Martin, to like IBM's main DNS server for the whole company? Whew! That'd get a good ransom, wouldn't it? They may not pay, so we gotta break some legs. You ready? You want me to do it? He's like, James, I'm not answering you. That get me in trouble. All right. But once you get that, jail Martin didn't say I'm not down. He just said, here's the down part about it. It's jail time behind it. So let's think it through, right? I'm with you. And look who we have. Miss Jewel is in the house. And I forgot to put them on a break. My bad. We just getting done with the lesson too. Good time. How's it going, everyone? It's going good. Don't worry, y'all gonna take a big break when Miss Jewel is done. How about that? You got it, Miss Jewel.
Sounds good. All right, class, what we're going to do actually today is we're just going to kind of do a blitz of interview questions. I just want to go ahead and do a little bit of practice before we actually start to do our mock interviews. Just bear with me a second. I'm going to pull up the document. I'll probably drop these into the chat as well, so just bear with me. Actually, and while I'm doing this, type in the chat, how are you guys feeling today? Use an emoji.
I made you calls, Miss Jewel.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna have to mute this for a period of time, and then I'll unmute it once again. How
I
are
would
you
say
doing?
that
So
a
from
lot of
time to
my
time, I'm
weaknesses
in
have
use the
turned into
mic
strengths
when I'm
over
doing
time.
interviews.
I was
So
not
these are
much of
one
a
of the
leader
times. But
growing
I'll
up.
still read you
I joined the
comment and I'll
military,
type back
and
when I can.
I learned that
find that they'll use 9,000 as the accepted high end of a jumbo frame. In fact, here is the configuration from my computer that says that I can configure frame sizes on my network to be between 1280 and 9,000 bytes. This means I can transfer a single frame that contains the same amount of information as 6 normal frames on the same network. This means there are fewer packets to have to switch or route through my network, and I can transfer much more in a shorter amount of time. The challenge, though, is all of the devices that are in that communications path must understand jumbo frames. So all of your switches, all of your routers, and the other devices you're communicating to have to also be configured to use these jumbo frames. If there's any device in the middle of this communication that doesn't understand jumbo frames, then they will drop these frames and you won't be able to communicate to that device at all.
Contact local agent Tom Calvin for an auto quote today.
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me.
If you had 2 switches and you connected them together with an Ethernet cable, and then you connected another Ethernet cable to those switches, you would create a loop on the network. This means an Ethernet frame will loop around that particular connection until you disconnect one of those cables. There's no mechanism in the back of this able to count how many times you set a frame. So as these frames are going around this loop, you're adding more and more frames to the network all the time. And those are continuing to go around this loop, and eventually you'll overwhelm the capacities on your switches. This can happen relatively quickly. Once you create a loop in a network, it might be a number of seconds until people start calling the help desk stating that the network is down. Fortunately, this is relatively easy to resolve. You simply go back to the switch where you plugged in that cable, you disconnect the cable, which removes the loop from the network, and now everything is back up and running. But of course, we're not always standing in the data center ready to plug or unplug a cable from a switch. We need some type of automated method to recognize a loop on the network and to prevent those loops from occurring. Fortunately, we have a standard that's able to recognize and prevent loops on a network. This is the IEEE 802.1d standard, one that we call the spanning tree protocol. Spanning tree can configure interfaces on our switch in a number of different ways. It may configure the switch port to be blocking, which means it's not going to forward any traffic. This is commonly used to prevent loops on a network. If we were to plug in that second cable to our switch, Spanning Tree would recognize that a loop was being created, and it would cause one of those interfaces to be in a blocking state. The listening phase is used by Spanning Tree to clear out existing tables and restart the process. It's going to go through a learning process where it listens to understand where all of the other switches might be and if there might be any loops on the network already running. And then it will configure an interface to be forwarding, which means traffic can be transmitted through that interface, or will it configure an interface to be blocking. We might also have interfaces that are administratively disabled. Those obviously would not participate in this spanning tree process. Here's a network that is already running spanning tree, and there are a number of switches. They're identified as bridge 1, bridge 6, bridge 5, and so on. You can see there are 5 of them in this particular design, and you can see that many of these switches are connected to each other, and if we didn't have spanning tree running, there would be a loop on this network already. But on this network, we already have spanning tree that's operational, and it has configured a number of different interfaces. There are 3 different types that you can see on the screen. One is the root port, or RP. This is the interface on a switch that is connected ultimately to the single root bridge on the network. There's also a designated port, which would be any other port that can forward traffic, but is not the port that is connected directly to the root bridge. And there are block ports. These are ports where Spanning Tree has disabled that port from sending or receiving any traffic. You can see on this network that bridge 21 has a blocked port and bridge 11 has a blocked port, and those have been blocked so that there is not a loop on the network. If we were communicating from bridge 11, you can see there is a single root port, and you can follow that all the way back with those root ports to the final root bridge. The designated ports are also available to be able to send and receive traffic. In this scenario, let's say that we're on network A and we've been communicating with a device on network M. You can see that we can communicate through bridge 6, which has a designated port and a root port that allows us access to network M. But what if there is a problem on this network and we lose connectivity between network A and bridge 6? Now we need some other way to communicate to network M, but as you can see, there is a blocked port on bridge 11, so we would not be able to communicate through that connection. Fortunately, Spanning Tree recognizes that we have this disconnection, and it begins clearing out the existing configuration and relearning the topology of the existing network. Spanning Tree has changed bridge 5 so that the root port is now on the other side, and it has removed the block port on bridge 11, allowing us on network A to be able to now communicate all the way through the network back to network M without having another loop on the network. On many networks, we do talk about enabling Spanning Tree and making sure that our Spanning Tree configuration is turned on inside of our switches, but in reality, these days, we're probably running a newer version of Spanning Tree called the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol. This standard is the 802.1W standard. In the original Spanning Tree protocol, it might take 30 to 50 seconds for the convergence process to occur. And on today's networks, that is a very long time to wait without any type of connectivity. With Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, this convergence process goes down to about 6 seconds, which means anytime there's a disruption on the network, we can be back up and running relatively quickly. Fortunately, this Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol is backwards compatible with the original Spanning Tree, so if you have a mixed set of devices on your network that support one or the other standard, you can run them all at the same time. Fortunately, Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol works very similar to the original Spanning Tree configuration. It simply operates much faster. There are some shortcuts and other configuration settings within the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, but it has such familiarity that if you understand Spanning Tree Protocol, it will be very easy for you to understand the details of the Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With both options, I've been waiting for something special. It's been buffering. But our connection is strong and ultra fast. It's gonna last.
Underline. Okay. Back.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Michael, who've taken Ozempic.
As touring musicians, my type 2 diabetes could have slowed us down, but I didn't let it. I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty, and this is what my Ozempic era looks like. I'm lowering my A1C and lost some weight too. I also learned some people take Ozempic to lower the risk of major cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, or death, and others take it to lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease.
Don't share needles or pills or reuse them. Don't take if you or your family have MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking with a sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
We've become so accustomed to wireless networks being available that we often forget that there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes to create these wireless connections. This work is done primarily by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or the IEEE. There's a committee in the IEEE called the 802.11 Committee, and that is the committee that focuses on creating worldwide standards for wireless networking. In the past, we've referred to the standards name to be able to describe the network. For example, we'll describe 802.11ac, 802.11ax, or 802.11be. The IEEE committee realized that these numbers and letters combinations weren't very appealing for most people, so they've also assigned separate names that are a little easier to keep track of. For example, 802.11ac is Wi-Fi 5. 802.11ax is Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E, the extended version of Wi-Fi 6, and 802.11be is also called Wi-Fi 7. As additional major releases of the 802.11 wireless standards are released, they will also increment those Wi-Fi numbers, so in the future we should see Wi-Fi 8, Wi-Fi 9, and so on. There are a number of technologies used by 802.11 wireless networking, and the first is the frequencies that are in use. 802.11 commonly uses 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, and 6 gigahertz frequency ranges. Sometimes there's a combination of those. You may have an access point that supports both 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, and some access points may support all of those frequencies at the same time. Instead of having to memorize individual frequency numbers, the IEEE has created groupings of these frequencies known as channels. These channels help us easily understand what frequencies we may be using. For example, on this access point, we're using both the 2.4 gigahertz range and the 5 gigahertz range. The 2.4 gigahertz range is using channel 6, which is centered on 2.437 gigahertz. The 5 gigahertz band is using channel 44, which is centered on 5.220 gigahertz. You can see that referring to this as channel 6 is much faster and more efficient than saying that this particular access point is centered on 2.437 gigahertz. The amount of frequency that we use is referred to as the wireless bandwidth. And when I say that channel 6 is centered on 2.437 gigahertz, there's actually more frequencies that we're using for that single channel. Different frequency bands have different sizes of bandwidths that can be used, but it's very common to see 20 megahertz, 40 megahertz, 80 megahertz, 160 megahertz bandwidths. This shows the 2.4 gigahertz range, the 5 gigahertz range, and the 6 gigahertz range that's used by 802.11 wireless networks. We'll start with the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum.
Yeah, go for it.
There are 3 non-overlapping channels in that particular range, and it's using the 20 megahertz bandwidth to describe those 3 channels. Next is the 5 gigahertz spectrum, and you can see there are many frequencies available in the 5 gigahertz range.
Yeah, go for it. It sounds like you kind of break up a little bit there.
Point that we're using. So we might use anywhere from 20 megahertz to 160 megahertz. You can see the ranges that are available for those particular frequencies. And in the 6 gigahertz range, we have even more frequencies available, giving us options to be able to transmit networks.
If you already have the refrigerator in there, then you're not going to be able to
as you can tell, there are
put the DOE, you would have to do it right after you do the vacuum, so that all the pressure can suck it right in, using the injector right from the balloon knob.
Or there may be other access points that are already using certain frequencies.
Yeah, so it's right after the vacuum. Once you pull on, you get good vacuum on there. Then you use the auto injector, and you can fill it up 3 to 4 times and screw it down to your pull section, and it's just going to pull everything right in there. You don't have to cut the lock or anything.
Don't want to DIY that issue? Sola's app gallery has plug-and-play apps ready for you to use. And with Sola AI, you get your own super talented security wingman. It can do all the work for you.
Anytime you need me, you can hit me up. Alright. Alright, send me.
At Sprouts, our wide-open layout invites you in. With healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts feeling.
You might also be using older devices that aren't able to communicate on the 5 or 6 gigahertz ranges and may only be able to communicate on 2.4 gigahertz frequencies. But if you have a modern wireless device, you might have options. Your phone, for example, may be able to support 2 or more different types of frequencies. It just needs to be able to choose the optimal frequency for where you happen to be. Your access points can be set up with a feature known as band steering. This allows you to specify how the user might be able to use the frequencies in the best possible way. For example, you might have user that has a mobile phone, and that phone can support either a 2.1 gigahertz connection or a 5 gigahertz connection. And it might have access points that also support both of those frequencies. So which frequency does your phone choose when it's connected to that access point? If band steering is not configured in the access point, the device will simply use the one that has the best possible signal. Sometimes that best signal will provide you with the best throughput, but that's not always the case. And you may find that you get better throughput using a different frequency, even though that frequency may not be the one that has the strongest signal. If band steering is turned on, the administrator of the access point can determine what frequency a user will choose if they have a choice. For example, if a user is connecting to an access point with band steering enabled, and that device can support either 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, you can force it or steer it into using the 5 gigahertz frequencies by default. One of the challenges with these wireless networks is that each country makes its own decisions about how this wireless bandwidth is to be used. For example, in the United States, we have the Federal Communications Commission, and they are responsible for managing all of the frequency allocations in the U.S. Of course, the FCC can't control how other countries manage their frequencies, but they do work very closely with other countries around the world to make sure that everyone is properly managing these very important frequencies. Another challenge with this is that we are coming up with new technologies and new ways to use these frequencies all the time. We sometimes have to make sure that different services can use similar frequencies without any type of conflict. The popularity of these wireless networks has almost required that all of these countries work together to come up with standards that everyone can agree on. A good example of these organizations working together can be found in the 802.11h standard. This adds a number of interoperability features to 802.11 wireless networks so that you can have many different wireless networks in one area and still allow all of those networks to work together. There are a series of guidelines for wireless communications that are published by the International Telecommunications Union. The ITU provides a worldwide approach to managing these many different wireless technologies. One of the things that is included in these standards is called DFS. This is Dynamic Frequency Selection. This allows our wireless access points to use frequencies that are not going to conflict with other access points that may already be operating. This is one of the reasons that when you turn on your wireless access point today, that you don't have to manually configure any of the wireless settings inside of that device. It automatically looks at the frequencies that are in use and chooses a series of frequencies for you that are not going to conflict with anything that may already be operating. And if something does change with the wireless environment and your access point needs to change its channel, it will tell all of the devices on that network to also move along with the access point. Another interoperability feature is TPC, or the Transmit Power Control. Traditionally, we've set the power that we would use for these wireless networks on our clients, but TPC puts the transmit power control in the hands of the access point. This means that the access point can use less power to be able to communicate over this wireless network. This means that we can have many devices communicating at their optimal power level without having any type of conflict with other third-party services.
Staying it matters. Hey, Mama, you remember when you taught me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get credit for a full day service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
Olympics Post University for a Master in Business Intelligence and Analytics? People who pick Post for an MS in Business Intelligence and Analytics are people who expect more from themselves, their careers, and the master's program they choose. Post people expect classes on their schedule, on their budget, taught by real-world professionals who know what it takes to move ahead in their field. Are you a Post person? Find out at post.edu.
We often think about connecting to an access point. Of course, you can connect a device without an access point. We refer to this as basic service IDSS. You might also see this referred to as an ad hoc connection. This allows us to configure one device as an ad hoc connection, configure the other device as an ad hoc connection, and simply connect those two devices to each other over those wireless frequencies. You might have used this functionality when you configured an Internet of Things device, such as a door lock or lights in your home. This is a way to connect to a device over an ad hoc connection, provide that device with information about your existing wireless network, and have that device connect directly to the access point. And in most environments, we have an access point that many different devices are connected to be able to network everyone together. Behind the scenes, we're using different parameters to configure this device. Two of those parameters are the SSID and the BSSID. SSID stands for the Service Set Identifier, and it's the name of the wireless network that you're connected to. So you can have an access point with an SSID of SGC1. When you bring up the list of all of the available access points in your area, you will see that SSID name appear in your list of available networks. Of course, this same SSID might be configured on multiple access points, especially if you have a very large home or you're in an environment where there are multiple areas of the building. You can have wireless connectivity wherever you might be in that building. To be able to differentiate between one access point and the other, there's some type of hardware address on that access point. That hardware address is known as the BSSID. This is the basic service set identifier. So although there is a wireless network name that we see, such as SGC1, there's also a hardware address that we normally do not see behind the scenes. In this case, this wireless access point has a BSSID of 603 Delta 26112233. As we've already mentioned, in your home or a very large business, you may have tens, hundreds, or even thousands of access points to manage. All of these access points need to be able to work together so that as you are passing from one building to another or from one area of the building to the other, you're able to seamlessly move from one wireless access point to the other. This is often done by using the same SSID or wireless network name on each of the wireless access points. We refer to the shared network name that's used across access points as an SSID, or extended SSID. Across all of these different access points, you can start at one end of the building, walk to the other end of the building, and you will be moving automatically and seamlessly from one access point to the other. Here's a configuration that uses ESSID to provide that seamless roaming from one access point to the other. In the middle at the top, we have a network switch. This switch has an Ethernet connection to an access point on the left and an access point on the right. You can see that the BSSID, or the basic service set identifier, which is the hardware address of the access point, is different on this access point than it is for the other. Although these are obviously two different pieces of hardware, they are sharing the same SSID. You can see it's configured as SGC1 on this access point. It's also configured as SGC1 on the other access point. As we move outside the range of one access point and move into the range of another access point, that access point will automatically pick up that we are nearby and seamlessly connect this device to that same SSID without any notification on your mobile device. This means you can continue to surf the internet, transfer files, and use the network normally, even if you have to communicate at the same time.
Now's the time to upgrade to the new Dell AI PC. It's optimized for AI workloads and engineered for the future. So no matter what's next, you're ready.
Looks like Trouble in Paradise as the hottest festival of the year has flamed out.
You wanted to attend the music festival of the year. What you got was half as...
When you first connect to a wireless access point, you may be prompted with a screen that gives you information about the network or requires you to authenticate to gain access to that network. We refer to this screen that appears and the prompt with the authentication credentials as a captive portal screen. For this captive portal to work, there is a centralized access table that identifies individuals that are already authenticated to the wireless network. And if it notices there's a new device that has not previously authenticated, it will present this captive portal screen to the end user. On the captive portal screen, there may be a series of terms that have to be agreed to, or it may prompt for a username, password, or some other type of authentication factor. If those credentials are entered properly, then that information is added to the access table, and you gain access to that wireless network for a predefined amount of time. For example, your captive portal may be good for 24 hours, and at the end of that 24-hour period, you have to re-authenticate to gain another 24 hours of access. There are many different ways to configure security on a wireless network. If you look at the configuration of your access point, you may find that there are a number of different options that you can choose from. For example, on this access point, the security level is currently defined as WPA2 personal. This access point can also disable security. It can configure a security mode on this access point known as OWE, which stands for Opportunistic Wireless Encryption, which effectively allows someone to connect to the wireless network, but prevents them from communicating directly to any other wireless device. This access point also supports WEP, different flavors of WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. An open system, of course, means there is no security. There is no authentication process, and anyone on this wireless network can communicate to anyone else on this wireless network. This access point supports WPA, WPA2, and WPA3 using a personal type of security. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as PSK, which stands for pre-shared key. This means to gain access to this wireless network, we need to provide someone with a pre-shared key that everyone will use. For example, you may be at a coffee shop and there may be a notice at the coffee shop that the pre-shared key that everyone can use to access the network is hot coffee. Of course, if you're in a business environment, having everyone share the same password for the wireless network is inherently insecure. So most enterprises will use a different type of wireless security known as enterprise or 802.1x security. This allows the network administrator to require a username, password, or some other type of authentication to gain access to the wireless network. And most people will use their own personal credentials to be able to provide that access. This means you would use the same username and password you would normally use to log into other devices in that same enterprise network. This means if someone leaves the organization and their account is disabled, they no longer have access to that wireless network. If you look at the different antennas that are used on many of today's wireless networks, you may notice a number of different styles. The style of antenna that you see connected to this access point is an omnidirectional antenna. It's a very common antenna type to find on our consumer or home-based access points. An omnidirectional antenna will evenly distribute that wireless signal on all sides of the antenna. So you can put your access point in the middle of the room, and everyone in the room will have the same signal strength as everyone else. This means you can put your access point in a centralized area, and anyone who's nearby will be able to gain access to the wireless network. But this may not be the optimal antenna type to use. For example, your access point may be in the corner of an outside room, and you're effectively only seeing a portion of that signal, while the rest of it on this omnidirectional antenna is sent to places where no one will ever connect. In that scenario, you might want to use a directional antenna, where you can take that wireless signal and send it into a single direction. This allows you to focus the transmission and receiving of wireless signals to a device that may be in the corner of a room or may be connecting different buildings to each other. You'll often see these antennas measured as a total number of decibels. For example, a directional antenna may increase the performance of that signal by a certain decibels of gain. For example, you may see in the specifications of a directional antenna that it effectively increases the overall power by 3 dB. And for every 3 dB, we are effectively doubling the amount of power available. One type of directional antenna is a Yagi antenna. This is an example of a Yagi antenna. It is very directional and has a very high amount of gain. We also have other directional types such as a parabolic antenna, where multiple signals can come in and bounce into a single feed horn card in the front, so it's focusing all of those signals into a single point on the antenna. This is especially useful over longer distances where you need to collect that signal and focus it into a single spot.
Why? Why can't I make any changes without an admin approval? Huh? You should try Monday.com. I swear.
Most of the access points that we use at home are autonomous access points. This means that the access point doesn't require any type of additional hardware or software to be able to operate. It's effectively a standalone device that doesn't rely on anything else to be able to maintain that wireless connectivity. But in an enterprise, you may not be using autonomous access points. Instead, you may be using lightweight access points. This separates the wireless functionality into the hardware that you would mount into the ceiling, and the configurations and intelligence of that device are often maintained on the switch the access point is connected to. This not only allows us to have less expensive access points that we can deploy, it also gives us functionality for being able to manage those devices. One standard for managing wireless access point is known as CompTIA. This is control and provisioning of wireless access points. It allows you as the network administrator to manage and configure all of these wireless access points from one central management station. We refer to this central station as a wireless LAN controller. It allows us to connect and view the entire wireless infrastructure from one single screen. We often refer to this as a single pane of glass. From this single management station, we can deploy new access points. We can monitor the performance of our existing access point infrastructure. We can make changes to the configuration of our wireless network and deploy those changes to some or all of our access points. And this might also create reports showing us how much of the wireless network is being used and by whom. This wireless LAN controller is often paired with the wireless access points themselves, so you're often getting the access points and the wireless management station all from the same manufacturer. There are a number of different ways to connect and configure wireless networks. And in this video, we'll look at some of these different wireless network types. One popular wireless network type, especially in home-based environments, is a wireless mesh. This is where you would have multiple access points that can all communicate to each other within a relatively close area. And then you would have other devices that are located on the outside of those access points that are able to communicate to that single access point and ultimately to the rest of the network. This meshing of access points in the middle is something that you would configure on the access point, and if you were to add additional access points onto this network, they would also be included in that same mesh of access points. Of course, this doesn't have to be access points. There are some devices that can mesh amongst each other in an ad hoc form. This allows for different options for sending data over these networks because all of these devices are now communicating to each other. And if one device leaves the network, it can automatically identify that that device is no longer there and self-heal itself to maintain connectivity to everyone who's left on the wireless network. If you only have two devices, you might want to connect them together without an access point. We refer to this type of connectivity as an ad hoc connection. This is where you would use the 802.11 wireless functionality of your device, but you would not be directly connecting to an access point. This uses the 802.11 wireless network functionality of this device, but instead of connecting to an access point, you simply connect to the other wireless device. You might also see this referred to as an independent basic service set, or an IBSS. This might be something that is a very long-term connection. If all you have are two devices, you can simply connect those two together, and they will communicate as long as that connection is available. But you might be using this on more of a temporary basis. This might be used in conjunction with an Internet of Things, or IoT device, where you would initially connect to the IoT device over an ad hoc connection. This may allow you to transfer configuration details, such as the name of your larger wireless network and any security configurations that have to be included to connect to that wireless network. At that point, the ad hoc connection is then disabled, and the Internet of Things device can connect to the larger access point network using those configuration parameters. Some wireless access points allow you to connect two devices directly to each other over a point-to-point mode. The point-to-point mode is commonly used to connect larger distances to each other. For example, one building connecting to another building. I run this exact configuration between two homes, so you could have an access point in one house connected to a switch and all of the internal devices of that network connected to the same switch, and then you would have the same configuration in another home and have all of those networks now connected to each other over that point-to-point mode. Not all access points support this point-to-point mode, so you'll want to be sure that the software of the access point supports point-to-point, and you'll want to be sure that the hardware on this device is also able to transmit over that extended distance. You may, for example, require additional types of antennas to be able to bridge that gap between the access points. There might also be a requirement to change the power output between these two devices and to make sure you're using frequencies that are able to communicate over that longer distance. And perhaps the most common way to connect to a wireless network is in something called infrastructure mode. This is where you would have a centralized access point. This is probably the type of wireless networking that you're using at home and in your office. All of the wireless devices in your home or office connect to that central access point, and you're able to communicate out to the wired network or between other wireless devices over that same access point. Some wireless access points give you the option to allow devices to communicate with each other over that wireless network, or to isolate each of these wireless devices to only be able to communicate directly to the access point and any networks beyond that access point. You'll want to check your access point to see how it's configured for these devices and make sure the proper security is configured on that device.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With most options, I've been waiting for something special, but it's been buffering. But Underline, our connection is strong and ultra fast. This is gonna last.
Underline, local gigabit internet that loves you back.
Wireless networks we use both at home and in our businesses are sending private, confidential, and sensitive information all the time. And we're very concerned that someone might have access to that data, especially on a wireless medium that effectively could be tapped into and listened to by any device that happens to be nearby. One way that we provide security on this wireless network is to limit what users are able to access the network. We would commonly do this with some type of authentication method, such as a username, a password, or some type of multi-factor authentication. And of course, we want to be sure that everything sent over this wireless network is protected, so we need to add confidentiality in the form of encryption. And to be sure that we've received the correct information over this wireless network, we include a message integrity check so that we can verify the information that we've received is exactly the information that was originally sent. One of the first encryption types on wireless networks is a method known as Wired Equivalent Privacy, or WEP. Unfortunately, WEP was discovered to have some significant cryptographic vulnerabilities, so we needed to very quickly replace WEP with something that was much more secure, and that replacement was known as WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access. WPA was implemented as a temporary stopgap between the insecure WEP and a more secure version of WPA. This first iteration of WPA was designed to work on exactly the same hardware as that older style WEP that we were replacing, but we knew that we would need enhanced security that we would not currently have available in this initial WPA. This replacement to WPA we named WPA2. This is Wi-Fi Protected Access version 2, and it's a version that's been around since 2004. You often see WPA2 referenced with a block cipher mode known as CCMP. If we were to spell this out, it would be counter mode with cipher block chaining message authentication code protocol, or counter/CBC-MAC. This effectively combined encryption and integrity in the same protocol. The encryption was available with AES, and the message integrity check was enabled using CBC-MAC. The update to WPA2 is WPA3. This is Wi-Fi Protected Access version 3, and it was introduced in 2018. This includes a different and more capable block cipher mode known as GCMP. This is Galois Counter Mode Protocol. This continues to use AES or data confidentiality, and we are using a message integrity check with the Galois Message Authentication Code, or GMAC. If you're planning to implement any type of security on your wireless network, you want to use the highest level of security available in your access points and on your client devices. And if you have the option, you should consider upgrading all of your devices to use the most capable security method available.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It helps save you time because it does all your busy work for you, so you can get busy doing what you want to do.
Archer Rewards introduces the industry's most expansive global rewards marketplace featuring millions of unique products and experiences, all delivered seamlessly through a single powerful solution. With maximum choice and unmatched flexibility, it is designed to create personalized, dynamic experiences for any audience. This is Archer Rewards. Schedule your demo today.
A distribution frame is an area of the network where you are passively terminating cables. This usually involves punch-down blocks like the ones we see here, could be patch panels, or any other method where we are terminating those cables, usually in a data center or some other large facility. You will usually find this distribution frame on the back wall of the data center, and it's often terminating cables that are coming in for your local area network and voice communication. And although the punch-down blocks and patch panels that we have on the wall are technically the distribution frame, we often refer to the entire room as the distribution frame room. For example, the primary distribution frame is called the main distribution frame, or MDF. We often refer to the entire room where it's located as the MDF facility. The MDF is usually a single room. It's often the data center or central point of the network, and this is where we might bring in wide area network connections and punch those down, along with all of our internal local area connections as well. Since we have all of this connectivity in one place, it is a perfect testing point, especially if you need to test both your internal local networks and your external wide area network connections. And even if your network doesn't have this large set of punch-down blocks in the back, we sometimes even often refer to this central data center room as the MDF. Here's a view of one MDF. This one contains a number of different racks with computer equipment and the networking components as well. Here's another MDF. You can see a large number of punch-down blocks or patch panels that are on the single rack and some on individual racks as well, and it's intermixed with the equipment that we need to run inside of this data center. Another type of distribution frame is the intermediate distribution frame, or the IDF. Usually the IDF is in a separate floor or a separate building, and it's often directly connected to the MDF. Most IDFs these days include switches, routers, and other equipment that you need to be able to connect this area of the network to the larger MDF. You usually find this combination of MDFs and IDFs in medium to larger scale environments where you need to have many different remote rooms all connecting back to the central data center. Here's a view of what that would look like, where you have the MDF. Maybe this is where our internet connection comes in. There might be a core router and a core switch. You might even have file servers and database servers in the MDF. Maybe on different floors of the building, you would then have individual IDFs. In this case, there are two, but there might be more than that in this particular environment. And in the IDF, you might be connecting users on the floor to a central switch in the IDF, and that switch is connecting back to the main core switch in the MDF. We've already seen an example of an IDF and MDF, and one of the things that you'll notice is there are racks that are very common in each of those environments. That's because the racks that we use in these environments are standardized, and most rack sizes are 19-inch racks. They're 19 inches across in each of these, and we design our equipment to fit perfectly into that 19-inch width. You also notice that the equipment in these racks might also have different heights, and we have a standard for those heights known as a rack unit, or a U. One U would be 1.75 inches, and we can measure a different number of units based on that value. So you can easily tell somebody that we need 2U or 3U of space to be able to install a piece of equipment. And most racks, like the ones we see here, are generally about 42U in height. Although the width is standardized, the depth of these racks can often vary. There might be racks that are very shallow, or others that might support a much longer piece of equipment that you would install. Fortunately, most devices follow this standardized form. We know that if we're receiving a piece of equipment that is rack mountable, that it will most likely be 19 inches wide. We'll just need to make sure that we have a rack that is deep enough to handle that particular piece of equipment. Since we have these standard widths, we can start stacking this equipment and using every bit of real estate that we might have available. For example, this system administrator has installed a server that's about 3U in height, and they're installing another set just above it so that they can stack them one right on top of the other. Now that we have all of this equipment in the data center and it's all running constantly, it's creating quite a bit of heat. We need to make sure that we have a way to cool this data center so that all of this equipment continues to work optimally. We would do this by implementing an HVAC or HVAC system. This stands for heating, ventilating, and air conditioning. This is very different than simply purchasing a window-mounted air conditioner and turning it on. There's a lot of engineering that goes to designing and implementing an HVAC system in these large data centers. For example, we not only need to make sure that the HVAC can support the amount of heat that's going to be created by these systems, we also need to make sure we have enough power to run the HVAC, and we also need to make sure this is integrated into the fire system so that we're able to turn this off automatically if a fire is detected. One thing that you'll notice in a data center is that the different aisles of the data center may be designated as a hot aisle or a cold aisle. This hot and cold aisle is an important designation, especially as we're installing new equipment into the data center. We want to be sure that we're installing the equipment in a way where the hot air is being blown into the hot aisle and it's pulling in cold air from the cold aisle. Here's a cross-reference of a data center. On the left and right sides, we have our HVAC system, and in this particular environment, the cold air is going under the floor and the hot air is being pulled out of the ceiling. The cycle starts with the HVAC creating the cold air, and that cold air is going underneath the floor in this raised floor environment. There are vents and holes in the floor that will allow the cold air to flow into a cold aisle. This is often the front of the servers, and the servers are pulling in that cold air to cool the inside of the server itself. Once that air is heated up, it will be sent out the back of the server into a hot aisle, and that hot air is going to rise into the ceiling, where it will then be pulled back into the HVAC, recooled, and the entire system repeats again.
Dear Savvy, who says you can't have it all?
Here's a data center where we can see both the hot aisles and the cold aisles. You'll see the cold aisles are covered with this plastic to keep that cold air inside, and the hot aisles would be the ones on the outside without the plastic. You'll also notice this is a bit different than the previous diagram because there is a concrete floor and there's no way to have a raised floor in this environment. So it looks like they're blowing the cold air directly into the cold aisle from above. It's being pulled through into a hot aisle, and then it goes back into the ceiling where the entire process repeats. When we install network cabling, one of our goals is to not move or touch that cabling again. We want to be sure that once it's installed, we can trust that that cable will always be working optimally. One of the things that we'll commonly do is have all of the desks that are on a floor of a building all have single runs of wire all the way back to an IDF. Inside of the IDF closet, we'll have a patch panel, and commonly we might have a patch panel with a 110 block where we will punch down those wires onto the back side of the patch panel, and on the other side of the patch panel will be the traditional RJ45 modular connectors. This means that if we need to connect any user on the floor to any switch on our switches, all we have to do is run the appropriate cable from the RJ45 connector. We no longer have to touch any of the cable that's running from the back of this patch panel to the end user's desk. So we can begin installing all of the connections we need through these patch cables from the patch panel itself into the switch that we might be using. This also allows us to address any type of moves, adds, or changes. If someone out on the floor moves to a different desk, we can simply move where their patch cable happens to be and plug them into a different connection. And of course, if we hire new employees and we want to make sure that they have the correct network connectivity, we don't have to run additional cables because we've already run those cables. All we have to do is add new connections from our patch panel to the appropriate switch connection. Here's what this patch panel looks like in our IDF. You can see on this side of the patch panel, we have the RJ45 connections. We're coming out of those RJ45 connections and we're plugging them into the switches that are directly underneath. This means we can keep all of those cables in place between the patch panel and the desk out on the floor. All we have to change are the internal connections inside of our IDF. Here's another view of a patch panel. This one is connecting from the patch panel directly to the switch that's above it. And notice there are numbered connections on that patch panel, so we know exactly which desk we're connecting or disconnecting. There are similar but slightly different configurations for fiber optics. This is a fiber optic distribution panel where we're bringing in fiber runs from another building or another floor, and we're bringing all of those back to connections that we have access to on the distribution panel. One of the important characteristics when installing fiber optics is making sure that we don't exceed the bend radius. And you'll notice in this distribution panel that we are looping together in a very large loop the fiber to make sure that we don't break the fiber by bending it too far in the panel itself. And it looks like in this distribution panel we have some additional fiber that is wrapped around. We refer to this as a service loop, so that if we need to move this distribution panel or add additional fiber, we can simply extend it with the fiber that's already run. This gives us flexibility in the future to be able to make changes without having to rerun a very expensive fiber optic connection. In some of the previous pictures of the data centers, you saw that some of the racks were open, but there were some racks that were completely closed that had locks on the front of the rack. This is not uncommon in any type of data center because it allows the system administrator a level of additional security and control over the components inside of the rack. We'll often install these racks side by side directly to each other to optimize the space that we have in the data center. And it's not unusual to have a door on the front of the rack where we can have a lock and a way to prevent others from gaining access to the equipment inside of the rack. Here's a good example of racks that are completely locked up. You can see in this case that we do have ventilation in the front. There's often ventilation at the top and the bottom as well, so that the equipment inside is able to be cooled properly. Here's a closer view of these racks. You can see that each of these racks has a handle with a lock on it, and you can see where you would add the key to be able to gain access to the equipment that's on the inside.
People who pick post-university for an MS in Business Intelligence and Analytics expect classes on their schedule,
In this video, we're going to talk about power, and an important thing to remember is that you should never put yourself in a position where you will be able to in some way come in contact with any type of voltage. You want to be sure that when you're working with the device that you are always disconnecting from the power source before ever putting your hands or any part of you near that particular component. Even when you disconnect from the power source, you should also keep in mind that some devices will store a charge in capacitors. Older CRT monitors, laser printers, and other devices can easily shock you even when they're not connected to a power source. Your goal should never be to connect any part of your body to anything that could potentially be energized. For example, you should never connect yourself to the ground wire of an electrical system or anything else that might have some type of voltage go across it. If you respect electricity, you will have no problems keeping yourself and others around you safe as you're working on these devices. When you start looking into the electrical specifications and the design of electrical systems, you'll see a lot of different terms being used. One of those is an ampere. We often refer to this as an amp, and it's often abbreviated with the capital letter A. This value measures the rate of electrons that are moving past a particular point in a single second. You'll often hear electricity compared to a water hose, where electricity flowing through a wire is very similar to water that may be flowing through a water hose. The amount of water that you can fit through a hose will depend on the diameter of that hose, and the diameter would be the number of amps. We also measure electricity in terms of voltage. This is often abbreviated as volt or the capital letter V. This is describing a pressure of electricity flowing through a particular wire. If we go back to our hose analogy, as we are turning the water on, we are increasing the amount of pressure of that water through the hose, and as we increase the pressure,
How are you doing?
increasing the voltage. For example,
How do you pronounce your name?
Described as a 120 volt system,
Nijat?
140 volt system. And if you need to describe how much
How you doing? I'm not sure if that's how the proper pronunciation for your name, but how you doing?
With a capital W. We can calculate watts by multiplying the number of volts times the number of amps. For example, if you're connected to a 120 volt power source and you have a device that is using 0.5 amps, you are using a total of 60 watts. The type of power that we usually get from our wall outlets is alternating current, or AC. AC power is relatively easy to distribute over long distances, so it is perfect to use for bringing into a home or an office. You'll often see alternating current abbreviated as AC, and it's often represented as a wavy line. This wavy line demonstrates the directional change of this power as it's moving through the wire. That up and down frequency of that wave is different depending on where you happen to live. If you're in the US or Canada, we commonly see 110 to 120 volts of alternating current, and it's usually running at a frequency of 60 hertz or 60 cycles per second. If you're in Europe, it's common to see 220 to 240 volts of AC current, and its frequency is 50 hertz. Our electrical components often use DC power to operate. This is direct current, where all of the current is moving in a single direction with a constant amount of voltage. This is often abbreviated with a DC, and the symbol for direct current is this solid line on top with the multiple lines across the bottom. This is why when we look on the back of our routers, our switches, and our other devices, we often see that we're plugging into a wall outlet with this alternating current, and we are converting that alternating current to direct current using the power supplies that are in those devices. This conversion may be occurring in power supplies built into the device, or it may be in the power cord that you're using to connect that device. And obviously, as an information technology professional, power is one of the most important components we have. None of these systems would work without this power source, so it's important to consider how our switches, our routers, and our other devices will continue to operate even if there's an interruption of that power. One way to protect yourself against a power outage is to use a UPS. This is an uninterruptible power supply. This is usually a device that is connected to our power source, and inside of this device are a number of batteries that provide us with additional power.
All right, everybody, take your last 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes.
If the voltage on our line tends to drop a bit, we refer to that as a brownout. And if the voltage tends to spike or go much higher, we refer to that as a surge. UPS will even out that particular surge or brownout and provide us with the power we need to remain up and running. There are a number of different types of uninterruptible power supplies. One of the least expensive are the offline or standby UPS, which is simply waiting for the power to go out before it kicks in. As you can imagine, there's a small amount of time where there would be no power available to your systems, and often with switches and routers, that small gap of time is enough to cause that device to reboot. One step up from that is the line interactive UPS. If you happen to have brownouts and your voltage begins to drop, the line interactive UPS will begin to increase the amount of power provided to be able to compensate for that drop. But many data centers prefer to run an online or double conversion UPS where you are always running from battery power and the batteries are constantly being refreshed by the power source. If you lose the power source, it has no effect on the systems that are connected to the UPS because they've always been running from that primary battery power. There are many different types of UPSs with many types of features. There are some that can automatically shut down your system if the batteries happen to become very low. Some of them have a higher battery capacity than others. The number of outlets on the back of the UPS can vary, and some of them have additional interfaces to plug in phone lines or cable modem connections. Another useful power component is a PDU. This is a power distribution unit. And although it looks like a normal surge suppressor, these are actually relatively intelligent devices that allow us to remotely connect to the device, manage each of those interfaces, and even allow you to power off and power on a device from a remote location. You can see this one is a rack-mountable unit, and we would put that in our rack and connect our routers and switches to these interfaces. There's also an Ethernet connection. We would assign an IP address to this device. Inside is a web server, and that allows us to connect and manage this device from wherever we happen to be.
Staying connected matters.
Hey, Mama. You remember when you taught me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all.
That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit.
In the United States and indeed around the world, we have many different data centers that are operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is estimated that approximately 2% of all U.S. power consumption is used by these data centers. Much of the power we use in these data centers is to manage the environment where all of this equipment resides. This allows us to manage the humidity, the temperature, and other environmental controls. Managing humidity in a data center can be a bit of a challenge. If you have a high humidity, then you've got condensation, and having any type of water in a data center is never a good idea. If your humidity is too low, you could have excessive static discharge, which is also potentially harmful to the equipment. Many industry guidelines put the ideal humidity levels somewhere around 40 to 60%. This is high enough to prevent any type of static discharge, but low enough to prevent any type of condensation. This can vary a bit depending on the geography, but these humidity levels tend to be the average that you'll find in most data centers. A lot of this power also goes to keeping the data center cool. As this equipment is running, it's generating heat, and all of that heat needs to be cooled down. There is an optimal temperature range, and many data centers are trying to keep the temperature somewhere around 64 to 81 degrees Fahrenheit. The cooling equipment in our data centers is constantly working to keep the temperature at that range. But of course, there are external influences that can affect the temperature inside the building. For example, the outdoor temperature may increase or decrease, and that may add additional load to the cooling systems. You might also find that as your system load increases and you're creating more heat from the systems inside of the data center, that we will need to add additional cooling. Most data centers will have a well-engineered heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. This is an HVAC. This HVAC system is designed to maintain a particular humidity and temperature level. Most of these HVAC systems have sensors that are located throughout the data center, and they're working to make sure that the same temperature and humidity is the same across the entire data center. Another important concern for data centers is what you do if there is a fire. Data centers contain a large amount of electrical equipment that are in a very large area, so we need to be sure that we have some way to suppress any type of fire. Normally, we would use water to be able to control a fire. But in an environment such as a data center, when you have this much electrical equipment, you'll want to use other means for fire suppression. If you were to look into the back of the data center, there's probably a tank that contains some type of inert gas or chemical agent that is designed to either suppress the fire or remove any type of oxygen from the air. If somebody pulls the fire alarm, all of those chemicals are dispersed throughout the entire data center, and although this may cause damage to the equipment, it will prevent a fire from spreading. You'll often see these fire suppression systems integrated with the existing HVAC. This means that if a fire is detected, the HVAC system will shut down and prevent any type of oxygen from feeding that fire.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities for more customization, more time, and more growth. Speed up your website copy with AI text generator that delivers a consistent brand voice to every corner of your site. Unlimited unique visuals enhance every piece of content you create.
One common type of network documentation is the network map, and there are different types of network maps that you might want to create. One type is a physical network map, which shows the physical layout of the equipment, the cabling, and everything in between. This is an example of a physical network map. It shows a connection in from the internet with the physical cable plugging into the internet router, which can be found at 10.1.1.1. There's a physical wire connecting to the internet firewall, and then another wire connecting to the core router, which is located at 10.1.10.1. This physical connectivity continues on through the rest of the diagram, and if you were to go into this room, you could track back that cable to this equipment using this physical network map. We can often create these network maps using third-party software such as Visio, OmniGraffle, Glyphy.com, and many others. This software can be used to create physical network maps. It can also be used to create logical network maps. Logical network maps show a higher level view of connectivity where you're not focused on individual interfaces and cables, but more on how the entire network is connected. This is a logical network map that shows a cloud connection in the middle and different headquarters buildings connected from different locations into that single cloud. Obviously, in the middle of all of this are a number of routers, switches, and other servers, but all of that is broadly shown as a single location in a logical network map. These might be good maps to use if you're planning additional locations. You can view the layout of the existing wide area network cloud and then decide where the best location might be for another installation. And if you wanted to get into a detailed view of exactly where equipment is located and what that equipment looks like, you might want to use a rack diagram. Rack diagrams are designed to give you a physical view as if you were standing in front of that rack in the data center. It's very common to have restricted access to the data center, so a documentation like this can be used for individuals who may not have that level of access into the building. You can then use this documentation to tell someone to stand in front of the rack, look about 3/4 of the way up on unit 14, and you'll see the power strip. You can even use this documentation to locate the exact rack in the data center. You might have on the documentation that this is in row 3 of the data center, and this is rack W. This gives us a way to provide detailed documentation for someone who may be standing in front of the rack when we may not be in the same building. So instead of telling someone to reboot a server that's in this rack, we could specifically say, go to unit 15 in this rack and reboot that individual server. Another useful physical piece of documentation is the cable map for your office. This would allow you to see a view of the office and exactly where the wires are installed in that facility. You'll often see one of these diagrams in the IDF or MDF. It's usually on the wall so that you can understand where these wires are going when they leave that closet. This would show you where the physical wires are running, either under the floor or above the ceiling, and you can see that each drop for each one of these is numbered. This allows you to correlate the network drops out at each individual desk with the network drops that are connected to the patch panels inside of the wiring closet. These are not just useful during the installation process, but they're also useful when troubleshooting. You can track back exactly where a wire was run inside of the building and be able to correlate that back with problems that you might be having with that particular network drop. You can also create network diagrams that combine layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3 views of the network. Layer 1 would be the physical layer, layer 2 would be the data link layer, and layer 3 would be your network layer. Here's an example of a network diagram that includes a number of switches, routers, and in stations. And we have labels here for layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. We can start with the layer 1 connection, which shows the physical interfaces for the switches and the routers where all of these wires are connecting and providing this connectivity. We can overlay on top of that a layer 2 perspective, which now includes MAC addresses for all of these different components. And if you wanted to include IP addresses, we can overlay the layer 3 addresses so that you know exactly what IP address is associated with which MAC address, which is also associated with each physical address. Another important part of documentation is a need to track your assets. This means that we need to put tags or labels on every asset that we're bringing into the organization. This would be laptops, desktops, routers, firewalls, switches, and anything else that we're buying and installing into our network. Once we have all of these devices tagged, we can use that tag when we're referring back to a trouble ticket or some type of problem. For example, we could say that a router in the data center that's labeled with number 42 is the one that's causing this particular problem. We can also use these tags for financial purposes. We may need to track these devices over time to be able to track their depreciation. Or you may need to reference the asset tag to know when the device is purchased, which would also tell you if that device was currently still under warranty. These asset tags are usually very visible so that you can find them when you're on the phone with someone in the support team. There might be a barcode or RFID associated with this, and there might be additional information. If a third party runs across this device, they'll know exactly who owns that particular piece of equipment. The asset tag that's connected to the device, the components within that device, and then the user who is using that particular device may all be combined within one single asset database. This becomes a centralized database that could be used by the asset support team, by accounting, by folks that are in the finance department, and anyone else who may need access to this data. If we need to know the physical location of a device, we can look at our asset database and see what user has been assigned to this particular component. If we then know the user's location, then we also know the location of this particular device. As we've also mentioned, we may want to use this also for warranty tracking to be able to understand when a device was purchased and what the status is of that particular warranty. And if we're tracking the number of devices, we can also track the software that's running on those devices. This could be very useful if we need to determine how many licenses we need to purchase for our organization. We can determine very quickly how many of those units we own by referencing back our asset database. Another important piece of documentation relates to the ongoing use of IP addresses in our organization. We would commonly track these by using an IP address management or IPAM solution. This is something that can provide us with a way to plan, track, and configure the DHCP and IP address schemes that we are using throughout our company. Users may be using what IP addresses. Since we often use dynamic IP addressing, it's useful to be able to map a user with a specific IP address during a particular date and time. This might also give us the ability to identify any problems or shortages that we might have with our IP addressing configurations. And based on this information, we might need to modify IP address ranges or add additional IP addresses to our DHCP infrastructure. This gives us a way to manage all of our IPv4 and IPv6 addressing throughout our organization, all from one central console. Here's a console from an IP address manager showing different subnet details, statistics about the IP addresses that we're currently using, changelog entries, warning and error logs, and other details that can help us manage our IP address configuration. If you're working with a service provider, and most organizations are, you'll need some way to verify that you're getting the proper level of service. This is often done contractually with a service level agreement, or SLA. This defines the minimum level of service required for this contract that you have with this third-party organization. For example, if you're contracting with a wide area network provider or an internet provider, you may have an expectation that you'll be up and running 99.99% of the time. And you might want to have that level of service documented as part of this SLA. You can use this for any type of service level. For example, you might have an SLA that your organization will have no more than 4 hours of an unscheduled downtime. This means that your service provider will need to have something in place to be able to bring you up and running if you happen to have an outage. They might have a process for quickly dispatching a technician, or they might have equipment that they keep on your location that you can pull out of a box, put it in the rack, get up and running as quickly as possible. As we're increasing the amount of access points and other wireless infrastructure in our organizations, we need some type of documentation to understand the impact of all of these different wireless components. For that, we will create a site survey. This would allow us to identify all of the access points that we might be using, even if they're access points that we may not be in direct control of. We can at least see the frequencies that are in use and be able to document those as part of the site survey. Once we understand all the frequencies in use, we can then document those and configure our systems to have the minimum level of interference for all of our access points. If you're in a building with a lot of different companies, or you happen to be in a large campus where there are many different buildings owned by different organizations, you may want to perform these site surveys very often to understand exactly what the wireless infrastructure may look like. One common way to document this is with a heat map. You can walk around and use a mobile device to be able to document how the wireless signal may be propagating depending on where you may be standing inside of your building.
Okay, at 5:40, we're going to do a rapid fire network basics final exam.
Network basics.
Whatever comes to mind, I'm just going to put it down. Okay? And we're going to see how we fare. It's actually a final exam for my network basics on Cisco that I never finished a long time ago.
Yeah.
But it's a final exam nonetheless that deals with Network Plus. So we're just going to see what it looks like. I don't care if it's wrong or right. But it's questions, right? So we'll see what it looks like.
Associated with that product. And eventually, the manufacturer of this equipment may decide to no longer produce any type of security updates. When there are no type of updates coming from a product, we refer to that as end of support, or EOS. You won't receive any patches, any updates, any new features, or anything associated with that particular product. When a product moves into end of life, we can put together a plan and a budget for replacing that product over a period of time. But when a product hits end of support, this becomes a significant security concern, especially since we know that we will never receive another security update for that product. These ongoing patches and bug fixes can be very important for maintaining the uptime and availability of these devices, especially when these updates are associated with stability fixes. But these might also be fixes that close security holes, which may be just as important as maintaining the uptime of the device. We often see this with operating systems, where we may receive a service pack every quarter, and we may have to install a large number of updates to these systems when we first install the OS. Many organizations provide monthly updates on a recurring schedule. This means we know exactly when the latest updates are going to arrive, and we can set up our plans for deployment around those update timeframes. And occasionally, a manufacturer will introduce an update outside of the scope of that normal monthly update. This is often associated with a security concern, especially when a 0-day or some other type of significant security event occurs. It's not unusual to see updates to operating systems occur constantly across many aspects of that operating system. For example, we can have updates for Windows, Linux, our iOS and Android devices, and anything else that might be running an OS. It's very common to see these monthly updates occur for the operating systems. These might have bug fixes and security patches, but we might also be making changes to the operating system ourselves. We might be modifying user accounts and changing the way that users interact with the operating system. For example, we might increase the minimum password lengths, we might change the complexity of the passwords required for the operating systems, or we might change the way that users are able to access the operating systems, and we might deploy those updates to the operating systems on demand. We might also change the configurations of the built-in firewalls on these devices. These operating systems provide us with a way to limit where a user may visit by IP address or URL, or there might be changes that enhance the security features on that device. And there are constant changes to the embedded anti-malware and antivirus that's included with many of these operating systems. If we're managing a purpose-built appliance or a purpose-built piece of hardware, then we don't usually have access to the operating system that's on that device. And often these devices have their own operating system and configurations. We refer to this software that's running this piece of hardware as the firmware of that device. So if you're working with printers, cable modems, or other devices that have their own embedded operating system, you might be required to update that firmware occasionally to close security holes.
Let Zero Price help you invest and save for opportunities ahead. With solutions that have delivered strong performance. That's the power of curiosity. Better questions can lead to better outcomes. Zero Price. Invest with confidence.
So I told the girl, I said, well, do me a favor, put the money in the bag.
This update may be done over the network, or it may require you to visit the device and physically connect to the device to perform the update. We know that we can't use this hardware unless the software in this device is working properly. So it's a good idea to have a plan for upgrading this that would include a way to fall back to a previous version if that newer version runs into a problem. It's often a good idea to save those firmware binaries in a safe place so that later on down the road you wanted to go back to a previous version, you would have access to all of that code. One of the challenges with managing firmware in your printers, your modems, and other devices is that these companies are very good at manufacturing hardware, but they may not be as good at maintaining the firmware that runs in those devices. An example of this would be the Trane ComfortLink 2 thermostats, where you could control the temperature on the thermostat from your phone. There were 3 vulnerabilities presented to Trane in April of 2014, but we didn't receive updates to the firmware until April 2015, and it took until January of 2016 to be able to get the final update for that device. It would be up to the security team of your organization to determine if that device should remain on the network or if you should find other alternatives instead of that thermostat. Another important aspect of lifecycle management is what you do with the device when you don't need it anymore. This would be the decommissioning process, and it's the way that you dispose of an asset once you no longer need to use it. We see this often with desktops, laptops, mobile devices, and anything else that becomes outdated and is no longer supported by the manufacturer. But there's data on that device that we want to be sure doesn't get into the hands of someone else. We need some way to sanitize the media or simply destroy the device to protect all of that data. This might also involve legal issues, especially if there's certain types of data that your organization is not allowed to destroy. So you may end up storing this equipment off-site or in a secure location until such time that it's able to be destroyed or disposed of properly. And what you do not want to do is simply dispose of this in your normal trash. Eventually, someone will come across that equipment and they will either get access to the data or they'll sell that equipment to someone else who will then get access to the data. Although we often want to recycle this hardware, we want to be sure we do it in a way that protects the confidentiality of the data contained on all of these devices. An ongoing part of lifecycle management is change management. That's because we are constantly making changes in our computing environments. We're upgrading software on a switch, we're making changes to a firewall configuration, we're modifying a router table, or making some other modification to software or configurations. This needs to be a managed process and something that we can track, monitor, and be able to modify if we run into a problem. Most organizations will have a very clearly defined change management process. This would include how often you're able to make changes, the window that you have to be able to make those changes in an environment, the process itself for installing those changes in your environment, and then finally, a process for rolling back if you run into problems. And if your organization does not have a formal change management process, this might be difficult to implement. You need to make sure that everyone understands the importance of having a centralized change management process and that everyone follows that process before making any modifications to any device. Another important aspect of lifecycle management is how we handle ongoing service requests. This is often done through a help desk. They'll receive a phone call, they'll input a ticket into a centralized process tracking system. Those tickets will be triaged and provided to someone who can resolve the problem, and then they will close the ticket and move to the next one in the list. Almost every organization has a process tracking system, and although there are many different types of software to provide this function, they're all very similar in how they operate.
sad the family must depart. Booking.com. Quite the entrance, old friend. A resort my darling Gomez would die for. A vengeful villa, perfect for my little death traps. A little slice of purgatory. Rest in peace.
Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com? Booking.com?
Yeah.
It's time for a revolution in whitening with a toothpaste that gives you whiter teeth in one day. Remove even deep stains with Crest 3D White Deep Stain Remover. Coffee, wine, tea, gone in just one day.
Change is inevitable, and we need to have some type of process on our network to be able to manage all of these changes. There might be updates to operating systems. We may have to patch a series of devices. There might be updates to applications that we need to roll out. And of course, we have network devices, firewall configurations, new applications that need to be installed, and many other changes that will occur on our network. Instead of simply making a change without any processes or thoughts to what may occur in the future, we need to have a formal process for managing all of these configurations. We need to know when these changes are going to occur. We need to be able to plan for those changes, and we need to inform everyone that the change is going to take place. This documentation becomes very important if this system needs to be rebuilt, especially if there's some type of disaster and you're required to get that system back up and running as quickly as possible. Having some type of documentation that leads you from the installation of that software through all of the changes that you made will be extremely important in getting that system back up and running. When we first install a switch, a router, a firewall, we make our initial configurations and get everything working perfectly, we now have a production configuration. This is the configuration that everyone will use when we roll out a new router. This is the configuration that will be the standard for that production system. When we install a new firewall, we have a standard production configuration for that firewall. This is not just individual configurations inside the device, but it covers all aspects of changes to that device, including all the hardware and firmware versions, any device driver updates that need to be made, and any updates to the software, especially since there are certain versions of the software that might work better or worse than other versions. This is not something that we would usually install into production to see how it runs. We would usually do extensive testing behind the scenes, make changes to all of these aspects of the system, and then deploy that final configuration into a production environment. Of course, not every possible scenario can be tested in our lab, so we need to have a plan if something was to happen in production to be able to revert that back to a previous configuration. In these situations where something does not go as designed, we need to have some type of backup that we can revert to. This applies to our firewalls, our switches, our routers, our operating systems, and anything else we might be making a change to. The standard operating procedure is commonly to make a backup of that system before making any type of change. Once you make the change, you can then decide whether that's something you want to keep in production, but if there's a problem, you may need to revert back to that previous backup. Sometimes this can be accomplished by simply copying the files that will be updated during that particular change. It might be a single configuration file, but now we have a copy of that file prior to those changes taking place. We can simply copy that file back if there's any problems. If this is a virtual machine, this process can be relatively easy. You can click a button to create a snapshot of that VM that saves everything, the files, the configuration, and everything else associated with that VM at that point in time. If you run into a problem when you're making a change to the VM, you can then easily revert back to that date and time of the snapshot. This is also useful if later on you decide you would like to revert back to the previous configuration. You now have a backup that's stored either as a snapshot or as separate files that you can then revert to if you run into future problems. When we're deploying a new application, it's usually often more than a single server and a single executable. There are usually many different components that allow that application instance to operate. This might include configurations on the user's workstations, changes to the firewall, and of course the application server itself. To truly understand the scope of this application, we need to document every aspect of that application installation. This allows us to create a golden configuration that certifies that this application will work properly if all of these configurations are in place. We can also use that golden configuration.
Okay, everybody, y'all ready?
That we are using the proper software and the correct.
Y'all ready to do this rapid fire exam and see what we come up with?
The configuration running in production with
let's
the
do it.
configuration on our baseline or golden config. If
All right.
there are changes.
Okay, we're gonna go through this. We're gonna go with your gut.
Changes either to the production
Okay.
environment to match the golden config.
Whatever comes in the chat first, maybe 2 or 3. I give it 3 responses for each one. Whatever I see, I'm picking it. All right.
Once we make those changes, we now have
Can y'all see this pretty good?
of our
Yep.
baseline configuration, and we can
All right.
use that as our integrity check.
First question. Here we go. Traveling sales representatives use a cell phone to interact with the home office and customers, track samples, make sales calls, log mileage, upload data. Which internet connectivity method would be preferred method to use on a mobile device to the low cost? C. Next question. Question 2. Which term correctly identifies the device type that is included in the area B?
So you found an awesome dock.
Device type.
Outdated, no worries. With Adobe Acrobat Pro's super easy
C.
tools,
C.
you can quickly make updates right in the PDF.
Which wireless RF band do IEEE 802.11b and G devices use?
B and G.
5, 900, 2.4, or 60? T said 244. Going there. What are 2 methods typically used on a mobile device to provide internet connectivity? 2 of these.
You will install switches, routers, servers, firewalls, and many other pieces of equipment into your infrastructure.
Cellular and
NFC, cellular, Wi-Fi, GPS, or blue? Charles said blue and cell. We're going with that.
This device through a protocol known as
A tourist is traveling through the countryside and needs to connect to the internet from a laptop. However, the laptop only has Wi-Fi and Ethernet connections. The tourist has a smartphone with 3G, 4G. What can the tourist do to allow the laptop on the network?
And that management console will query devices via SNMP.
Everybody's saying C.
oh, C.
Which statement describes the use of power line networking technology? Power lines.
With a particular value, and that information is stored in the management station. The query that is being
A home LAN installed with the use of a physical cable. A device connects to an existing home LAN using an adapter for the electrical outlet.
central database of data that is stored on that remote
New
device.
smart card.
SNMP queries specific values. in
Everybody's hitting D. Wireless access point.
Yeah.
Use power line adapters to distribute data. We'll go with that then.
All of this polling occurs.
What is the disadvantage of deploying a peer-to-peer network model?
On our network and gather information about how those devices are performing.
Everybody's hitting C. Lack of central administration.
It may ask which
8.
version of SNMP
A user is configuring a wireless access point and wants to prevent the neighbors. Let me see if I can. Is that better for y'all?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's good.
A user is configuring a wireless access point and wants to prevent any neighbors from discovering the network. What action does the user need to take?
all of that information across the network.
I see a lot of C's and D's. I'm gonna go with the majority. I see C. Disable SSID.
Yeah, C.
Question 9. Which 3 steps must be completed to manually connect an Android or iOS device to a secured wireless network? Pick 3.
To SNMP version 1.
Just say the first word of each one you want me to do. The first word.
So,
But that entire communication remained non-encrypted or in the clear, so anybody tapping that connection would be able to see the entire
so E.
communication. The latest version of SNMP
IP.
is SNMP version 3. This provides encryption and
Input.
a number of different cryptographic capabilities such as
Okay,
message
moving on.
integrity and authentication. When we are performing a query,
A company is contemplating whether to use a client server or peer-to-peer network. What are 3 characteristics of a peer-to-peer network? First word of each one you want me to pick.
that object identifier is a series of numbers fact, here is a
less
1.3.6.1.2.1.11.
less easy, lack.
Those numbers is associated with a particular set of
All right.
numbers. For example, the 1 is ISO.
What data encoding technology is used in copper cables?
2 is management, and so on. And you can go all the way down this line until you can see that we're looking for SNMP out get responses. That would be the number
B.
28
Everybody's
at the
choosing
end
B.
of that OID.
Electrical
This is
pulses.
how we're able to have hundreds or even thousands.
At which layer of OSI model would a logical address be added during encapsulation? Logical address.
By referring to their OID.
Which layer?
Sometimes
First
these
word
object identifiers are very
Logical.
standardized
or letter?
across
Doesn't
devices.
matter.
One of these standards is the
Data.
MIB standard. It's referred to here as the SNMP V2-MIB.
Okay, here we go.
MIB2 standard is a set of
What information does an Ethernet switch examine and use to build its routing, its address table?
specific to that device. And in that case, the
Source,
manufacturer creates their
an
own
Ethernet
OID.
cable
So you'll
or
need to refer
Ethernet
back to
switch.
manufacturer's
The
documentation to determine
source,
what OIDs
the
are
source
associated
MAC.
with what values within that.
Michael says C.
Sometimes the manufacturer will
Destination MAC address. We'll pick it. I already picked it, Michael. You got it.
file to your
We'll see what happens.
station. At that point, you can retrieve those OIDs from that device.
What information is
What that
added
OID
to the
is
switch table from incoming frames?
What? Who knew Walmart had such big beauty game?
From incoming frames. The path. Where is it?
Find the biggest names in beauty.
Destination MAC address and incoming.
Charles says A.
Dear Friday.
Kevin says A.
Times in gear.
Destination MAC and incoming port.
Right now, he's forerunner for
Mr. T says A. Okay,
Yeah.
we're going with the majority.
Yeah, I'll say
Elaine says A. Here we go.
Let's go places.
Which type of network model describes the functions that must be completed at a particular layer but does not satisfy exactly how each protocol should work?
A MIB logger. This is software that will cycle through every possible MIB value and pull down everything associated with the MIB inside of an individual device. This is
B,
a MIB
A,
logger on my Mac
A,
device called MIB.
A. Everybody's saying, majority says A. Let's see what else comes in. Hierarchical design. That's what people are picking. Okay, that's what I'm going with the majority.
The default community string on this device
16. What will a Cisco LAN switch do if it receives an incoming frame and the destination MAC address is not listed in the MAC address table?
on that device, and when it finds a match, it adds it to the list.
I see some B's coming in.
Number of SNMP V2 MIB values. You can see the list
Use
of
ARP.
those here. In fact, it even pulled back a system ID information, some content.
Martin says B. Okay, everybody says B. 1A. Okay, I'm gonna go with the majority B.
And how I can then correlate that back to a specific.
Although I think forward the frame out all ports except the port where it came in and received. Might be a broadcast. Try to find somebody.
Yeah.
17. Which scenario is suitable for deploying twisted pair cables? Twisted pair cables. Now think about your cabling types. Which ones have twisted pair?
If you start collecting that information over time, you can begin to build out very large visualizations of how the network may be performing. For example, this is a graph that has been created through a
Twisted
series of
pair.
SNMP queries that take place on a standard
Connect a
basis.
TV set
So
to
you
the
can
wall.
see that going for an entire day, you can start
Twisted
to
pair?
map out information such as response time values, any type of errors, or anything else.
All right, I'm picking that because that's what y'all picked.
in that MIB.
Which layer is responsible for routing messages through an internet
All
work?
of your SNMP enabled devices on your network at regular intervals. It would be common
And
for
TCP/IP
a
line.
financial
What?
station to query every
Even I had to look at that one. Internet
every
work?
5 minutes.
What layer is responsible for routing messages through an internet
But if there's a problem on that
work
device,
in
you cannot
TCP
let the
model?
problem occur
Routing.
until the next
Yeah,
time
I'm going
you
to
perform that
transport.
pull.
Transport.
For that reason, you may want to configure a different
D,
feature of SNMP
transport.
referred to as
A cable installation company is trying to convince a customer to use fiber optic cabling instead of copper. What is one advantage of using fiber optic cabling compared to copper?
port number, they use UDP 162. For example,
Michael says D. Mr. T says D. Martin says D. We're going with D. What process involves placing one message format inside of another message format?
Back to your network management station. As soon as that trap is received by the network management station.
What are two characteristics of multicast transmission? Choose two.
Multicast transmission.
One is A, the source. What's another one?
Computer.
That value is referred to as a community string.
Multicast map lord.
That allows you access to the SNMP data on
Multicast.
Charles said a single, we're going with it.
Multiple community strings within a device, so it's not unusual to have a read-only string such as
Remember rapid fire. Looking at this exhibit, how many bits are represented by each group of 4 hexadecimal values contained between the colons for IPv6? So what's the value in here? How many bits?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
version 3, we use a username and password that is sent across the network
1,
as a
2,
password
3,
hash.
4,
This is a
5,
much
6,
more
7,
secure
8.
way to authenticate.
You might want to take every one in here and divide it by 128.
8.
SNMP have the most secure monitoring available.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Y'all say 8?
Yeah. 8.
Okay, we'll go with it. What benefit does DHCP provide to a network?
Firewalls and many other network infrastructure devices, and all of these devices are running 365 days a year, 7 days a week.
A, B, C, D. Hosts can connect to the network and get an IP address without manual. Martin says this as well. Charles says hosts. Okay. This host, Charles, or this one? This one down here?
Yeah, D.
All right.
This allows us to see if people are able to authenticate properly to the device.
What is the shortest valid representation of the IPv6 address?
Many times the network administration team will have a
Now, we didn't go over this one, so I'm going to help you out on this one.
all of this different information.
To shorten an IPv6 address, you can combine 2 fields of 4 zeros together to make one, so you'll see double semicolons.
Yeah.
Or take off a preceding 0 in each octet. Now see what you're going to get.
So I would go with A.
You can only do it once though.
This is the Dell AI PC.
You can only combine 8 zeros once with a 2 semicolons.
So it works longer without a charge, and in places without a charger.
Mike says D. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to change your answer.
Looks like trouble in paradise at the hottest festival of the year.
All right, we're going with D.
All right, D.
How many bits are in an IPv4 address?
Half a slice of cheese and a glass of freshly squeezed ocean water. Now the only way off this
IPv4 address.
if he does not take emotional
How many bits? So you go 1, 2, 3. IPv4.
everywhere you want.
Did y'all put there? You go. Kevin says 8, 32. Everybody said 32.
Yeah, I'm going A.
Starts with a probe that you would put onto your network.
If we refer to the exhibit, if all of the devices are using a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0, which laptop will have an IP address with the same network number as the server?
The summary of all of that information is then sent down to a single NetFlow collector. This means you don't have to go to separate NetFlow
3.101, 3.101, 1, 2, 3.
Go to the single collector.
Oh,
Create
see.
all of your reports from that one central place.
See.
The collector is not only keeping a database of all of this information.
You see a lot of C's, I'm gonna go with some
The
C's.
collector will also include a report generator. This might
So you're
allow
saying this
real-time
computer.
reports and
Okay.
summary views on your console, or you may be able to configure long-term reports to be generated.
If we look at the exhibit,
This is a NetFlow console.
a newly purchased client laptop is just connected to a local area network. The network is using a wireless router that is providing dynamic addressing. Which IP address does the laptop use as a destination address when requesting a dynamically assigned address.
And you also have traffic analyzer events.
When requesting a dynamically assigned.
NetFlow can also summarize information by port numbers so that you can see how much application traffic is traversing the network. These are the top 5.
Meaning, where should I go to get the address in the first place?
SSL
Oh,
is the
yeah.
largest amount of traffic on this network. And then there's SQL Server, other web traffic,
Yeah, I'll say B.
and port 0 traffic. All of that NetFlow information is effectively metadata that was created based on the packets going across.
What was the first one that dropped, B or C?
Also view the raw
B.
packets themselves
B?
Yeah.
B. I see 2
This
Bs.
allows you to see the exact
Okay, we rolling with B.
bytes sent across the network.
19, you're saying 198.168.0.1.
Can collect frames from a wired network, a wireless network, and it can present this information.
Which 3 types of nodes should be assigned static IP addresses on a network?
You can view a summary of these packets going back and forth, and then
Printer?
drill down into the details
Choose 3.
associated with each packet.
That's 1.
Yeah.
Unknown traffic, or you're working
Which
with
3 types of
slow
nodes?
application, you can view all of
Nodes.
the conversations taking place over the
Gateways, that's 2. Somebody selected. What's another one?
And in some organizations, this
And
data is also collected
server.
and stored
All right, moving on.
time frame. This usually includes
When
large array of
a
storage
host sends a packet, how does it determine if the destination of the packet is on the same local network or a remote network?
different data sources. We can start building
Does it use a subnet, compare source, and MAC? It queries.
performance baseline, and this can be
Check
a
C.
very
It checks to see if the default is configured.
check the subnet to compare.
Kevin says C.
if you're trying to determine
It queries the DNS server with destination IP address.
simply look at your baseline.
We'll go with it.
The normal amount of utilization would be during a standard workday. You can then compare that to the
Next, the college has 5 campuses. Each campus has IP phones installed. Each campus has an assigned IP address range. For example, one campus has IP addresses that start with 10.1. Another has one that starts with 10.2. The college has a standardized that IP phones are assigned IP addresses that have the number 4 in the 3rd octet. For example, at one campus, the address range is used with the phones to include 10.1.4.blank, and so on. Which 2 groupings were used to create this IP address scheme? Elaine says A and D. Kevin says A and D.
From many different devices. There's log files inside your switches, your routers, your firewalls.
Charles says device and department.
Any other device you would connect to the network. There is a standard way to transfer log files.
Device and department.
All of these devices, even though each
All right.
one of those devices may be manufactured.
Did we cover this? Yeah, we did.
This standard for transferring
But
log files is known
they're asking the question in a different flavor, so I'm cool with that because it gets your brain to think.
inside of your switch or router, and you'll tell
All right, here we go.
the router where to send all of its log files using that standard system.
We're not opening the activity. We ain't got the time for this. Okay, no, we will. Open the PT activity. Perform the task and the activity instructions. Which IP address should be used as a default gateway?
Inside of that SIM. That SIM is identifying what device sent that log file. It'll identify what's known as a facility code, which is the program that originally created that log file.
Is it opening the
It'll also
file?
include a severity level for that line within the log file.
All right, it's coming
You
up.
should look at the configurations in your enterprise switches,
Lower the B.
routers, and other devices.
How many times did I
What
open this
options you might
thing?
have for sending that syslog information to your SIM. If you were to log in to that security information and event manager, you would find a large
Hold on
amount
one
of
second.
information.
All right, here we go.
to you. It's
Which
not
one of
just
these should be used as the default gateway?
also all of that information rolled
Let me
up
bring it
into
up again.
reports that you can then use to make decisions.
Scroll
For
scroll
example,
down
there might be
in
a
the page.
dashboard on the
Can't
SIM
see it.
that gives you a real-time status of information about your network. You can see alerts and alarms if there happens to be a large number of failed authentications, or if a device.
This is the question says. Here's the IP addresses. Which IP address should be used as the default gateway for PC0?
Back in time, start comparing and contrasting different statistics across multiple devices all using that large database that you've compiled.
Here's PC0. They want to know what gateway address should it be using.
Okay. Let me see the answers again.
There's no slashes.
That traffic as it goes through a firewall, and then analyze how
All right, so let's see what you say. I don't see a slash at all.
So I'm gonna default it back to the
This will allow you to go back in time and track
1.1.
Yeah.
authenticated to the network.
We'll go with that.
Which services they may have used when they were logged in.
Looking at the exhibit, a switch with a default configuration connects 4 hosts. The ARP table for host A is shown. What happens when host A wants to send a packet to host B?
Any device. This could be a NetFlow collector. It might be a server that has syslog capabilities, or it might
So
be a
it goes to the switch and then come back to B. So that would be host A sends a broadcast to
Everybody saying D?
Sends a packet switch. Yeah. D.
All right, we'll pick that. Now, to be fair, we didn't go deep into that yet, but at least we see it, right? All right. 33, an employee is having connectivity issues. Why might a network technician try to ping the default gateway from the employee laptop?
Provide IP address and was provided by a DHCP.
B. To verify connectivity. A user is setting up a home wireless network. A global address is to be used in NAT, network address translation, for the traffic flowing through the wireless router. What is the global address assigned?
Individual event records. For example, these appear to be event records from Windows Server, where there is a login failure. It says unknown username or bad password. The username used for that authentication was Hacksaw.
B? People saying B?
Acme Text Domain.
I don't think I see anybody putting anything in here yet. Mike, did you put B for that? Okay. All right, so we starting fresh.
Default get to IP address. Not translation. True wireless.
Leah says D, the wireless router will act as the DHCP client in order to receive global addresses from the ISP.
Use additional security tools to track that closer or to prevent that event
Interesting.
from occurring again.
Charles is like, sure, we'll go with that.
Okay.
The network administrator has a multi-floor LAN to monitor and maintain. Through careful monitoring, the administrator has noticed a large amount of broadcast traffic slowing the network. Which device would you use to best solve the problem?
This is something that can be relatively tedious and almost impossible to manage.
Multi-floor LAN.
Have hundreds or even thousands of these devices.
Notice a large amount of broadcast traffic.
We can do that by using API integration. This allows us to have a central management station communicate directly to a switch, a router, a firewall, or some other device using an application programming.
We got 5 minutes left. What I'm going to do is see if I can end this. We're going to go up to 35. I just want to see what our answers are going to be. Fair?
Yeah, good.
Did a pretty good job with that.
Or communicating to that device over a web console. This means that
Let's just hit submit.
Communicate with the native language of that device. So we
Yes.
commands.
So we didn't answer the last 15.
Or query information on that device without having to interactively log in or sit at an SSH prompt and look for that information. And if you're managing those
Question number 1.
thousands of devices, you can make those changes
Possibly
automatically
DSL.
with one click of the button using this application programming interface.
Mobile devices typically uses. Did it give me the right answers for these? It was telling me which ones were wrong. I want the assessment part. Okay, so 1 we got wrong. Okay, it's telling me. So representative use cell phone to interact with home, track samples, make calls, which internet connectivity method would be preferred method to use on a mobile device due to low cost? On a mobile device.
And we may also use this for
probably Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Wi-Fi.
a NetFlow collector to one of these port mirrors. Some switches even support the ability to mirror traffic from one switch.
Sales calls, log mileage. Which internet connectivity method would be preferred? Yeah, it'd be Wi-Fi. Because that's easy. It's low cost. You put it on there, do it, you're in. Just get on the network.
Analyzer or span, or we may have a
Mobile devices typically use their cellular network or Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi connection is preferred.
copy of this data and sending that
You got that one right. Intermediary, good job.
or NetFlow collector. So when
You got that one right. Wireless band for B&G, good job.
So a copy of that data.
Guess what? You got number 4 halfway right, so you got partial credit.
Cellular
There are two
and
methods
Wi-Fi.
typically used on a mobile device to provide internet. First one is cellular.
And Wi-Fi.
The second one, they're saying down here,
Wi-Fi.
it says mobile devices commonly use Wi-Fi and cellular. So it wouldn't be Bluetooth, it'll be Wi-Fi. However, my Samsung phone can connect via Wi-Fi, via Bluetooth. So
wow.
I can't get Wi-Fi through a Bluetooth connection in my Samsung phone. But everybody ain't there yet. So that's why I would stick with Wi-Fi. Okay? All right.
Makes sense.
Tourists traveling through the countryside, which one to do? You got it. Tethering. Great job, y'all.
For your pubic area. Venus for pubic hair and skin.
Which statement describes the use of power line? Power line aids adds as a connectivity. The network uses existing electrical wire. All right. So they call that Ethernet over power line. Okay. So you would use a device that can connect to existing LAN with an adapter and an electrical outlet. Okay. That is the future, actually. They're going to build Wi-Fi where it's through the power lines. They're doing it already with security cameras.
Yeah.
One of my cameras in my house goes through cellular. It's plugged into an electrical socket.
Wow.
Yeah.
What devices may be installed, or this may be a scan that we.
Which is a disadvantage of deploying peer-to-peer. You got that. Lack of centralized administration. You got that one right. Disable the broadcast ID. What action to use for wireless. All right. Which 3 steps must be completed to manually connect an iOS or Android? You got this one right. Input the authentication password. Enter the network ID, network SSID, and then you have to choose the connect security type. Right there. You always got to put the security on Wi-Fi. WPA2 personal, enterprise, whatever you need to do. But good job on that one. You got more than half of that right. Company is contemplating whether to use a client or server. This is what you did. Low cost to implement, easy to create. You got it. Good job. 11, you got that one right. Electrical impulses do go through copper cables.
Yeah.
And if you're collecting this information, storing it over a
All right, here we go. At which layer of the OSI model would a logical address be added during encapsulation? Okay.
I guess the trans.
Physical addresses are embedded at the data link layer. Port addresses are added at the transport layer. Okay. Logical addresses are added at the network layer. Logical address. That is the IP address. Network layer. IP belongs to routers, which sit on the network layer. Number 3.
Okay. Yeah.
A good attempt. What information does an Ethernet switch examine and use to build its address table? Y'all chose destination MAC address.
It's supposed to be
The Ethernet switch examines the source MAC address of the incoming frame.
Yeah.
If the source MAC address is not in a MAC address, the switch will add it to the table.
That's what they
So they just make an entry.
Yeah.
Because now they said, oh, I haven't seen you before. Let me log you in my logbook. So if you come back by me, I know where you're at. So it just makes an entry. And last one before we get out of here. What information is added to the switch table from incoming frames? Y'all selected destination MAC address and incoming port number. But in fact, a switch learns or builds an address table based on the source MAC address as a frame comes into the switch, but the switch forwards the frame onward.
Oh, it's a
Okay?
destination MAC address.
So it's
Okay.
coming into the table, but it does use the source MAC to start building to know where it's going.
Yeah.
But primarily, let's not forget, most of these address tables are built off of frames being forwarded from one Ethernet to the next. Who wants a copy of this? I can download the PDF and then it tells you the right answer under it. So it's a good learning tool. All right. So when we get off, I'll put it in PDF form, email it out to y'all. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Any questions for me before y'all go? All right. Tomorrow's Thursday. I will see y'all. The questions are shady. They make you think, though. It's good to see them in a different light than the regular CompTIA questions. You see it at a different angle.
Yeah.
But that's what it's all about, seeing it different ways.
Yeah.
All right. I will see you in the morning. Skippy hip. I'll be on Nellis Air Force Base. So you might see me at 8:15 fighting traffic. So 8:15, I'll probably log on. Or 8:30. One of the two. Skippy hip.
Many of these devices also allow us to back up the configuration files and restore those configurations if we need to update or make any changes to the device. These configuration files might also be specific to a particular version that's running on that